Huang He looked at the girl in front of him with a bit of fear, but he understood. He had almost reached the maximum of a small level in Chinese medicine. The girl said that 30 years of observation had ended, and that he, having inherited all the wealth, should marry her. But the next second, he was enveloped in a blue light that puzzled the doctor. In the world he found himself in, Huang He had become an ordinary first-level zombie monster. Clutching his head and sobbing, he shouted to the author to turn him back. 1,000 years ago, in the purgatory of secret thunder in the capital of the empire, lightning caused everyone to flee in different directions to escape. Chaos reigned. Holding on to the master's leg, the boy was beaten and wounded, saying that they would not be able to stand. But the master, holding the boy's shoulder, said that he would not let the monsters run wild. The leader of the monsters laughed. "Is this master their only hope?" Ai Weier, the Grand Master, took off his clothes and was going to sacrifice himself by setting off an explosion, because that was the only way to win. The adepts watched as the master sacrificed himself, and the entire battlefield was filled with a bright, blinding light. However, this did not happen. The main one among the monsters was smiling, even though he was covered in blood and stoned. He could not be killed so easily. He smiled contentedly, saying that he would soon recover and wipe them all off the face of the earth. The monster looked fearfully at his severed arm, wondering why it hadn't recovered yet. Clutching his chest, the Magister climbed out of the pit, smiling contentedly and saying that the monster had finally noticed the lack of healing. Ai Weier said that he put all of his life force into this strike, and that no monster would be able to heal from that day on. The leader of the monsters, falling to his knees, screamed, not believing his ears. In the Chinese medicine shop, Huang He played with a toy, shouting to be given medicine for the character. He was very upset, throwing away the toy, because the character did not heal, and the boy himself was not lucky. The boy was looking at his console and thought that taking away healing from monsters was a complete bottom for the plot of the game. Falling face down on the table, Huang He thought that everything was going wrong in his life. He is almost 30, has no girlfriend and no career growth either. But a pretty girl with bodyguards appeared in the bench and asked with a smile if he was Huang He. Standing before him was Zhen Yuxian, CEO of Zhen Corporation. Rising sharply, the boy smiled awkwardly, saying that it was really him. The girl bowed in greeting to the divine healer, and her guards knelt before the boy. Zhen began to talk about the fact that he had been sent to this time to learn medicine and that he was a legendary hereditary doctor from long ago. Huang He smiled smugly. 10 billion, and marrying Zhen was the perfect chance for him to achieve something in life. The girl looked at him adoringly, asking if he agreed. The boy was satisfied with himself while he was talking to the girl and did not notice how his set-top box began to glow more and more brightly. The game announced a transfer to another dimension, because he decided to become a sorcerer, although he did not press anything. They both widened their eyes in surprise. A blue light flooded the entire room as the boy was pulled inside his console. In the dungeons, Ainima once again killed all the monsters with one blow, and everyone around congratulated him on this, praising his achievements. The girl following them suggested that the dungeon was level 35, and that the level 1 monsters could be bait to get her to relax. One of the boys pounced on her, poking a finger because how could she doubt Ainima? That girl began to make excuses. As he listed his achievements, Ainima smiled smugly and folded his arms across his chest. But their argument was interrupted by a girl. Folding her hands on her chest, she introduced herself, a ruthless master necromancer. Her name was Alice. The master looked at the girl, frowning and realizing that he was getting much stronger energy from her than from those monsters. Alice did not wait until she was attacked and chose a deadly sliding strike, aiming for his leg. The girl screamed when the master used fire in response because she was in so much pain. The girl and the boy watched the fight, and while he was sure that the master was invincible, she wondered if the boss was really that weak. Alice understood, looking at her opponent, that she had to gather herself. Everyone stood in a circle, protecting the master, while the necromancer summoned a wave of zombies to her aid. She pointed her finger, showing her monsters who to attack. Ainima, drawing his hand with the sword back, prepared to deliver a devastating blow. With a swing of his sword, he unleashed the force of a divine flame strike, burning level 1 monsters. Alice was very angry because she could not complete the task given to her by the head of the city. She has already lost 6 times in a row to the adventurer. Everyone looked at the fact that one of the zombies survived. They looked at Huang He, for whom Nima's sword strike was not fatal. Huang He shook his head, thinking that he had moved just as he had agreed to the 10 billion and marrying a beautiful girl. The zombie was surprised to read the terms of his return. Either become a great wizard or die in this world, and he will immediately appear in his own. Looking at the monster that remained alive, Nima was sure that this time he would kill it with ease. Huang He turned to the master, asking him to kill him as soon as possible. He was smiling smugly, because the devil out of two will stick around here and follow the wizard's path when he can just die. Nima got angry when he heard this and, drawing his sword, asked how he dared to tease him. Feeling the impact of the sacred flame, Huang He was already thinking about what he would do with his wife and billions. However, he only landed on the same floor, still in his monster guise. Huang. He couldn't understand why he didn't die, but he saw that he was 99% immune to physical and magical attacks. The master's companions returned to Alice, who was laughing at what was happening in this dungeon. Looking at the adventurers, she said that a living zombie is the necromancer's power. The girl with pink hair turned to the master, offering to retreat because these monsters were unusual. But he was very angry and did not listen. Nima swung his sword using all his power, the essence of sacred fire. Once he killed a monster that was 10 levels above him with such strength. Alice looked fearfully at the power that had awakened in the adventurer. Huang He smiled smugly as he watched the master swing. He would only be happy if he managed to kill him, but the excitement took its toll. After the attack, the healer still stood still, much to Nima's complete incomprehension and horror. Another attack, the true essence of fire, hit the zombie after the master got angry. Everyone watched as the two fought, but Nima's health dropped much faster, and each attack was smaller than the last. His followers were nervous. Nima was wasting his strength, sweat pouring down his face, and the zombie in front of him still didn't die. While Alice thought the monster was sacrificing itself for her sake, Hong Hai shouted at the master to continue. Putting the last of his strength into his blow, the master clenched his teeth. And Huang He dreamed again that he would finally return home. Nima held a sword that smashed against the zombie's head, which was unharmed. The healer stood and looked at the message in bewilderment. He now had the title of Past Fire and Water, as he had been attacked continuously more than 1,000 times. Huang He yelled at the master to keep attacking because he would soon recover his health completely and then go home. Nima ran home from the dungeon, realizing that he had lost the battle and faced not just a zombie, but a monster. Everyone also started to run away, and one came back and threatened that they would come back. The zombie couldn't believe it, staring at them with a stony expression. Alice finally raised her head and wiped away her tears, asking if they were still fighting. The boy fell to his knees, sobbing, because no one could kill a mere level 1 monster. He began to shake the necromancer girl, because he thought that she was the one who summoned him and should bring him back. She began to convince the zombie that he should help her punish the adventurers, because he was the strongest zombie she had summoned. At Alice's screams, Huang He turned and left, thinking that he would find a way to kill himself. But the zombie stopped dead when she ordered him to stand. Alice smiled contentedly as she explained that everyone she summoned was doing her bidding, and that he was staying with her to defeat the adventurers. Hugging the zombie, she said that he was smart, stronger than others, and also fluffy like a kitten. Turning around and embarrassed, Alice thought that the sacred fire sword had done too much damage to her. Huang He, under the surprised look of the girl, offered to treat her. Holding her injured hand, she mentioned that the monster tribe had no healing ability for 1,000 years, and it would only recover in 20 years. With a sharp movement, her cloak disappeared, and the girl screamed and began to cover herself, even though she was dressed. Holding needles in his hands, he smiled smugly because he knew medicine. The girl, when he finished, could not believe that she was much better, and the boy was pleased to talk about the decoction he could make. The necromancer was surprised because he healed her quickly, even though their powers were sealed. Huang He, so that she would not think that he was a hitman, offered her a massage so that everything would heal faster. The girl didn't look like herself after the massage, even blushing at how good her body felt while the zombie smiled smugly. He thought that not everyone could stand this massage because he was a bone exerciser and the girl was fine. He was pleased with himself when Alice fell to the floor. He had injected the points responsible for sleep and was now free. After leaving the cave, he began to fall down and began to scream, thinking about when there was an abyss before the entrance to the cave. Huang He fell face down on the ground, vomiting and lying in a pool of his own blood, but he still had little health and was alive. Covered in blood, he started yelling at the monsters, staring at him to attack him. While everyone was ignoring him, the zombie decided to stitch up his leg because it was healing anyway. When everything was done, he determined to kill himself. He began to look at his abilities to find out which would suit him for this. The boy could not believe his body had all the abilities of this world. He started using spells to at least kill him with the cannon from Mirai Purgatory. Huang He was upset because he couldn't even cast spells because he didn't have enough mana. He was just thinking about a way to die when something dripped on him. Behind him stood 3 huge wolf heads, saliva dripping from their mouths. He screamed like mad because it was an elite level 25 Cerberus. When the Cerberus grabbed him in its teeth, Huang He was pleased because this monster was using a critical attack. The middle head, to the surprise of the boy and the other 2 heads, stopped biting him, snarling. He broke his teeth. While one of them was in pain, the other 2 began to squirm with anger. And the next second, the Cerberus paw pinned the boy to the ground with incredible force. Now the vid was inside a Cerberus fire that dealt maximum damage. And while all 3 heads were putting in all their strength, Huang He said that the fire was not hot enough and needed more. The monsters that had been ignoring the boy while he fell were now watching, saying that Alice's abilities had increased significantly as the Cerberus was already in combat mode. One of them talked about the fact that in this state, Cerberus made even high-level bosses walk on the rack. Until the purple fire affected him, Huang He wondered what other abilities the dog had since they were not in the game. The fire knocked 7 lives out of him at a time while he rejoiced that he was finally coming out. Huang He was still alive, looking at the dog's trail and asking it to try again. The dog fell unconscious to the complete surprise of the boy. He stood and looked at something that shone brightly a few steps away from him. He was holding a Cerberus fang in his hand, remembering that it was a component of high-level armor, but it seemed to be of no use to him. He thought that they could be used to make armor, because the higher his level, the higher the chances that he would be killed. He turned towards the 3 monsters, wanting to continue the battle, and they shook with terror. Huang He was disappointed. They were running away from him so quickly, and the stitches on his leg also came apart. And there was no other way to kill himself. The boy decided to test his abilities, which he still had looking in the menu. After choosing Fireball, he shot a ball of flame into the sky, raising his hand up. The very next moment, he became obsessed because the ball behind him was much larger than the one he had released into the sky. Next to him was a nearly naked girl, making Huang He blush and wonder if girls were falling from the sky now. Staring directly at her chest, he thought about his character, yet embarrassed. She leaned over and kissed him to his complete bewilderment. The girl turned away from him, clearing her throat as the zombie lay there, unable to do anything. He was in love with her because she was a succubus and bit him. She looked questioningly at those monsters running towards her, shouting that she had finally arrived. They looked at the boy in confusion, saying that he was not an invader but just a zombie that had fallen from the 3rd level. Huang He was drooling and thinking about 10 billion with hearts in his eyes. Dorothy began to shake the boy because she spent a succubus bite on him, and this ability takes a long time to recover. And she looked at him uncertainly because it was her first time. Throwing the boy to the ground again, the girl began to shout that Alice would be responsible for everything. When he woke up, Huang He called out to the girl who had already left, asking if she would leave without killing him. Dorothy returned, asking him in surprise who he was, for he must have been asleep by now. Blushing, he said that she probably wasn't very attractive to him. Succubus thinks about the fact that she used all her strength, and the zombie declares that this is not enough for him. Dorothy couldn't believe that he had just told her to kill him. She pointed somewhere, saying that there were adventurers there who would definitely kill the zombies. The girl with a smile was satisfied because this guy will definitely be killed. 2 adventurer brothers argued over which of them had let the succubus in. The 3rd brother thought he would have a good time with the succubus when he caught her. Huang He walked over to the adventurers the girl pointed at. Dorothy herself looked out from behind a tree to see with her own eyes how the zombies would be torn to pieces. One brother wondered where the zombie came from, and the other told him to just finish him off, and that was it. The guy showed a finger with the number 1, saying that this is the option where they kill him quickly, and then the 2nd, so that they get all their equipment with mana. They started laughing, not believing their ears, because the zombie was threatening them. Just a second after using the divine judgment, the sword crippled Huang He. Standing behind a tree, Dorothy supported the adventurers to beat the zombies with all their might. The third brother did not understand what was happening, falling to his knees and feeling the sweat rolling down his face. And then he fell face down on the ground and did not move. His brothers had barely picked him up, but he was only thinking about the magic the zombie had used to hurt him like that. He grimaced in pain, saying that at the moment of the impact, he felt pain in his own chest for a few seconds. They looked around, and the zombie was standing on its feet and alive. Exhaling, the boy said that the attack was weak and they only had to give their armor to him. The other brother took out a magic wand, which he was going to use since physical attacks didn't hurt zombies. He launched a special magic attack, pointing his wand at Huang He. After the attack was over, he was smiling because it was too easy. The zombie was unharmed, and under the adventurer's bewildered gaze, took his wand and walked away. The adventurer started yelling, poking a finger at the zombie and asking how his attacks left no trace. Having mentioned immunity, the boy did not talk about it and recommended using physical attacks. Dorothy couldn't believe her eyes and asked herself if the little creature was really that strong. One of the brothers pulled the bowstring when the others started wailing that they should run. Once again, everything around was on fire after the arrow was fired. Huang He shouted again to finish him off because another brother was stronger in terms of aura, and maybe even he would succeed. With a shout, the adventurer fired his bow, aiming at the zombies. The boy with the arrow between his eyes looked at the attacker in surprise. He yanked out the arrow and broke it, shouting that this attack was also weakened. Huang He was happy when he heard that the adventurer had something more in store. In the very next second, vines began to wrap around him. One of the brothers laughed as the zombie thrashed around in the vines because it was his signature attack. The adventurer was not joking when he heard that this attack was also weak. Zombie watched as all the brothers nodded their heels in unison. He was very angry, cursing adventurers who couldn't even kill him properly. And while he lamented, still wrapped in vines, the succubus looked puzzled at the remains of this scene. Under Dorothy's watchful gaze, Huang He struggled as the creeper wrapped around him more and more tightly. Dorothy thought that Alice wanted to take over her domain because she sent such a strong zombie to her level. But then she shook her head because the necromancer had too few brains for that. Dorothy, her hands clenched into fists, thought she would use the zombie as she pleased. She stood gracefully on the vine, greeting Huang He, who warned her to be more careful. The succubus was already wrapped in vines, blushing from being caught and from being too close to the zombies. To her surprise, he buried his face in her chest so he could breathe better. Dorothy realized that she had to wait until they were rescued. With her mouth open in bewilderment, she stared at the zombie and asked what he was going to do. Looking at the open palm, he summoned fire. When he said he was going to set the vines on fire, Dorothy screamed in disbelief. She screamed as the zombie shot himself in the face with a fireball. Huang He fell on his ass to the ground, but he was whole and unharmed, and the vines around him were gone. He complained that his fireball did no harm, while the girl screamed if that was really all he cared about. After a few seconds, he freed the girl, who was now sitting on the ground with her back to the zombie. He thanked her for telling him about the adventurers, though he once again lamented that they were weak. The succubus was surprised by the boy's reaction to her wounds, because he said it was terrible. Taking Dorothy's hand, Huang He said that he would thank her for her kindness and heal her. Dorothy did not understand what he would do because monsters cannot heal someone. Having said that there is poison in the wounds, the boy determined to use a method that would definitely help. To the girl's surprise, the zombie touched her hand with its mouth, starting to suck out the poison. Then he did the same with the wound on his leg. Looking at the succubus's chest, Huang He thought that it was just to save her. He pressed his lips to Dorothy's breast, who moaned in pleasure. A passing demon stopped in bewilderment upon hearing the groans. While the zombie was wiping his mouth with his hand, the succubus was drooling from the sensations all over her body. He gave a thumbs up with a smile, saying he was done. And while the girl submissively gave him her hand, although she was still blushing, he applied ointment to the wounds. Looking at the boy, she asked how he managed to cure her, because in this world all monsters are cursed. Huang He began to think feverishly about the answer, because he did not want anyone to know that he was a hitman and that these herbs were not from this world. Dorothy wondered, after his answer about the weak spell, who he was. Hugging the zombie, she asked how she could thank him because he had saved her once again. The girl has already made a plan. If she gets this zombie, she will kill adventurers and get pumped quickly. She was already dreaming how she would control the zombies with her succubus power. But the boy joyfully asked if she could kill him. Dorothy asked why he wanted to die so much. He said that she could not understand anything about 10 billion and a beautiful CEO. She thought he was stupid, just like Alice, but she smiled because it made the task easier. The succubus said that the leader of the dungeon is very strong and can kill zombies, which made Huang He very happy. But she set a condition. Before that, he must help her defeat all the adventurers. And the girl said that they could also kill him, and it would not go against their agreement. And then, with a slight blush, she asked if he could examine her wounds again. Only he wanted to look at the wound, how it was interrupted. Both looked at each other with bewilderment. Alice ran out of the cave, shouting something about a crowd of dead people. She screamed at Dorothy, asking how dare a zombie take her. She used a dead man's kick, but the succubus only bowed her head as it did almost no damage to her. Grabbing Alice by the leg, Dorothy began to beat her to the ground, throwing her from side to side. Soon the succubus was on her feet, and the necromancer worshipped her like a deity, bowing low to the ground. She was miserable because she almost won little by little, getting back on her feet. Alice said he was 132 because he was exactly 132 on her summoned zombie count, but Huang He was surprised when he felt a hand on his arm. Taking the boy in her arms, Dorothy leaned his face against her breast and said it would be a waste of talent to give him to her. The necromancer started screaming for her to let go because 132 had made a deal with her. They began to pull him, and the whole body of the teddy bear began to crack at the seams. Huang He was left without his head, which was still torn from his body. Meanwhile, in the human lands of Adenheim, a dragon's head appeared on the doorstep of the Blood Moon Tavern. Edward Fenn Clarkson, a knight crusader of the Empire, took up the work. He said that he should be given an award because there were no more tasks and he wanted more difficult ones. The tavern workers discussed who he was and his power. One of the group of adventurers flew into the tavern, shouting that the monster was really scary. As her friends calmed down their leader, the girl turned her head to see Edward. He listened with disbelief about how they lost to some zombie and did not believe what he heard. She tried to make sure that she did not imagine it out of fear. The knight thought that the zombie was actually stronger than he thought. Their leader started shouting that he would give 1,000 gold coins to whoever killed that zombie. With a smile, Edward thought it would be interesting and agreed to do the job. One of the adventurers said they could just go with the knight and get the experience. He remembered how Edward defeated the Demon King. At the same time, both girls, Dorothy and Alice, were embarrassed by Huang He. The succubus thought that the zombie would be better off with her as she looked at Alice. The necromancer heard a voice that made her roll her eyes and sweat. She returned with a smile, poking at the zombie, and said that she had him even though she was a bit weaker than her opponent. Pointing her finger at Dorothy, the girl ordered Huang He to kill her. He quickly ran towards the succubus, thinking only that his body was disobeying him again. As the zombie buried its head into the succubus's chest, they were all distracted by the sound. Dorothy ordered her to be released, as this was the signal for the town mayor's prize. Holding up a finger where her magic sparkled, Alice said it saved the succubus. While Dorothy was embarrassed, Huang He was glad to be able to move under his own command again. The succubus left, saying that she would not leave the zombie to her, and Alice followed and argued. The zombie was smiling because the head of the city was the strongest, and he could definitely kill him. The girls were going to go on the elevator, which had already opened in front of them. But Huang He saw that the elevator was raising and lowering another monster. The three of them were already in the elevator and were ready to go. Alice began to order the zombie not to talk too much at the meeting, and he did not understand if he was really that scary. She began to talk, describing the head as an elite level 65 boss. Huang He had already come up with a plan. He would make him as angry as possible. The head sat pounding on the table and wondering why Dorothy and Alice hadn't come yet. The boss of the first floor said that there were raids by adventurers on the third and fifth floors. And the boss of the second floor did not believe that Dorothy needed so much time to win, even though Alice was stupid. The boss of the fifth floor, the Bone Knight, said he agreed with George's thoughts. Alice, Dorothy, and their zombies stood timidly in the doorway. The head of the city told them to pass quickly and sit down. He had business with the girls. Huang He, smiling slyly, thought that his battle strength should have been assessed. The next second, a ball of fire flew into the head of the city. Bosses of all levels looked around, not believing their eyes and asking what was going on. The head's eyes glowed a bright blue of power as he rose from his throne. Zombie happily replied that it was him and he was ashamed. Dorothy tried to beg the mayor for a pardon for the zombies. Alice, covering the zombie's mouth, was horrified and screamed at him. Meanwhile, the succubus was convinced that this zombie Alice was simply not full of reason. Hugging Huang He, the necromancer stared in horror at the head that came closer. He snatched the zombie from the girl's hands, clutching it in his huge paws. The head looked at the zombie, saying that he was clearly not one of the timid. Huang He clenched his fist and said that he was really brave. Having said that he was not offended, the head waved his hand at the zombie. Alice screamed, not believing what was about to happen. But the head put on his glasses and opened the book with one hand and began to read something in it. Huang He listened in bewilderment as to how much he was to blame for everything he had done. Calculating that the zombie owed 8,000 magic crystals, he showed the bill, asking if he would pay the debt now or pay it back in installments. Alice raised her voice again, asking if the chairman could make a discount. But the chairman said that he was going to lower her salary, and she even dared to ask for a discount. The zombie began to shout that this is wrong and that they do not kill for this, but only give a bill. Aye Jinglegong, the boss of the 5th floor, said that they couldn't lose any combat units because the monsters couldn't heal. Lilith, the boss of the 6th floor, said that no one would reimburse them for the ceiling if they killed him. The necromancer shouted that she owed a huge amount of magic crystals to the zombies. She was sobbing. The head of the city began to tell why he called her. He said that tonight the Demon King left the house again. The Goblin King said that it was normal, and in a few days the guards would return her home. Meanwhile, Dorothy quietly told Huang He that the king runs away from home a couple of times a month. Everyone present opened their mouths in surprise. The king was going to the human world, and even the guards still haven't found any traces. Snapping his fingers, the mayor said he had drawn a portrait to make it easier to recognize her. Everyone was looking at a very abstract drawing on paper. The Bone Knight asked if they would all really go looking for the Demon King when they had an invasion of adventurers. Alice could not believe that the head of the city entrusted her with the task of finding the king. After hearing about a discount of 2,000 crystals for repairs, she agreed to the task. Zombie looked at everything and asked himself if she was really that stupid. Huang He shouted at the head of the city to hit him at least a couple of times, while Alice pulled him by the skin and told him to shut his mouth. The head looked at the zombie and thought that it was very strange. When they were outside, Alice hit the zombie and started yelling at him because she owed a lot of money. Dorothy hugged the zombie, saying that Alice is stupid and can only yell at her subordinates. The zombie and the succubus looked at each other as he agreed to stay closer to her. The very next second, Huang He, whose body disobeyed again, burned Dorothy's hair. The necromancer began to shout that 132 belonged to her and he would not give it back. And then she pulled him by the leg to face the ground with her. Alice began drawing a circle to summon more zombies. She showed a picture of the Demon King and ordered the zombies to bring everyone who looked like her to her. She folded her arms over her chest and told Huang He to search as well, because she would show him where the crayfish spend the winter. While following the others, he thought only of the fact that Alice herself is weak in search. Only she knows how to send others. The boy looked at the portal to the human world, realizing that he could escape right now. But he stood and thought that the zombies seemed to be following him. All the undead were feeding on how the boy, shouting that no one would stop him from killing himself, ran somewhere. Leaning against the tree and hacking away, he thought he had run far enough away to avoid Alice's spell. And he also realized that it is not enough to simply escape from control. It is also quite difficult for him to kill himself. But then iron golems appeared behind him. He was glad to see the mechanical golems as they could help him as well. Cores fall out of them, from which you can get mana and raising your own kill yourself. But when he jumped up, the golem immediately hit him with a swing. Climbing out of the hole he had fallen into, he thought with a smile that the mechanical golem was not bad after all. He looked surprised at the fact that none of the golems had their health reduced. Then Huang He decided to kill them one by one to get the magic cores. And again one of the golems effortlessly pushed the zombie away, causing him some damage. The pink-haired girl heard something, Huang He yelling about how shameless it was to attack the poor level 2 zombie. One of the adventurers leaned on Edward's shoulder, telling his friends that there was nothing to be afraid of him, and he only asked not to lean on him. The crusader asked suspiciously how they could all lose to a single zombie. One of them started wailing that he was 3 meters tall and huge, waving his arms. Edward wondered if it was serious because he had completely believed the story about the giant zombie. Raising his head, the knight looked at the mechanical golems, not believing his eyes. They were running away without looking at the road in front of them, and ran straight at the group. One sure blow from Edward's sword and one of the golems was blown to pieces, and then the second. The knight now had 2 spheres in his hand that could be converted into mana. While the girl and boy marveled at him killing 2 golems, Edward crushed the bullets. The girl could not understand why the golems were running away like that. Did they meet some strong creature? Closing his eyes, the knight thought that there must be someone of the level of the Demon King. Huang He used the power to make a final attack, throwing fireballs. He was pleased. A message came that he had reached level 3. He stared at the magic core in his hand, thinking that he had finally obtained it. The zombie watched as he gained 50 mana points, and even though it was a small amount, it was still something. He was surprised when he heard a girl's voice. She, sitting on a stone, said that she was surprised that he had killed a mechanical golem. She said, with interest, that she was seeing such an unusual zombie for the first time. Huang He told the girl to leave here because it was quite dangerous here and he regarded her as a child. She was surprised and confused. The little zombie somehow did not recognize her. The girl followed, asking Huang He why he was killing mechanical golems. She curiously asked why he had mana if he was just a little zombie, to which Huang He responded with a poker face and said that she didn't need to know. And then he yelled for the girl to be careful, pointing his finger at the golem behind her. He lay there thinking that he would finally die, and the girl screamed a little further, worried for him. She immediately ran up, fearfully asking if he was all right. But he stood up displeased and said that it was all right and that she should stand behind him so that he would protect her. The girl put her hand to her mouth, surprised that the little zombie wanted to sacrifice himself for her. Huang He continued to beat because he was completely determined to die. An hour later, he could finally rejoice. Huang He had completely destroyed all the mechanical golems. He decided to rest a little because he was very tired during the battle. Due to the fact that he defended her so bravely, the girl used a magical blood spell. She was pleased with herself because the spell increased his life, and he wouldn't die while the zombie stood there, confused. The girl with a cute smile said that she forgot to tell something, and then she introduced herself as Edith, and still revealed a secret. She is the Demon King. The Demon King admitted that it was an interesting feeling, because it was the first time someone had protected her. She thought that it wasn't enough to increase his hit points after all. The girl thought of something to thank her. She handed the purple sphere into the hands of the zombie, who was looking at her questioningly. She told Huang He to activate the sphere when he was in danger, and it could save his life. The girl waved her hand in farewell, saying that she still had business in the human kingdom, and they would definitely meet later. He threw away the drawing of the Demon King, thinking only of what a fool had drawn this abomination. He chased after the girl and shouted that he didn't need the item to save his life. He was asking her to just kill him. But the zombie stopped quickly. It hit something that slowed it down and distanced it from the Demon King. It was Alice who grabbed Huang He by the ear, saying that she ordered to look for the Demon King, and he was chilling here. The necromancer listened in surprise that he had just met the Demon King, and that she had gone to the human world. And while she thought they didn't have permission to leave the dungeon, the boy had a plan and raised his hand. Bats appeared in the sky above them. There were a lot of them. Huang He covered his ears with his hands because it was very noisy, and the girl raised her head and rolled her eyes. A huge number of mice in the sky meant a vampire signal. Zombies screamed in pain as Alice took him by the ear and dragged him to the dungeon because they had to go back. He could not understand why they should go back and why they were looking for the king at all, which is why he asked. Alice explained that the vampire signal only sounds in emergency situations. The Bone Knight lay on the floor, bleeding, and Lilith, with a bloody face and horror on her face, looked at the sword in front of her. Edward was standing in front of her, talking about how they were all so weak. Nima was looking for them at this time, saying that in all the time they had not met the level 3 boss and her zombies. One of the boys, putting his hand on the Crusader's shoulder, assured that he would soon figure it all out. Sitting on the floor, Lilith was shaking, but said that they had rejoiced too early because she had already triggered the vampire signal. She shouted that now the entire Dungeon of Despair was going to fight against this bunch. Edward told her that he was waiting because he would be able to deal with all the monsters at once. The head of the dungeon caught the sword, appearing in front of the knight and looking him straight in the eyes. Dorothy hugged Lilith, asking her how she was. The 6th floor boss replied that she was fine, and all the other bosses were killed by this group. The head asked Edward why he came to their level C dungeon if he was already level 83. Rejecting the head of the city, the Crusader said that he had come to eradicate evil. The head was on one knee, and Dorothy was running to him, calling her boss. The knight, watching this, thought that he was too trusting, After all, this was a dungeon and their head wasn't even close to someone on the level of a demon king. They both looked at the knight and the girl said that Edward's level was equivalent to that of a king. Raising his sword with both hands above him, Edward said that they would all die. The chief yelled for everyone to run because they would not be able to handle the knight's power. But then Alice appeared and told him to fight with her and not with others. At the same time, Huang He rehearsed for the necromancer to let go of his ear because it hurt. The two adventurers shouted to the knight that it was the same zombie and screamed for him to kill it as soon as possible. Closing his eyes, Edward thought that the zombie looked nothing like he had imagined. The necromancer ordered the boy to get ready because they were about to attack. Under Huang He's unintelligible cries, Alice lifted him above her, clearly intending to throw him closer to the knight. And the very next second, the zombie flew in the direction of Edward and screamed in surprise. Edward breathed out saying that was very funny, a level 5 zombie. Turning to the zombies, Edward thought that the difference in strength was obvious. A plush zombie was lying on the ground, cut in half, and the toy's filling was visible on the surface. The adventurers begin to make excuses that this zombie was very strong when Edward asks if that's what they lost to. Putting his hand to his face, the knight thought that the future of the empire depended on these boys. Edward watched as the succubus and the necromancer fought each other over the death of that zombie. He thought that he wouldn't have to expect much from the young monsters either. The head shouted, stopping the girls and saying that now was not the time to argue and that they should run away with the others. They said that they will not abandon anyone here and that this is their home. But the head was adamant. He said that they would not be able to defeat the knight even if the whole dungeon gathered. The next second, the head used his body modification to hold Edward back and buy time. Alice shouted that they must run even faster, until Dorothy could not believe that the head was sacrificing himself. The fact that the monster was going to sacrifice itself amused the knight quite a bit. The monster watched in bewilderment as the knight was filled with all his power, one blessing after another. The girls also looked in surprise and fear at how Edward was changing. The adventurers were also frightened. They saw that he had used the blessing of the 7, which could be obtained for killing a monster of the level of the city head. The head of the dungeon bowed his head, knowing full well that he was no match for a knight like this one. The crusader said with a smile that it had finally dawned on him that he was not a rival. Raising his sword, Edward told the head to offer a prayer to become a son of God in the next life. But he was stopped by a zombie. He had visibly healed, telling Edward to wait because he hadn't killed him yet. The girl with pink hair screamed because the zombie was cut in two and he was still alive. Ainima shouted for the knight to kill the zombies and said he would add another 100 gold coins, but Edward only asked him to shut his mouth. He reasoned that this zombie was able to survive his attack and was healing, so it really wasn't as simple as it seemed. Raising his hand, Huang He said that there was no need for further words. The knight was displeased because a level 5 zombie dared to teach him. Narrowing his eyes, the knight said that he definitely shouldn't underestimate the zombies as he prepared for another attack. The head understood with fear, and with his mouth open in surprise, this attack will be much stronger than the last one. Raising his hands with his sword above him, Edward was about to use the justice of the Big 7. The knight used his sword and force again, killing the bear as it screamed in pain. Dorothy and Alice screamed in disbelief that the zombie would die again. Huang He was lying on the ground, coughing up his own blood, which was crimson all over his face. He watched as his health dwindled as this attack had a burning effect. He thought about finally coming home to the CEO and his future billions. The sphere that rolled out of his hand shattered, the one the Demon King gave him. Edward, who was now looking at what was happening, turned at this sound. A portal began to appear near the zombie, expanding all the time. The black club started picking up the zombies, climbing out of that purple orb. The knight looked at all of this, realizing one thing. These were Demon King-level spells. The Demon King was surprised. The zombie was in danger so quickly. Edward prepared to fight because the crystal contained an attack that equaled the entire strength of the knight. The next moment, the recently dying zombie screamed, enveloped in purple power and having horns growing on its head. Huang. He attacked Edward using the ability that he got through the crystal. Returning to the adventurers, Edward yelled that they should run, and the pink-haired girl froze in terror. Alice was incredibly happy. 132 was really strong. The head of the city watched, thinking that even he did not have such an ability and assumed that it was the Demon King pretending to be an ordinary zombie. Leaning on his sword and kneeling, the knight thought that the zombie was indeed as strong as the adventurers described it. He thought that his blessed armor had saved his life, because without them, he would have been dead. The pink-haired girl asked if he was all right, but the knight raised his hand and ordered her not to come close. Leaning on his sword and struggling to get up, Edward ordered them to run away because he didn't have the strength to fight and underestimated the zombies. Grabbing the girl by the hand, the adventurer told her to run away from here as soon as they had ordered. Alice asked with a smile if they were not so cool now and said that it was too late to run away. The next moment, the adventurers were looking at the wave of dead souls that the necromancer had summoned. Alice was pleased with herself, saying that they were only now realizing her coolness. The whole wave of zombies was killed by the force that Edward used, because he was turning to God and asking him to give him strength. Ainima asked why they were standing and shouted that they should run away as soon as possible. They sat on the ground trying to catch their breath and were happy that they had managed to escape. The girl said that they had run away, but what would happen to Mr. Edward? Ainima waved his hand, pretending that he wasn't afraid at all, and said that Edward was not worth attention because he was just a mercenary who couldn't handle a simple zombie. Crossing his arms over his chest, he continued, saying that he needed to go back and find someone stronger. Closing his eyes, Edward stood with blood on his face and thought that the adventurers must have already fled. Dorothy said with a smile that the knight was a fool, because instead of saving himself, he saved those idiots. But Edward only smiled, asking what such a wretch as she could understand. He seriously said that the meaning of a knight's life is to protect the weak, which he did. Igniting his sword with the fire of power, Edward concentrated, realizing that he had underestimated his opponent. He promised the zombie that he would kill him at the cost of his own life if necessary, because otherwise he is not Edward Fenn Clarkson. The knight began to pray to God to gain strength for the battle. The chief explained that this is the last attack. They burn the knight after he points his sword at the opponent, and even the Demon King cannot escape from it. He swung his sword blade, exerting a lot of physical strength. But Huang He was lying on the ground drooling. He was sleeping peacefully. The knight looked bad, and turning around, grinned viciously. He thought the zombie had used it to evade the attack. He fell face down on the ground, saying with his last breath that he is not a Demon King for nothing. Dorothy could not believe that the knight would die like that, because the attack did not reach the opponent, and it should not have been credited to the knight. But the head of the city voiced a completely different question that was spinning in his head. What should they do with an adventurer of rank 83? Alice raised a piece of rope above her, thinking of a way out. She quickly and skillfully tied Edward with a rope. And then Alice asked if there would be a prize for catching the knight. And the chairman said yes, and Dorothy said she sometimes envied the fool. The mayor admitted that he had already figured out how they would deal with the crusader. At the same time, Huang He was suffering from the effects of the crystal. He was shaking on the ground, thinking about what a bad life he had. The necromancer was surprised when the chairman said that he was giving the knight to her so that she could learn important information from him. She looked wide-eyed at her boss, asking how she could find out anything from the knight with her level 35. However, having agreed to this, Alice said that she still had to tell the head about something. According to 132, the Demon King had almost reached the Empire. The head was shocked, even questioning whether he had heard everything correctly. He ordered all the monsters in the dungeon to find the Demon King and bring him home within a week. Putting his hand over his eyes, he thought that it didn't matter now if he was the head of the dungeon or not, because the priority was just to find the king. Dorothy immediately said that the chairman was very pessimistic, but he replied that she was too carefree. Now he was sitting and talking about how he was the head for several centuries and expanded the lands, but the adventurers killed many monsters. The succubus said with a sly smile that it used to really take that long to recover, but now it's different. She picked up the still sleeping Huang He and said that she wouldn't have to worry about getting hurt if this zombie was with them. Touching her shoulder where the wound was, she revealed that he had healed her when she was injured in a battle with adventurers. The head could not believe his ears, because he had not seen such abilities for 1,000 years. He ordered to wake up the zombies as soon as possible so that he could heal them all. Dorothy called out to him, telling him to wake up, and Huang He sleepily asked if he was already dead. The girl told him that he had assumed such a terrible shape that everyone was frightened and ran away, and that he was alive. Sitting on the ground, the boy screamed in frustration, asking why he could not die. He began to question why the Demon King had given him that ability, since now he could also turn into a king after using the crystal. But the zombie fell silent when the dungeon master asked him if he could really heal monsters. The chairman even smiled when he got the answer, saying that it was wonderful. They looked at all the monsters lying on the ground with injuries of varying severity. Huang He smiled smugly as he felt chosen because it seemed that he was indeed the only one with the ability to heal. Zombie volunteered to help heal all monsters and zombies, but had one condition: to give him a rank 83 knight. He thought he could take his armor, or when he woke up, ask him to kill himself again. When the contract was concluded, the chairman asked to inspect all the monsters. Huang He examined everyone intently, saying that the injuries were far from light. All of them were either stabbed or burned and could die soon. Zombie asked Dorothy for a pen and a piece of paper, which she immediately gave him. He handed over the letter, explaining that he had written a prescription for medicine to treat stab wounds and burns. If it was prepared strictly according to the recipe, then everyone will live. He also told the succubus that he had written the visual appearance of the plants on top of the leaf to make it easier to find them if they didn't know what they looked like. After dealing with the medicine for the monsters, Huang He cheerfully decided to return to the issue of equipment. Now he was standing in Edward's armor, saying that he had now finished equipping himself. He looked questioningly at his indicators, which remained at the same level. He could not understand why. Crossing her arms over her chest, Alice smugly called him an idiot, saying he didn't even understand how it worked. She said that if his level is too low, it doesn't matter what armor he wears, because it won't affect the stats in any way. Desperate, Huang He decided to wait for Edward to wake up and ask him to kill the zombies. He was now looking at a girl who a moment ago had been a boy. Was Edward really a girl? The demon killed another civilian, splattering blood. The attack of the demons was watched from everywhere by a girl who stifled her sobs so as not to betray herself. But the very next moment she fell to the floor with tears. She was found. One of the red-eyed demons waved, telling her to join her brothers. Covering herself with her hands, the girl began to sob. She woke up from a nightmare from the past, chained up. Zombie stood opposite, saying that he thought she wouldn't wake up because it had been 3 days since the battle in the dungeon. She couldn't believe that it was the same zombie, so she asked what exactly he was doing here. The girl began to scream, demanding an explanation as to why she was in such a state and chained to the wall. After patting the girl on the leg, Huang He said that he had thrown away her armor and they must have been picked up by the head of the Tauren dungeon. Tears welled up in her eyes, and the night girl herself said that he would rather kill her than embarrass her like that. Huang He told her to keep her mouth shut and listen to him if she wanted to survive. The zombie said that he just wanted to help the girl and that was all, but that didn't really calm her down. He said that he would heal her and then create a panic so that she would run away, but the knight did not believe her because monsters cannot heal. Huang He showed the ointment in the bottle that he had prepared in advance. He began to dab the wound, while the girl looked at him in confusion and told him not to touch her. She opened her mouth in surprise when the whole body where the ointment was became cold and the pain receded. The girl could not believe it, but she thought that it was definitely not an ordinary zombie, because it had strength and healing abilities. The zombie jumped to the floor, saying that he healed her to ask the girl for a favor. She immediately began to think that, of course, he needed something, and he was up to something. He began to cry in despair, asking her to finally kill him. Huang He explained that he had had enough of life in the dungeon and didn't want to be a zombie anymore. And while the boy tried to justify himself by lying that he was born a zombie, the girl wondered if he really repented because of his origin. And then the knight was completely puzzled because he asked why she was pretending to be a boy. Because she was incredibly beautiful. She lowered her eyes, saying that it was none of his business. However, he said that it was his business, and they would continue the conversation as soon as he healed her again. But he immediately turned towards the sound. He was called by the code name Alice. The necromancer looked for her zombie, asking if he was here. Blushing, Huang. He asked what she was doing in the cell, and whether Tauren had called her to help with something there. But Alice said that it was because of the effectiveness of his medicine that the head wanted to see him. The necromancer thoughtfully asked why the zombies were always with the knight, but he wriggled out, saying that he was conducting the interrogation in a very thievish way. Alice looked at them in disbelief, saying that they were both suspicious. She tugged at the zombie's shirt, asking if they were going to run the scam behind her back, but he started wailing that they weren't. Closing his eyes, Huang He only thought that it was impossible for Alice to see the ointment in his hand. Crossing her arms over her chest, Alice disgruntledly admitted that he really didn't have anything. The girl blushed because Alice was just asking the zombie why the captive's breasts had increased. Huang He persistently led the necromancer out of the cell, telling her not to keep Torin waiting, and he would come soon. When she did leave, the zombie breathed a sigh of relief, deciding that he had managed. He began to remove the ointment again, and the girl screamed, asking him if he was going to touch her again. The knight rolled her eyes when the zombie said she had a nice pendant. She told him not to touch it. As soon as he took the pendant in his hand, he was immediately engulfed in flames. At the girl's scream, Huang He was lying on the floor burnt, but with a pendant in his hand. Alice heard the scream of the girl from the cell, turning in surprise at the sound. The girl screamed, asking how he was, while Huang He lay on the floor in front of her. She understood that ordinary uncleanness, which would have touched the Lord's cross, would have crumbled to ashes. However, he cannot die right here. The knight watched in surprise as the zombie sat down on the floor, where it had recently been lying motionless. She said that he must return the pendant quickly, because if he wears it again, he will die. And she thought to herself that he was her only hope for salvation. The boy held the pendant in his hand, sincerely rejoicing and saying that it was a very useful thing. He said that the healing effect would dissipate if he wore the pendant, and he might die, and the girl did not believe that he was really unharmed. Huang He was also happy because the cross raised the mana by 1,000 units, and now it was possible to use more complex spells. As a thank you for the pendant, he began to remove her handcuffs. The boy said that he removed the shackles so that she could self-apply the medicine to her wounds. He said she now needed to stay out of sight of the other demons. The blushing girl asked why he put the salve exactly where the zombie was touching her chest with his hand. As he entered the office, Huang He heard that this time the dungeon's losses were really significant. But Torin noticed him, saying that finally he waited for his arrival. Taking the zombie by the hand, Alice began to wail why he was making his head wait so long and at all. He thanked Huang He for his contribution to restoring the power of the dungeon, but he had some questions for the boy. He asked how the zombie managed to cure the monsters, and he tried to make up anything to avoid telling the truth. Dorothy explained that the ability to heal had been sealed away for 1,000 years, and he was the first to do so. He was surprised, asking if demons couldn't heal themselves with medicine. Torin said that medicine from the human realm did not work on demons. And Elisa added that that is why she is surprised, because his medicine is working. Huang He thought that it was not only the ability to heal that was sealed, and the Chinese medicine from the other world should also be powerless. The head said that with this boy's abilities, they would be able to challenge other beings. The succubus was happy and satisfied. She was the only one who could talk about the revival of the glory of the demon clan. Thinking that he should somehow get rid of them, the boy said that it is impossible to decide something about the war with the human kingdom in a hurry. The boy bowed, saying that the head was wise when he said that their dungeon really couldn't stand against the human lands. But he was determined and said that they could ask the demon king to become the head of the army. He and Dorothy were satisfied because they came up with a plan according to which the demon king helps them, and the Dungeon S takes all the glory in the victory. He also said that he had already selected candidates for the search for the king. Alice and Dorothy couldn't believe their ears, looking at the head that was sending in search of these two. Both wailed, asking why they had to work together. And Torin held out his hands, asking her to stop yelling like that. He calmly explained that they were both humanoid and would be more difficult to recognize. The girls started shouting at each other, cursing. But the zombie thought that this was his chance because he came up with a certain plan. He smugly thought that it would be much easier for him to die if he ended up in the human world with Alice. Raising his hand, he also volunteered to go, which caused questioning looks from the two girls. The Torin said that it was impossible because he would immediately be recognized as a demon, and then it would be impossible to find the king. He turned into a human, albeit with some stitches on his face and body, as his ability activated and the mist around his figure cleared a bit. Huang. He thought that now, with this amount of mana, it was much easier to use this ability and transform into his human face. Both girls start showering him with compliments. It's not for nothing that he's Alice's zombie, and that he's definitely not a zombie, because they can't change their appearance. The boy clenched his teeth when he heard that the head of the dungeon was not letting him into the human world because he wanted to give him a more difficult task. The girls cheered as Huang He listened that he would temporarily become the level 6 boss, while Lilith was unconscious and the boss of the Dungeon of Despair was badly injured. But everyone was shocked when he simply accepted and refused, saying that he did not want to occupy this post. He thought that he would lose the opportunity to die if he agreed to become a level 6 boss. Alice said he could give her his wages, and Dorothy asked if he would think it over again, as it was a very important step. But the boy just laughed at them. Embracing and pressing the blushing girls to him, he asked with a smile how he could sit alone in the dungeon when they were going to meet the dangers. He said with a smile that the head should not worry about the health of the level 6 boss because he is the immortal Dr. Huang He. Torrin said he could try if he felt like it. Returning to his assistants, he asked them to bring Lilith into his office. The level 6 boss was lying in a black coffin, which was carried by several monsters. Huang He thought that he would use her for the experiment he thought of. He raised a hand that glowed with green light, summoning the power of healing. Lilith was enveloped in a bright green fog. The zombie began to heal her. But he ran into a problem. The system sent a notification that he couldn't heal demons. When the city boss asked if everything was fine, the boy with a light blush said that there would be no problem. He said that Lilith had lost a lot of blood, so it was necessary to replenish her blood supply in the body. Alice and Dorothy looked at each other, thinking about what the zombie had said. But the chairman said that he didn't know anything, so Huang He listened in surprise. The head calmly said that giving blood to demons was tantamount to death, precisely because of the healing seal. The boy just smiled, saying that he had an idea. He said with a smile that it is possible to create blood if there is no way to take it from someone. He knelt down, placing his hand on the floor, and began using his summoning charms. Alice's mouth dropped open in surprise at this, for he was using magic of the highest order. A bat pig appeared in the room, summoned by the boy. Torrin thought that this zombie was completely unusual because it was level 5 and used level 40 magic. The pig screamed as the boy stuck a needle in her shoulder. After that, the bat lay on the floor while Huang He contentedly carried a huge syringe of blood. The chief thought that this guy was not a zombie but just a devil in the flesh. Holding a bottle of blood, he said that we should wait a little and then inject this blood into Lilith. Then he handed over a piece of paper with a prescription, saying that after that the medicine would have to be made according to this prescription, and the boss's anemia would be cured. Torrin said he had to remember. He had to be okay whether you knew the king or not. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, the boss told him to remember that he is the hope of their world. He pretended to be moved, shedding a tear, but inside he was satisfied. They prepared their equipment and were already on their way. Huang He went first, followed by Dorothy, and Alice closed the trio. But soon he fell into a small yak, returning to his zombie form. Dorothy immediately hugged the zombie, asking what was wrong with him and why he fell. He closed his eyes and said that he just used a large amount of mana. Alice was confused, saying that now they wouldn't be able to get into the human world because his body modification was gone. Lying in the succubus's arms, he said he just needed a little rest and everything would be back. He buried his face in Dorothy's chest, saying that this was the way he needed to rest. They were roasting a bird on the fire, deciding to rest in the forest. The adventurers tasted the poultry, and one of them said that the meat should be fried a little. One of them said as he ate that they needed to get the succubus to the market as soon as possible, and they didn't catch a single one. They were talking about how they can't go to the dungeon until that zombie kicks their asses. One of the brothers said with a smug smile that they just had to catch pretty girls and sell them to the master of the black market. They were sure that there would be no guards in this forest, but they heard that someone was nearby and fell silent. They looked in the direction of the two girls, noticing them as their victims. The adventurers realized that they could not let the girls in. Alice said that someone was following them, but Dorothy asked if she had made it up. Huang He said he had a stomachache and needed to go into the bushes. The succubus said that the undead don't go to the toilet at all, and Alice shouted, blushing, that girls don't go to the toilet at all. They both widened their eyes in surprise as they were ordered to stand. The next second, 3 men rushed to them. They began to talk about how the girls had to be paid to go through this forest. The men began to wonder why these 2 girls were so familiar to them. And while the girls just stood there, the adventurers whispered, because they recognized them as bosses from the Dungeon of Despair. One of them pointed a trap arrow at them to catch them. But the succubus thought with a smug smile that such a trick would not work on her twice. She immediately used her magic arrow ability. The succubus's ability shattered the arrow, and the tip went straight into Alice's forehead, who screamed in pain. The vines were activated to start entangling the girls, and the succubus blushed as she fell into the same trap again. She started shouting that because of such an idiot like Alice, she was trapped. The adventurers began to laugh, calling them weaklings, and not believing that the girls were really the bosses of the dungeon. Dorothy raised her head, watching the huge fireball that flew at them. The boy held the ears of the rabbit he had burned earlier, thinking that this was the only ability he could use at the moment. While he was thinking that there were no demons around to die, several monsters were watching him from the bushes. Huang He was not very happy, but he understood that he had to endure the human realm in order to finally return. But he turned around in surprise, watching the huge ball of fire. The boy was very happy because he came up with an idea. The girls lay face down on the ground, burned by the fireball. Dorothy lay thinking that she had lost again to these adventurers. One of the brothers said that before selling the succubus, they should enjoy her properly. The brothers lifted the girl to her feet by both hands while Dorothy begged them not to do anything. Thinking about how to delay the arrival of the zombie, the girls said whether it is possible to let Alice go ahead because she is also beautiful. When they said that she was better than Alice, the girl cried out that even now she was of no use. A huge fireball flew at one of the brothers at full speed. Holding their heads, they shouted, asking who dared to attack him. Huang He, with the fire still burning in his palm, said with a smile that it was him. Dorothy pressed his face to her breast, wailing that they had taken her and he must avenge her. Still, the boy understood that he liked this feeling. One of the adventurers activated his assessment magic and saw that he was only a level 5 zombie and would be easily defeated. The boy pushed the succubus away as he watched as one of the adventurers activated a divine shield. He hit Huang He in the back, and Huang He cried out from the pain of the attack. But the very next moment, the adventurer's mouth was bleeding and he thought it was déjà vu. Scratching the back of his head, he said that if you use your power, you can get a return. One of them poked, shouting that he was the same zombie. A little angry, but he was smiling, saying that it was really him. They began to run away, leaving one of the brothers behind. The boy quickly caught up with them, saying that in human form his speed is no less than theirs. Both fell to the ground, bowing down and begging him to have mercy on them. After a few seconds, Huang He watched the quarrel between the two adventurers, realizing that the wife of one was cheating on the other. Putting his hand to his forehead, he asked those two not to make so much noise. The beaten adventurers turned their heads in surprise at the zombie, who had previously said that he had no intention of killing them. And then he added that it was the other way around, and he wanted them to kill him. The hunters looked at each other, not understanding what was happening, and, saying that they did not pull him by the tongue, they drew their bow and sword to attack. They put the fire and power of the northern lights into their attacks. All the attacks reached Huang He's body, whose mouth was bleeding, and he stretched out his hand, bulging his eyes. He smiled as he fell, because the feeling of pain was almost blissful for him. Dorothy, watching everything, screamed, not believing that he could be injured. While Alice was unconscious, the succubus wondered if he was still obsessed with his own death. The elder bent over the ground, saying that he was stabbed in the chest and then began to cough up blood. The one who was in order thought dreamily that all the laurels for the succubus would go to him. Huang He couldn't wait to die, so he asked to kill him, but the adventurer told him not to be in such a hurry. Putting a collar with handcuffs on Dorothy, the adventurer said that he would first enslave her and then kill the zombies. He would get 20 times more for a succubus than a regular slave. The boy, not paying attention to the blood on his lips, looked angrily at the adventurer. The adventurer said that they already thought they were screwed, but now that the zombie wasn't resisting, everything would go as it should. But he, smiling with satisfaction, said that immediately after everything he would definitely kill him. However, before that he said that he must feel the goods returning to Dorothy. The succubus screamed, summoning the zombie because she was terrified. Huang He covered the girl with his arms. The man shouted, not understanding why he should protect the girl, because he was just looking for death. Laughing, the boy said that the hunter was very naive because demons are not to be trusted. Looking at him, Dorothy thought he would have been even more handsome if he hadn't been shaking so much. Closing his eyes, he thought about the fact that he could find another way to die. But the succubus would not be hurt. The adventurer began to use his magic, creating a huge fireball. Huang He began to use thunder and lightning. He pointed his hand at the remaining adventurer and struck him with a blinding bolt of lightning. And then he watched the three of them run away, saying that they would never forget him and take revenge. He thought that they should not run away. The very next moment, the boy ran after them, trying to catch up with everyone as quickly as possible. But in the next moment, Huang He collapsed, turning into a zombie again. Lying on the ground, he realized that he had run out of mana again and had no strength left. He was screaming for one of the girls to help him because he couldn't even stand up. The adventurers finally stopped, thinking they had broken away. They did not think that the monsters would leave the dungeon. The elder said that they should go closer to the border. On their way to their goal, they decided that they would just catch the two girls and sell them as they had planned. Raising the zombie to the skin, Alice shouted at him whether he could not cover her with himself from the fireball. The zombie was just pulling out the salve to give to the girl, but she lowered her hand, touching him lower than necessary. Huang He asked her not to touch him there, but closed his eyes in pleasure. Alice looked contentedly in the mirror after applying the ointment, and Huang He told her that she did not appreciate him at all. Dorothy cut her off angrily, telling them to take her shackles off and they could talk about everything else later. The necromancer began to laugh at the girl because she needed her help. She started acting smug, telling the succubus to ask her for help. After Dorothy called her, Alice again took 132 by the hand and pulled her along. The succubus, looking away and frowning, loudly asked for help. As soon as Alice snapped her fingers, telling Huang He to save the girl, he was already running to Dorothy. The zombie used his strength to break the chains. Blushing, the succubus thanked the boy for saving him. She blushed even more, telling Huang He that he was very brave and she was touched by the way he protected her. Picking up the zombie, the succubus bent down to kiss him. She stuck out her tongue when the kiss ended, saying that was his reward. And then, forcing Alice to cover herself with her hand from the glow, the succubus activated her fighting ability, switching to a necromancer. Taking her hair and holding her chin, the succubus asked her if she was so brave now. The zombie looked at his message in confusion. He had unlocked the secret title Happy Fornicator because he had received constant thanks from the beauty. He lamented again that he had gained some obscure skill that would only last an hour. Dorothy cheerfully called the zombies to go faster because they had to go to the kingdom of humans. At this time, Alice was beaten and in pain, almost unable to hold back tears of pain after the battle with Dorothy. The next day, they were sitting on the road in the border town and were happy that they had made it. He remembered the skill he got, so he activated the mod he got. He was scared when the succubus hugged him, and Dorothy said he was very handsome in human form. He looked surprised that the modification had been activated. The boy told the girls in the town to call him Huang He, not Zombie, because then their conspiracy would go under the cat's tail. The girls were a little scared because the border check was quite strict, but the zombie said that they had a good disguise. Huang! He said that they were itinerant traders, thinking that they should lie as convincingly as possible to avoid being suspected. But the knight said their cloaks were strange, so he lifted Alice's hood to look at her face. Huang He grabbed the knight by the wrist, saying that both girls were his wives and that he should not touch them. He got angry, asking if the boy did not want to disturb them. The boy showed his hands where the fire was burning on his palms, saying with a smile that, in addition to trade, he was also engaged in martial magic. When they were let through, Dorothy once again praised Huang He because it was because of him that they were let through and not picked on. Looking back at the test, Alice thought that this test was much tougher than usual, which bothered her. All three of them looked at the flyers about the search for the Demon King, for whose head they gave 3,000 gold coins. Alice looked thoughtfully at the card, now realizing what the king really looked like. Dorothy was confused because the king's identity had been revealed, but the good news was that she hadn't been caught yet. She understood that it was necessary to find the king as soon as possible, which she said aloud. The succubus asked if they could even hear her as Huang He looked at the potion from another world for him, and Alice asked how much it cost to eat here. Dorothy dragged the boy and the necromancer behind her, and the people watching her marveled at her strength. Now they were both sitting in the yard where Dorothy had thrown them. She began to shout at the two companions that now was not the time to think about anything but the search for the king. Alice smugly said to leave the search for the king to her because she would find him as soon as possible. She happily said that all you have to do is send a crowd of zombies around the city and they will find the king. When the girl put her hand to her forehead, regretting that she already thought that Alice would say something smart, the boy put his hand on her shoulder and assured her that not all demons are smart. Rubbing his chin, he said that in any city there are taverns and there you can hear a lot. Dorothy hugged the boy, saying how clever he was, and he said they had no choice. And in the next second, he blushed in surprise because the succubus kissed him on the cheek. He was out when the girl hugged him, saying that this was his reward, now for a smart plan. The residents turned to scream as Alice ordered Dorothy to attack, and Huang He couldn't control his body again. The succubus promised to fast, and the necromancer said that she was not afraid of her as long as Huang He was with her. The guy asked the girls to calm down. Zombie reminded the girls that if they couldn't find the king and continued to act like this, they would be exposed. Huang He thought that it would be a good way to die, but he couldn't let the girls be thrown into prison. Together with Dorothy, they discussed a tavern where adventurers take tasks, and they can go there. In the tavern, a girl with pink hair said that Knight Edward was defeated by a zombie, and even though he was level 5, his abilities were almost limitless. The guy quickly led the girls back to the exit, saying that they should come back later. There was nothing for them to do here, but they were called, paying attention to those who had just entered, and Alice turned at the sound of someone else's head. When they were asked what they needed, Alice immediately blurted out that they had come to eavesdrop, and Huang He mentally said goodbye to his life. The owner of the tavern told them to follow him, because they also sell information here. The boy thought that if they were declassified, he would have to detain the adventurers so that the girls could escape. Those hunters who were talking about Edward and the zombies were looking at the trio, and the girl announced to her friends that these people seemed familiar to her. Ainima called loudly to them, ordering them to stand. Huang. He widened his eyes in fright when he heard this. The adventurer said they were kind of suspicious and looked a lot like dungeon demons. When he returned, the boy said that it was impossible because demons cannot leave the dungeon. One of the adventurers caught the boy's attention by saying that he wasn't so sure about that statement. With a frown, he explained that a high-ranking demon had recently entered the border town, and there were leaflets posted all over the town. Ainima told the girls to take off their hoods because they looked like dungeon bosses, but said it would be bad. Placing her hand on his shoulder, much to his surprise, the girl said that it was nothing to worry about and that they could watch. They removed their hoods, revealing battered faces that everyone in the tavern called ugly. Huang He breathed a sigh of relief as he had already prepared for battle. He began to play his part, asking the adventurer if the bosses had afros and bruises under their eyes. The girl drew Ainima's attention, saying that zombies are always around those bosses, and all 3 of them don't look much like those. He smiled as he remembered his monster form. Huang He assured that there were no monsters near them. When the group of adventurers left, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. This hunter's breath was easier. Returning to the owner of the tavern, the boy with a smile told them to return to the information that the owner possessed. Huang He asked to tell about the demon that appeared in the city. The owner of the tavern said that if they want to hear about the demon, they should tell about what happened 3 days ago. 3 days ago, a hooded girl appeared in the tavern, who immediately asked the owner where the best place in the city was. Thinking that she was an adventurer, he asked what she was about. The girl happily said that she wanted to eat deliciously. He pointed to a packed tavern, saying it was the best place, and the drunken crowd confirmed his words. She smiled and told him to bring her everything he had on the menu. Everyone was surprised by this phrase, turning to the girl, and the owner even recoiled, not believing his ears. The girl ate the noodles quickly and with gusto. Everyone watched with complete surprise. She eats. When the girl complimented the owner of the tavern, she happily said that she had never tasted anything like this before. The host said with a smile that if she liked everything, then she should pay for the food. She asked, puzzled and curious, what a food charge was. Enraged, the owner put away another uniform when he asked if the girl really wanted to eat for nothing. The men in the tavern began to whisper, telling each other that the owner was a former boxing champion, while others wondered if the girl really wasn't going to pay. But the blindfolded man asked the host to take his time, surprising him and clearly not pleasing him. Licking at the girl's appearance, he said that he would pay her bill if she became his slave. He moved closer, holding the collar in front of her and smiling. The stranger said that silence is a sign of agreement to a deal. A second later, he rolled his eyes as pain shot through his body as it crushed his arm. Everyone realized that she was a demon when the girl turned around. Her hood flew off and horns were visible. She glared at the man who made the stupid proposal, saying that he spoiled her mood. Returning to her host, she asked with a smile if there were any other interesting places in the city. He was all shaking and sweating while he told me that in the east of the city you can eat and have fun, and in the west you can meet interesting people. When the girl turned and went to the exit, everyone looked at her in horror. Some ran away from the tavern. Approaching the frightened stranger, she took his bag of money. And then the owner of the tavern caught the money she dropped, thus paying for the meal. After leaving the tavern, the girl waved her hand to everyone, saying that it was very tasty here, and she would definitely come back here. Standing outside, the Demon King thought about where she wanted to go now. At the same time, the owner of the tavern was thinking about the fact that he should tell the head of the city that a demon had appeared here. After the story, the boy was unhappy because the owner did not know where the demon had gone. And then I asked if I could buy a map of the city from the owner, to which he smiled and answered in the affirmative. Huang He thanked the host for the explanation and the map as he said goodbye. Dorothy said that the king should be looked for in the east, but the boy told her not to be in such a hurry. He reasoned like this: if they were to search like this, they would never find her, and came to the conclusion that they should separate. And while Alice was bored, the other two discussed that they should go to all the fun places in the east of the city, and maybe they would find the king there. All three left the tavern, determined to find the king. Looking back at Alice, he stressed that they should not act alone if they found the king, and under no circumstances reveal their identity. The guy smiled contentedly, going to the right. He was finally catching up with the girls. He jumped happily, saying aloud that now no one would prevent him from dying, until a stranger looked back at him, thinking that he was sick. Looking at the map, he said that, if he understood correctly, he should go exactly this way, and he would end up in the eastern part of the city. He raised his eyes, looking at the Cathedral of St. Vela, which stood majestically in front of him. After opening the door of the cathedral, Huang He asked if there was anyone inside. A beautiful nun appeared before him, who called him a lost soul and asked if he needed help. Huang He blushed at the sight of Saint Siphizoa, but she was as beautiful as Zhen Yuqian. He shook his head, thinking that now was not the time to dwell on that. He remembered that holy charms could kill the undead, and if she started using them on him, then he would be finished. He said that he would speak directly, which made the saint smile. He gleefully announced that he was a monster from the dungeon of despair and didn't want to live, so he asked if she could use purification on him. The girl started to wipe away her tears, still laughing, and said that he was very funny. She said that although she had not left the church, she knew that demons could not leave the dungeon. He looked at the girl in confusion, not believing his ears. Feeling a little angry, Huang He said that in that case, he had no choice. He reversed his transformation, now standing in front of the girl in the zombie register. The boy looked at the girl, even opening his mouth in surprise because she was still smiling sweetly at him. He began to wave his hands, asking if she was at all surprised, to which the nun only apologized with a smile. Lowering her eyes, the girl said that she had been blind since birth and could not see his face now. Clasping her hands to herself, the girl explained that although she is blind, she can see the souls of those in front of her. She said he didn't smell angry. Huang He tried to say that he was an evil demon, but the girl said that he was joking again. The guy was determined to show her his essence, saying that she asked herself. After a few seconds, he was contentedly holding her panties in his hand, while the girl sat on the floor, completely red. Pulling his panties over his head, he said he was mean and advised her to reconsider her findings. She asked what had happened to make him take such a step, but said that she hoped that her panties would help him find the right path. Huang He shouted in surprise and anger, asking if she was really that kind. He told her to use purification on him instead, while the girl sat in a prayer position and said that she could not harm the people of the empire because she was chosen by the Lord. He convinced her that he was really an evil demon, but he did not know how to prove it to her. Bowing her head, she said that she believed only what she felt. She was surprised when the boy said that she seemed to have to see his form with her own eyes to believe it. Huang He used the modification again, turning into a human. Taking off her panties from her head and putting them in his pocket, he gave the girl his hand, telling her to give her hand. While he checked her touch on the wrist, she asked what he was doing. He said with a smile that he was examining her. The boy said that he would cure her eyes and then she would be able to see him, and the girl said that he should not waste time, because even His Eminence could not do it. He said he didn't know if only God could really heal her, but the doctor definitely could. At the same time, he was smiling. Holding a needle in his hands, he said that she was blind because certain channels were blocked in her, and it was possible to cure her with the help of this needle. He smugly told her that now she can distinguish between objects, and for now she doesn't have to look at the light. To prevent this from happening, he put her panties over her eyes, and now the girl squinted and tried to see the boy. He smiled in satisfaction when the girl said she could see, and blurted out that now she knew how cool Dr. Huang He was. The girl threw herself at his feet, hugging them tightly and saying that he was not a doctor, but an incarnation of God. Huang He couldn't believe it. Everything was not going according to plan. The saint explained that only God could heal her eyes, smiling and explaining why she thought of him that way. The guy tried to pull her away from him, telling her to wait with her conclusions and listen to him. A man who came to see the saint appeared at the door of the church, and he widened his eyes, recognizing Huang He. He began to wail that some scoundrel was corrupting their saint, flying out of the church. All the people started shouting angrily after hearing the man's words. Another began to spread gossip that the saint had already been killed, wailing on the whole street. Saint, when people entered the church, began to cover the boy with her, saying that it was her fault and he was not here for anything. And while she addressed him as Mr. God, Huang He thought with a smile that these people could kill him, and that this was rare luck. The girl blushed when he touched her breast, surprised to hear that he had bent the saint to his will. He pointed to himself and said that there was no need to save her, only to kill him. He spread his arms to his sides, waiting for death, when the crowd decided to kill him, directing their pitchforks and swords. Almost immediately after that, the boy was punched in the face. Saint screamed for them to stop beating the boy. She began to pull the man who was still beating Huang He by the arm, using all the strength she had. She shouted that it was all a mistake, and that the boy was not guilty of anything. And after that, the girl started screaming for them to let the boy go and not touch him. Huang He was lying on the floor when the people stopped beating him and began to disperse in obedience to the saint. The boy was lying down, complaining that her assistants were at the expense of his health, when the girl sat down next to him. But she said only that he is too majestic because he is a god. Saint was moved, wiping away tears while she said that he, in order to save her reputation, suffered beatings from people. Closing her eyes and presenting him as a martyr on the cross, she said that only the Lord God is capable of such sacrifices. Huang. He thought about the fact that the saint's imagination was quite good. He said that his name is Huang He and that he is not God, and the girl only pushed, saying that of course he can't reveal his identity. When they decided everything with the name, the boy told the saint to use her purification on him as soon as possible, and she screamed as hard as she could. She asked how she could give a blessing, because it would be an insult to him, that is, to God. He begged her to do it, and the girl did give in. Placing the cross to her lips, she began to radiate light as she spoke the words of her blessing. Pointing the cross at Huang He, she illuminated him with light, and he spread his arms to his sides, receiving her power. He rejoiced because the holy light burned him all. The boy thought with a smile only that he could now return home. He cried out in displeasure because he received a change in his race and a special purification, but he did not die. The girl sat down next to him while the boy wailed that there was no need to rush because he had received the holy zombie race and only increased his hit points. The girl hugged him from the back, saying that she did not know what exactly had happened to him, but hoped that she could warm him. And while Sifazoya hugged him, he became angry at the lecher's ability, which activated itself. He got up, broke the embrace, and saying that he could not stay here, went to the exit. The guy said that he didn't know where he was going, but he was only thinking about whether there really wouldn't be anyone in the city who would be able to kill him. And the very next moment he rolled his eyes when the saint asked to take her with him. She began to tell that she had never been outside the cathedral and had never seen the world. He cured her eyes, and now she wanted to accompany him and see the world. Blushing, he said that he was flattered by her words, but she should be talking to him, not to the pillar. While Huang He was amused by this, the holiday turned red, feeling embarrassed. They were walking to the exit, and the boy asked who was the strongest in this city, and she continued to say that even the strongest was no match for him. But the boy stopped, surprised, when he heard a familiar voice. Dorothy and Alice ran to him and called his name. The succubus gleefully announced that they had gained information. He hissed at Alice, covering her mouth with his hand as she tried to roar to the whole town that they had news of the Demon King. He quietly told her that there was a stranger here, referring to the saint with a sweet smile standing behind him. He began to tell that it was a holiday from the church and he had no idea why she was attached to him. The succubus asked how they met, and Huang He explained that it was more like an evil fate. Alice, meanwhile, was screaming something to herself. Looking at his companions, he said that the girl completely trusted him and would not be an obstacle in his search for the king. Dorothy was skeptical, saying that you can't let her near her because she is the enemy of all demons. Putting her hand to her throat and making a gesture of death, she asked if it would not be better to just kill the saint so as not to disturb her. Huang He explained that it would be easier for them to hide their identities with her help because there would be no questions for them as long as she was with them. The necromancer began to shout at them so that they would not forget about their task. She said that they found out that the demoness was going to be auctioned tomorrow, which surprised the boy. Alice said that he had heard correctly and that they both believed that he would be their king. Thinking about the king he met, he thought that such a demoness could not be captured by humans. And the necromancer continued, saying with a confident look that they needed to go to the auction to find out everything. The girls also said that they would be selling new perfumes and handbags there, which made Huang He close his eyes and shake his head. He thought about the fact that the Tauren had sent such demons to search for him, and because of that, he wondered if he really wanted the king to be found. Turning to the saint, he said that she was also going to that auction with them. Sifizoya was visibly happy. While Huang He heard about beautiful girls and people asking who he was, he kept thinking that it was impossible to do everything quietly. However, with a sly smile, he thought that it would be possible to use the boys discussing him for his own purposes. He hugged the three girls, causing them to blush, as the saint called out to him with a question in her voice. He asked the people around what they were looking at and whether they had never seen beauties. One of them began to shout that he had not been punched in the face for a long time. The others picked up on this mood. The guy said with a smile that if he didn't like something, he could come and beat him up. People began to throw garbage at the boy because nothing else would take him. With rubbish on his head in surprise, the boy heard Dorothy announce that they were there. All four looked at the huge building where the auction would take place. Huang. He said that she wasn't talking as the holiday began to tell a puzzled Alice that it was an architectural monument of the people and about the history of the building as a whole. The boy put his hand to the door, asking why it was closed because the sun was still shining. Sifizoya began to say that the hall is open only when there are auctions. At other times it is impossible to get in there. Huang He was standing in a daze when he heard that the saint suggested that he come tomorrow because he still needed to wash. The girl said that there are rooms for rent nearby and they can take one room for two. While they were walking to the inn, the boy thought about what had been thrown at him that smelled like that. Huang He entered the first building, asking if there were any rooms available, and the girl immediately said no. Then there was another yard and the same question, but the man owner answered that there were no free rooms. He was angry, asking why there were no free seats anywhere, and the saint said that everyone had gathered for the auction because it is held once a month. They were approached by a woman who called him brother, but he only said that he didn't need shares or anything like that. But his face brightened when the old woman said that she had heard that he could not find a room in the hotel. She said with a smile that she had several at the hotel and asked if they would go. He ran up, grabbing the woman by the shoulders and asking what they were waiting for then, but she asked not to come close because he smelled of him. They followed the woman who led them to her hotel. The succubus said that she was worried because there was definitely something wrong with the woman, but Huang He turned it into a joke, saying that she wouldn't do anything to them. The old woman gave the boys keys and said that he would have to pay at the reception tomorrow. Huang He asked why she only gave one key since there were 4 here. She came back, saying that she had a lot of customers, because the auction was tomorrow. The girls looked at the zombie, who thought about what the old woman had said. It was the last available room. The saint put everyone in an uncomfortable position, because she blurted out that the most important thing for her is to be close to the Lord God. He exhaled, saying that it looks like they will all sleep together, and Alice screamed that Huang He was sleeping on the floor. They entered the pink room, where everything just screamed about an intimate setting. The boy thought that he had no idea that love hotels existed in this world. Dorothy, putting a nice nightgown over her clothes, asked the boy if it fit her, and the necromancer started screaming for him to stop. Saint held something in her hands, asking Huang He what it was. The boy jumped when he saw what it was. He took it from Sifizoy with a wide-open face, hiding obscenities from her. He awkwardly said that it was for adults and it was too early for her to know about it. She asked the boy what he should do to grow up, and he blushed even more, unable to find words. The necromancer quickly intervened, standing between them and maliciously telling the saint that she had enough of sticking around. Alice asked if it wasn't dangerous to drag the saint around everywhere, but the boy was sure that on the contrary it helped them. Looking at Huang He, she also said to her that the saints call him a god, and he is the main enemy of their king. He said that Sifizoya thinks that he is the incarnation of God on earth, and that this is only playing into their hands. Alice agreed with this statement. They both looked back at Dorothy, who had her hands cuffed at the wrists and was standing cross-legged on the bed with her back bare. He said that they all had the same problem, trying to open the lock, and the girl said that she just wanted to know what it was. He looked at the handcuffs, wondering that they were not simple. There was some kind of spell on them. Realizing this, he closed his eyes and ordered the girls not to touch anything, because the room was dangerous. Closing the bathroom curtain, he ordered not to run around the room and not to touch anything. Huang He happily sat in the water, washing off the stench of garbage and being happy that he was finally having a bath. He thought about what he couldn't even imagine what these three could create when they were together. At that time, the saint asked the two girls who they were to Mr. God. Both girls couldn't explain, trying to find the words. They asked the girl why she turns to them and looks in a completely different direction. The saint turned around, embarrassed at the sound of the voice. She apologized, blushing and saying that God had only recently healed her eyes, and she could not see clearly yet. Alice whispered that Huang He had healed someone again, and Dorothy said that it was the holidays after all. The succubus thought about the fact that she could not allow the zombie and the holidays to get closer. That's why Dorothy said she was his girlfriend, which made Alice scream that she couldn't believe it. The necromancer said that the succubus was only a mistress, and they began to argue about which one Huang He liked more. The saint said that she understood, and then revealed that they were both followers of the master. Both girls looked at her questioningly. She said that she understood his greatness and assured that there is nothing wrong with seeking God's love. Anger could be seen on their faces when the saint said that God belongs to the whole world, not to one person or a few followers. The saint pushed her, saying that they would serve God together. Alice was the first in the bathroom water, screaming, asking what the holiday was doing. He and Dorothy found themselves in the bath with Huang He blushing as he asked if they could finally get off him. The necromancer shoved her hand in the boy's face, saying he was a pervert. She said that she was fine, getting out of the bath, when he reasonably said that they were the ones who broke into his bathroom. The saint shouted, dissatisfied with the scene, and asked how Alice could treat God like that. And then she threw herself at Dorothy with a hug, saying that Alice was so rude and had no right to be a follower of God, and the succubus only told her not to hug her. But she continued her sermon, saying that a true follower sacrifices everything for the sake of the Lord. And then Huang He almost choked when he saw the naked saint who said that one should share everything, even if it is one's own body. While Alice covered her face, the boy said that there was nothing like that because it was just faith in God. He said that they can reveal their personalities and that the saint should play along. He tore the clothes off the two girls and, crossing his arms in front of him, called them to him. Dorothy and Alice cried out, covering themselves from the boy's gaze with their hands and looking embarrassed. The boy assured that it was necessary not to arouse suspicion in Sisyphoa. And while the necromancer screamed that he was creating, Dorothy said that he asked himself. And she, in turn, standing a little further away, said that this is the only way to be considered true followers. The adventurer received the reward, thanking the boss for the money with a big smile. All three assured that the goods were reliable, and they took her directly from the dungeon. The merchant turned his back and waved his hand at the trio, letting them leave his office. He was looking at the girl in the cell, thinking about what starting price to set for her tomorrow. The adventurers walked down the street and mocked the boss, who had been tricked by mistaking the girl for a demon. The head of the trio turned to them, telling them to be quiet. After all, if the old man hears, they'll be covered. With a smug smile, the chief said that their makeup technique was very good, so he didn't have to find out. And although the head told everyone to be quiet, the other two couldn't wait to spend money on vodka and girls. Meanwhile, Huang He was watching the battle in the bath that Alice and Dorothy were having to push each other away. Closing his eyes, he thought that these two would never calm down, but he immediately panicked, feeling the girl's breasts with his back when she hugged him. She asked if she could wash him while the boy blushed. She continued to rub his back, saying that serving God is the duty of the saints. And when the saint said that she noticed something strange, that one of the girls had something growing from her ass. Huang He clenched his teeth, afraid that she would know who they were, even though she had mistaken the wings for the tail. Alice began to drown Dorothy, saying that it was because of her that they were exposed. Huang He became more and more angry while the saint said that it was indeed something inhuman, even though she still couldn't see well. He heard that Sifazoya assumed that Dorothy was a demon, realizing that the girl was not to be revealed. The guy attracted everyone's attention, saying that this succubus just ate something. She has pain and a bloated stomach. Covering Dorothy's mouth so that she would not blurt out too much, Alice began to feed the boys stories. Covering her mouth with her hand, the saint said that it was probably not necessary to wash, and Huang He agreed with her. The girls will continue to fight with each other. The boy was looking at a picture hanging in the bathroom that caught his attention. He called the girls who were already dressed, drawing their attention to him. And then he poked his finger at the painting, closer to the person's eye, asking what they thought was wrong with the painting. The trio of adventurers swung open the door, telling their mother that they were back. Turning her back to the monitors, the old owner of the hotel asked them why they were making such a fuss. While the two looked at the cameras, mother and son chatted, and he said she was spying on customers again. She dreamily said that they would get a lot of money if they sold intimate photos of the guests who came to the auction, and the head of the trio was happy about that. But the very next moment, all three were wondering what the old woman had said when she told about a boy with 3 girls, one of whom looked very much like a saint. Laughing slyly, they thought that they could spy on the saint because everyone was drying after her. Giving the monitor and hands to the boy, the old woman told them not to break anything. As soon as they started looking, the girls smashed the painting and what it was hiding, revealing a hole in the wall, sending fire through it. The old woman watched the boys rolling on the floor, covering their faces with their hands and whining about the pain in their eyes. She watched as the enchanted tablet that looked like a monitor was destroyed. The old woman rolled her eyes, realizing that they had found out about the surveillance. In the meantime, the 4 of them were walking down the corridors, in front of the Holiday, then the angry Dorothy, the calm Alice, and the confused Huang He. They walked down the corridor, and the saint mumbled that the owners had the audacity to follow her and the god. The girl called them all blasphemers and said that they would be punished. Watching the girl, the boy wondered and thought that she could be scary if she wanted to be. He asked her how they would figure out who exactly was following them, and the saint said she had an idea. She explained that she had been blind since childhood, but she had developed the gift of sensing demons. They followed the girl who followed the direction of the magic, a bright beam saying that they were almost there. Sitting on the floor next to her son, the old woman was drenched in sweat from fear because she heard that someone was behind the door. Turning to the door, which was still closed, she could hear the 4 of them trying to break it down, but she just wanted to make sure they didn't know it was her. The saint began to summon her strength, asking for the Lord's blessing and concentrating the energy and the light in her hands. Looking at the beam of power and light, the boy thought only that the Holiday was more like a tank. Having broken down the door, they all went on, still with the saint at the head. She promised to show those who were watching where the crayfish spend the winter. In front of them lay 3 unconscious adventurers on a heap, in whom Huang He immediately recognized those he had already met. Sifazoya began to strangle the floor lamp, mistaking him for a scoundrel, but the zombie told her that she was wrong again. Alice asked in a whisper if these were not the robbers they had already seen in the forest, and the boy confirmed that it was indeed the trio. He was scared because they knew their true faces, and it was very good that they were unconscious. Finding a knife, Dorothy, with a cunning and 100% demonic smile, offered to kill them. This made him think, because the sins of adventurers cannot be washed away with any blood, but he was a doctor and could not just kill people. Flashing his eyes and smiling, he offered to beat the trio unconscious. Their chief regained consciousness, holding his head and asking a rhetorical question about why that board exploded. But the first thing he saw was a guy with a bat hovering over his head, and a completely demonic look. And while the saint beat the floor lamp, Alice, Dorothy, and Huang He heartily beat the trio, taking revenge for spying. Hiding behind another door, the old woman quietly asked her sons for forgiveness because she needed the hotel to continue functioning. The old woman also prayed to her old man that he would also forgive her, still sweating from fear, and now shedding a tear. After a while, the boy and the 2 demonesses were wet from sweat and exertion, They had put too much effort into the fight. They looked at the unconscious robbers who had no life left, and Huang He stated that the job was done. He returned to the saint, asking her if she had finished fighting. She was very out of breath, and in front of her stood a bent and broken rack. Huang He just pointed out to the girl that she was hitting the floor lamp. Ashamed that she had hit the wrong person, she said that she had destroyed the main weapon. He thought with a smile that the girl was really a tank, because she had been beating the iron post for so long and didn't her hands hurt at all? The boy said that although they beat them well, it was still necessary to use the memory erasure spell. The saint said that she did not have a spell, but with a smile she assured that she had something else with a similar effect. She began to summon her strength again, praying to the god. And then she directed beams of her light at the trio of adventurers, using her famous purification on them. They regained consciousness, and each said the feeling was incredible. No thoughts or worries, only lightness. Alice spat. Dorothy simply opened her mouth in surprise, and Huang He almost tore out his eyes, saying that people should not look at such things. The adventurers were almost naked. Now the oxen lay on the floor clean and without strength. The saint said with a smile that she had cleansed them of all evil, and therefore they would not remember the evil they had done before. The girl gave a thumbs up, telling Mr. Huang He not to worry because everything is perfectly fine. They were already leaving the room when the girl said that if no one influenced them, they would never remember anything. Alice, to the boy's surprise, said that if the trio did not remember anything, that was fine. After searching one of the robbers, she was now happily shaking a bag of money, making Dorothy and Huang He happy as well. The old woman looked out from her hiding place, seeing that the company had already left. She left, lamenting that they had finally left, and went straight to her sons. Sitting down next to her eldest son, she took his face in her hands, calling him by name. They asked their mother how they ended up in this place and in such a state, because they had noticeable lapses in memory. The old woman looked at her sons in astonishment, not believing that the saint's power had really erased their memories. To check this, the old woman asked what their family's motto was, and they all just stood in front of her in bewilderment. The old woman remembered their father, whom they shamed and who always repeated so that the sons would never forget the motto. She pointed to the motto on the wall, cursing the robbers. Completely naked, they were happy to remember this motto and all that they had forgotten. The mother hugged her sons, crying with happiness that they had returned. One of the brothers said that those people looked familiar to him, and the other called him a fool, because those three were demons from the dungeon. The three brothers thought about how the demons were able to enter the city, and the chief among them pondered the same question. The third brother said that it was necessary to report this to the head of the city as soon as possible, so that the guard would catch them. But he immediately got hit on the neck by the old man and screamed in pain. He said because it was a completely stupid idea. Closing his eyes, he began to say that this is how they will only express themselves, and if the guard does not come in time, then the three of them will not be transferred. The two brothers began to wail that they could not just let the demons go, because they had stolen all their money, and the foreman, folding his hands on his chest, said that they would not let them go. He explained with a sly smile that it was necessary to reveal the identities of the demons at the auction, because that's where they would get a lot of money. Meanwhile, Huang He said that even though those people had lost their memory, it was still dangerous for them to be left in this hotel. The girls began to say that they should stay here at least for the night, because they cannot sleep in the open sky, to which the boy agreed. They were now standing in front of a huge hole in the wall that the holiday had made, and Huang He said that they needed to patch up the hole before going to bed. Crossing her arms over her chest with a smug smile, Alice said it was simple. She caused a wave of zombies which rushed to the hole and closed it with themselves, standing on top of each other. Now she was pleased with herself, while Huang He and Dorothy were left speechless at what had just happened. The next second, they pounced on Alice, and the succubus even took her by the breasts. They both shouted that necromancy cannot be used in the city. But after a couple of seconds, all three of them looked at how the saint used purification, flooding the corridor with bright light. With her eyes closed, she explained that she didn't see what it was, but she felt disgusted, so she used her powers. Huang He began to pound the necromancer's head with his fist, telling him what to ask him, and then use magic. Looking in the direction of the girls, the boy said that he had to do something else, and he would catch up with them. As he hauled stones, he muttered to himself that traveling with these women was like having the sword of Damocles over one's head. With his hands on his sides and stacking stones to the hole, he thought that his plan was to die, and he was making sure the girls didn't end up in jail. He didn't know Dorothy was watching him. She frowned, thinking of what Huang He always planned to die for. The saint said with a smile that Mr. Huang, he only wanted to throw off the shackles of the flesh and become exalted. The succubus said that the saint seemed to be just as stupid as Alice, who asked not to be involved in all of this. At the same moment, the boy, sitting on his haunches, activated his alchemy skills. He smiled contentedly with his hands on his sides as the wall was patched up and Sifazoya clapped his hands in reverence. Smiling widely, he said that tomorrow they still had to go to the auction, so they had to go to bed. Dorothy was pleased to note that there was only one bed, although the boy was not at all happy about it. Hugging the pillow, Alice settled on the bed, saying that she would sleep there. She looked like a wolf at everyone, ready to defend her sleeping place. Having already turned around, the boy, under the questioning gaze of the succubus, said that the three of them would sleep on the bed, and he would find a sleeping bag for himself. Saint rehearsed that this was unheard of, and that only Huang He should sleep on the bed. Watching Sifazoya prove her point to Dorothy, he smiled, saying under his breath that she was really pretty, like a tank. They all settled on the bed. The saint was sleeping on the edge. Alice and Dorothy were lying on Huang He's outstretched arms, leaning their faces against him. Blushing, he thought only of how he would be able to sleep in such a situation. Waking up, the saint greeted her with a smile, wishing her a good morning. But Huang He, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, clearly did not share her enthusiasm. And while the girls stretched and woke up, she asked what was wrong with him, because Mr. Huang He did not look very good. But he replied that he was just a little tired. She asked him to let her examine him, and the boy nearly screamed at the situation, immediately blushing. He covered his mouth with his hands when he saw the message that the lecture had been activated again, and he had earned another 1,000 points. Clearing his throat and placing his hand on his forehead, all he could think about was that his level had risen again. He assured them that he was fine, that the holidays would finally get behind him, and that they needed to get to the auction as soon as possible. They got together and walked decisively and with smiles towards the auction house. Huang He opened his mouth when they entered the auction house. There were a lot of people there. The halls were huge. The boy was running through the crowd, holding a piece of paper in his hands and shouting that he was selling a new list of auction goods for just 1 silver. Surprised, the boy asked the saint if it was possible to buy such a list. And she explained with a smile that the lots are kept secret, because it adds mystery to the auction. And after she said that some wanted to know the lots in advance, he thought about it. Dorothy and Alice ran up to the boy and told him to give them 1 list. He asked in surprise why they needed it, and the necromancer answered for the 2 of them that it did not concern him. Watching the demonesses look at the cosmetic items on the list, Huang He said to himself with a smile that at least Sifazoya was not like those 2 fools. She said with a dreamy smile that she did not need worldly goods, but even if she wanted them, her followers would give them to her. After taking the list from Alice, Huang He walked in the direction of the auction, saying that they should go in there first and have enough fun. They were stopped by a girl in a rabbit costume, bowing in greeting. She said with a smile that they had to pay 1 gold coin to enter. Only after that they could pass. The boy thought, putting his hand to his chin, because sooner or later Torres's money will run out. You can't waste it. To the complete surprise of the hostesses, Huang He told her to look at the saint's face and let them pass for free. She said that even the saints had to pay to enter, so she thought she could get them VIP seats. Surrendering, he threw a gold coin on the placed saucer, telling them to let them pass. Huang He gritted his teeth as he looked a little scared at the message that his perception had temporarily changed due to the activation of the debauchee's skills. Alice ran first, shouting that they had found their places, while everyone followed her, and the boy asked her to be quiet. Now they both marveled at what good seats they had. Ainima and the girl with pink hair were also sitting in the hall, and he called them Seljuks because the company was enjoying their seats. The girl explained that these are the same traders from the restaurant where they were yesterday when he asked the boy why he knew him. He began to mock Huang He, saying that he had something shallow because he came to the auction. The guy was only pushing to get away from the adventurer as soon as possible. Ainima said that the boy would have a hard time if he stole his things. Huang, he made a poker face, almost rolling his eyes. Sifizoya praised him with a smile, saying that he was a saint because he was able to put up with such an obnoxious and unpleasant type. A girl in a rabbit costume appeared on the stage and announced that the 99th body auction had begun. Alice and Huang He looked at each other in surprise as everyone around them made noises showing their joy. The boy asked why they were all happy. Ainima intervened again, saying that such Seljuks will not understand because this is a holiday for the border town and an important event. The girl showed the first lot, a pair of boxing gloves once used by the king of boxing. The starting price was 100 gold coins. Ainima put up the highest price among those offered, satisfied with himself because he thought that no one would beat him. He was pleased with himself, smiling at the fact that he had taken this lot. As he answered Huang He, it is for his collection even though he is a warrior. He and the saint began to discuss the fact that this is what imperial majors look like in the second generation, when the adventurer raged and hissed that he could hear everything. The guy thought about whether the money given by the mayor of the city would be enough for him to buy the demoness, because only this major dropped 500 gold for the first lot. When the saint asked if he didn't have any money, he said, excusing himself, that times are difficult and many people don't have enough. She took out the card, saying with a smile that he should have said that a long time ago. Ainima opened her mouth and Huang. He couldn't believe that she was holding a VIP credit card between her fingers. The adventurer screamed that it was a VIP card and he heard that to get it, you need to deposit at least 10,000 gold. The girl explained with a sincere smile that these are all donations from believers. A trio of brothers appeared in the hall, and one of them made the elder turn back when he said he had found those they were looking for. Huang He said that meeting Sifizoya was a blessing, while Alice and Dorothy watched their idol unhappily. One of the brothers offered to tell everyone that the four were demons, and the eldest asked if he was a fool. That would be a failure. They agreed with the elder, who said with a smile that they should wait for the demons to start throwing coins and then tell everything. Meanwhile, the bidding will continue. A rare chrysanthemum has already been sold there. When the best lot was announced, which would be the perfect gift for the ladies, Alice and Dorothy's mouths dropped in anticipation, and Huang He just glared at them. The girl on the stage talked about a set of cosmetics that exists only in one copy and named the starting price, as much as 500 gold. Listening to how one price beat the other, Huang He could only think about whether those bidding girls were shoveling money. He squinted in surprise at Alice, who jumped out with her sign and offered as much as 1,200 gold. But Dorothy immediately beat her price. She offered 1,300, which quite surprised the necromancer. Alice began to shout at the succubus, and she only calmly and with a smile answered that the one who simply offered more would get the cosmetics. They turned to the boy, who told them without a shadow of joy that the two of them, as it turned out, had a lot of money. He was puzzled because the girls said that they didn't have any money, but there was money on the card he was holding. He tried to explain that it was Sifizoa's money. The necromancer explained that they are demons and stealing money from people is their usual scam. While they were arguing, the saint raised her number and it was she who was sold cosmetics for 1,800 gold. Dorothy looked at her angrily. The girls began to shout at the holiday because she was quiet, and she overtook the two of them, and she only smiled and said that there was no need to be distracted. Huang. He could not believe what he saw, immediately asking the girl if she said that she was not interested in all this. She explained with a smile that she didn't want girls to buy cosmetics and seduce him, and the guy only thought that jealousy was a terrible thing. It was time for the last lot. The girl on the stage pointed to a young demoness in a cage who was sitting with her back to the hall. That girl in the rabbit suit kept talking, saying how much effort had gone into getting the demoness and that she was from the same clan as the one that had invaded the land of the city. Listening to the people who had already found obscene activities for the girl in the cage, Huang He quietly muttered to himself that all these people were just disgusting. Returning to the girls, he reminded them that they were only demons here now and that they must redeem her. Back in the hall, when they started taking bets, he thought he had to scare them all so that he could place his bet and not spend more money than they had. Huang He held up the sign, offering as much as 8,000 gold. People began to whisper, calling him a major because he raised the price by as much as 4,000 in one bet. Ainima offered 8,500 and said that he is not the richest person in the city, even if he has a black card, which made Huang He very angry. The guy bid 8,800, and the adventurer smugly said it wouldn't beat his bets. As Huang He raised the stakes more and more, the saint said that he was very sexy when he was throwing around money, and the two demonesses came to the conclusion that she didn't have everyone at home. The two guys continued to fight for the demon in the cage. The stakes increased to 12,000. One of the followers was telling Ainima that he had had enough, trying to stop him from spoiling everything. He reminded that the maximum you can spend is 15,000. After all, he had already spent 3,000 anyway. He could no longer raise the rates. Ainima was crushed by this fact. Embracing Safiza, Huang He told Ainima that he shouldn't have started if he didn't have the money. The girl on the stage happily announced that the demoness was sold for 11,800 gold and that Huang He was her new owner. The adventurer was angry and said that he would show the boy where the crayfish spend the winter because he dared to fight with him for the lot. But Huang He was calm, asking if he had enough strength. After bowing, the girl announced the end of the auction and asked the guests who purchased the goods to come to the cash register. But the three brothers shouted for them to wait and said that the demoness cannot be given to those people. The girl with a sweet smile began to explain that they cannot return the already sold goods and asked to calm down and behave well. The elder screeched, saying that the reason why it was impossible to sell this thing to them was because those four were demons themselves. Alice and Huang He squinted at the trio, not believing what they were seeing. Everyone began to examine them, saying that the fact that they were demons justified their cloaks. The girls asked in fear if it was time for them to run away, but Huang He thought otherwise. Running away now was like running into the clutches of death. The boy, pointing to Safiza, said that they cannot be demons because they are holy. The elder said that he understood that they would object, so he recorded everything on camera, and his brother showed the tape. But as soon as the video began to be shown, the elder was surprised, because it was not at all what he said it was, only a porn video. Huang He, with a smile and relaxed a little, asked if this was really the evidence he wanted to show. The older of the brothers pounced on the younger, taking him by the chest, and he tried to explain that he got confused because there were a lot of records in the hotel. He handed his brother another record, asking him to try this one. Magically, the video he was talking about began to play. Dorothy's horns were visible. All the people around believed the recording and began to say that they must have bought the girl because they wanted to save her. Ainima drew attention to himself by shouting that he remembered something. He pointed a finger at the four, saying that they were the bosses of the Dungeon of Despair and that he wasn't wrong. He began to draw his sword while running with his followers, saying that they could not finish them off in the dungeon, but who knew that they would come to him themselves. The saint covered Huang He with herself, saying that it was some kind of mistake and that a god could not be a demon. He looked at the girl in surprise because she still believed him. Saint said that she believes only what she feels, reminding him of her own words. She said with a smile, presenting him in the image of a god that he can look as he likes, but his soul is pure. Turning her head to the three brothers, she said that their souls were as black as soot and despicable. The eldest of the brothers aimed his arrow from strength and 4, saying that people should not believe them because they had the audacity to invade the border town. People began to shout joyfully, supporting the brothers. Alice and Dorothy thought about what to do as they looked at Huang He's trail. Turning to the girls, he said he would detain people and told the girls to run. He held out his hand covering the demonesses and said that it didn't matter that he died because they were more important than anything else. He said with a smile that he was glad to meet them when the girls began to wail and Alice even cried. While Ainima shouted to prevent them from escaping, Huang He began to run. He stopped a little further, facing the people and rejoicing, because he had another chance to kill himself. He looked surprised at the fact that Sifizoya appeared nearby and took his hand. She announced that since God had already decided to sacrifice himself, she was staying with him. The boy thought about how to be, because he did not want to involve an innocent person in all this. Watching the city, the demon king folded his arms across his chest and muttered to himself that he heard something interesting. She used her fake explosion ability. Everyone turned to the explosion that rang out behind them. In front of everyone was the demon king, who said that she seemed to have found a place where she dared to sell demons. Everyone panicked, looking at her and assuming that she had come to save all the demons and that she was very strong. The girl joyfully ran to Huang He, who was not very pleased that she remembered him. He grabbed the demoness's hands, asking if she wanted to fight him. It was all in order not to impersonate Safiza, because Idas would have exposed them. Everyone, including the adventurers, watched in surprise as the scene began to unfold before them. The Demon King looked at him questioningly, wondering what he meant. Leaning over, he explained that the situation was difficult, and asked him to wait, because he would solve everything. Leaning even closer, he asked the girl to play with him. Idas rolled her eyes, asking what he meant by playing along. He explained that people suspected that he was a demon, and he needed to fight with her so that their suspicions would not be confirmed. She happily said that all of them should be destroyed, and the problem would disappear by itself. The Demon King looked at the boy in surprise when he told her to take her time, because after a while there will be a war between demons and humans. He explained that thanks to this spectacle they were going to put on, they would be able to have fun in the border town without suspicion. And when she finally agreed, because it was about her entertainment, the boy began to tell her the plan. From the outside, it looked as if they were really quarreling and would soon start fighting, which was closely watched by the entire auction community. Meanwhile, Huang He and Idas split up, showing everyone that they would attack each other. The girl entered her true form, the King of Demons. People began to wail, not believing that this girl was the Demon King, and that she could not leave the dungeon. Idas confirmed for all to hear that she is the Demon King, and it was this guy who exposed her. He fell to his knees, clutching his tears and bowing his head. Huang. He said that he fought with the girl in the dungeon for 3 days and 3 nights, but could not overcome her and ran away, and that he would have died if it were not for his wives. The girls looked at what he did and how he told tales and muttered about when he started to come up with such good ideas. He began to scream, accusing the Demon King that she had come to end his life when he finally returned to the Empire. Ainima thought now that this was the reason why they were wearing cloaks, so that they would not be recognized because of this fight. That girl started shouting that he will pay for everything because she is the Demon King. Huang He told the girl that whoever angered the Demon King was doomed to die, and she followed his words. Covering the girls and part of the people, he spread his hands to the sides and said that she should take revenge only on him because he was the only one who blamed her. Saint continued to say that he is a saint because he sacrifices himself, and people around him began to believe in this performance. They began to fight, releasing their strength to convince those present. He then got scared. He almost used his power too much when there was a hole through the wall. Everyone around was scared, including Ainima and his henchmen. Saint told people not to worry. She had a plan. The next second, she began to call upon her power, forming a ball and asking the Lord to grant her the power of protection. Saint created protection around to keep people safe. She was looking directly at her power coupon, which Huang He was following. People began to shout that they did not feel the pressure of the demonic power because that boy and the holidays were protecting them. Dorothy looked at all this and understood that the saint is really very strong because she can withstand the pressure of the Demon King. She shouted that she was a fool and caught Elisa, who said that she was cleansed. Idas climbed under the ceiling, asking if the boy was ready to fight her, to which he answered in the affirmative. He gritted his teeth, looking at the girl in confusion and wondering if she was serious about fighting. But he smiled, thinking now that if she killed him, it would be for the best, and the girls would stop being suspicious at the same time. It grew wings behind its back. Huang He used the sacred zombie modification. Saint looked at him, kneeling and folding her hands in a prayer gesture. People looked up, where the demoness and the boy were flying, saying that it was the messenger of God. People began to kneel and pray for the health of the god they saw before them in the face of Huang He. The girl with pink hair said that they were mistaken, and this boy was definitely not a demon, but Ainima, gritting his teeth, was angry because he was sure of it. Huang He shouted, using his strength and pressing against it to defend himself against the king's attacks. Idas, with a smile, asked aloud if he really thought he could beat her. Frowning, he said for all to hear that he had a duty to protect the people of the city, even if he had to fight to the last. People began to sob at these words, deeply affected by the boy's words. While the boy attacked, she said with a laugh that he was a good man. He brought people to tears. The boy looked at the purple ball of power with Idas inside, holding a black demonic axe, saying that he wasn't sure he would survive this attack. And after that, she swung her battle axe, attacking him. Huang He was lying in the hole he made in the stone when he fell, unconscious and with numerous injuries. The boy was getting up thanks to Sifizoa, who was pulling him by the hand and asking if he was all right. He looked terrible. Looking down, Idas laughed, saying that he was lucky to parry her blow. Swinging her axe, she said that he would definitely not be able to do it twice. Huang! He pushed the saint away from him, telling everyone to stay away from him as much as possible. He could barely stay on his feet, but he was still going to stand to the last. Gathering his strength, he took off, leaving behind a bright, warm light. Spreading his arms, he used a demonic transformation into a holy zombie. The boy had another pair of wings behind his back. The Demon King looked on happily, saying that it was getting more and more interesting. The boy watched the attack, thinking that it was very strong, and was it really the power of the Demon King? Covered by his own wings, he was smiling because he was so pleased to feel his power at this moment. Idas wondered if her fist really hurt when she hit the boy, or if she only thought it. He shuddered in fear as he watched the Demon King swing his fist at him, aiming for his leg. Huang he caught the second they were close and told the girl to hit him so that he was unconscious. Obeying, she swung her fist with crackling force to strike. Led by the saint, everyone started screaming when they saw how the devil's fist hit the boy. Alice was worried about whether the king had killed the zombie, but Dorothy thought more practically. She had to run. Huang He flew out through the hole in the ceiling, covering his face and now realizing that the Demon King's power fully lived up to its name. The girl took off after her, mockingly asking the boy if he had the strength left to fight her. Flying closer, she quietly asked if they continued to play, and he replied that it was necessary to look at the situation. They both looked down where the crowd had gathered again and was already pointing fingers at them. Huang He continued to say that he was not her equal, but he would protect the people as long as he lived. People began to believe him, saying that they would henceforth be very faithful followers. And the saint said that until the end of her life, she would carry the glory of God to the masses. Sifazoya began to wail, bursting into tears for him to throw them away because he himself had suffered enough. Everyone began to say that Huang He had abandoned them because as long as he was alive, they would have hope for a bright future. Turning back to the people, he smiled, saying that their words had touched him. He looked directly at Idas as he told the saint that there was only one way to defeat the Demon King. She asked what should be done, ready to do anything for it. Looking directly at the king, he shouted that everyone should raise their hands. The more people raised, the better. Everyone looked at the sky in bewilderment, not understanding why they should raise their hands. Saint raised both hands, saying that it should be done if God said, and while the succubus asked what the zombie was up to, Alice said that it didn't matter and raised her hands as the boy commanded. Following the saint's example, everyone began to raise their hands, still watching what was happening in the sky. Seeing that there were enough spectators, he turned to the king and extended his hand using the light and shadow technique. Alice looked in surprise at how a ray of light touched her palm. He watched with pleasure as the rays became more and more, all of them touching the palms. He formed a huge ball of light, telling the king to taste this. A huge beam of light flew into her, the power of human will. Idas looked at this beam with surprise and a little fear. When Huang He's power reached the Demon King and flooded everything with fiery light, the saint shouted that they had won, sincerely rejoicing. Everyone together began to chant joyfully because the victory was theirs. But the very next moment, the boy began to fall from the sky because he had spent all his strength. Sifazoya began to run, raising her arms as if she could catch him. After a couple of seconds, he fell at full speed, flying towards the ground and raised a pile of dust and asphalt. The girl hugged the boy's shoulders while he assured her that everything was fine. Huang He stared in surprise at the crowd that was still cheering for the Demon King's slaying and couldn't believe that he had actually done so. Sifazoya kissed him on the cheek, saying that as a sign of gratitude she entrusted her life to him. He was confused because this was not what he had planned. Blushing, he began to excuse himself with an awkward smile that it was only his job. Shrunken Idas held onto the boy's ear, not at all happy with her size, and called him a fool. Huang He said that he was very tired after the battle and asked the saint to get off him, to which she apologized with a frown. Standing in front of the people and closing his eyes for a couple of seconds, he told the people that they could not worry, and the Demon King was defeated. Idas, who was sitting by his collar, said that his tongue was hanging out because he had already ruffled everything. But the guy said that they are now beyond suspicion and can live normally in the city. He began to say that people must have questions because he came here in the guise of an ordinary person. He smiled smugly, saying that he would no longer hide the truth. He is the strongest hero. He said that the accusations that he was a demon hurt him and his wives. Alice and Dorothy asked why they were here, and Sifazoya confirmed that she was also his wife. People began to shout, saying that those who accused the god of being a demon should be punished. The three brothers whispered to each other, asking the chief what they should do, and he said it was time to run away. The old man stood in front of them and spread his arms to the sides, saying that he would not let them go, because they had offended the god. The brothers began to laugh, asking the old man if he had enough strength to detain them. A naked, muscular body appeared in front of one of the brothers, who ran at the old man with a sword. The old man had removed his sports uniform. He knocked one of the brothers down on top of the other two with one blow, telling them to run. The old man went to the trio, asking them if they were ready for punishment because they first lied about God and then attacked the old man. The old man said that he had caught the traitors and was ready to hand them over to the god. And Huang He gave a thumbs up, praising the restaurant owner. Looking at the trio, he smiled slyly, asking aloud what he should do with them. But the boy, folding his hands on his chest, told them not to be afraid, because he would not punish his neighbors, even if they did not understand him that way. But his smile widened as he added that he would turn a blind eye to what people wanted to do with them. The three brothers were horrified when they realized that they had a con. When the brothers were beaten and lay unconscious, one of the men said with a smile that God had only to be told if it was not enough. Raising his hand with his palm forward, Huang He seriously said that the three of them are enough and that's it. No one else will harm them. The girl from the auction said that they should now go with the girls to the utility room to pay for the goods and pick them up. The crowd whispered that God, finally, was favorable to them, because he appeared on Earth and in their city. Ainima gritted his teeth, wondering how the boy managed to show that he was a god if he was surrounded by demons. He shouted at his followers, asking why they were praying, because just because he saved everyone, that didn't make him God. Looking at the god's back, Ainima said that he would definitely lead the boy to clean water. Dorothy whispered what he did to the Demon King and if he really killed her, but Huang He said no. The boy opened the massive door entering the auction building. All three girls followed him. The owner of the auction house introduced himself and also introduced the boy to the lord of the border town. The boy's eyes widened when he heard about the lord. What is going on and what exactly is the lord of the city doing here? The Lord said that God is not interested in worldly goods, but he said that a reward of 30,000 gold was offered for the head of the Demon King. After that, the Lord with a smile pointed with his hand to the chest that the two men were dragging, which contained the same reward. All three were surprised, and the girls were also happy, because it was a lot of money. Huang He said that there was no need for money, as they would not be able to carry the chest with them anyway, and the Lord asked not to worry about it. He held out a black VIP card to which he had already transferred money, because if it is inconvenient to use cash. Under the surprised look of the Lord, Alice took the card from his hands, saying that they would need it. Huang He shouted for her, asking why she took the card so easily, and the girl, holding it close to her, replied that there is a reward for any work. The auctioneer said that he still had an item that belonged to Huang He. Returning to the hostess, the owner ordered her to bring the goods. With a smile, the owner said, standing in front of the cage, for them to take their goods. When Huang He said that he would write a check, the girl from the stage showed the terminal, and the host said that they could pay everything by card. The boy was carrying the cage with the demon, while the girls approached the saint, asking if they could take the cosmetics and handbags that she had bought so that they wouldn't get them. The girl refused. Looking in the direction of the four, the auctioneer asked if this god could be trusted, but the lord of the city said that it was clearly not. The auctioneer asked with a sly smile if they should do something then. But the lord smiled in response, saying that the owner of the house should not hurry. And suddenly that boy really is a god. Recalling the card he had given the boy, the lord said that he had magicked a little with the black card Huang He had given him to gather more information about it. And then he smiled evilly, saying that if they were really demons, then his charms with the card would only play into their hands. While they were walking in the square, Alice turned to the boy and asked where they were going now. He said that, of course, to the hotel. Walking forward and smiling, the zombie said that they still had something to pay back. A trio of brothers broke into the hotel, shouting for their mother to help them. The old woman was surprised, looking at her sons, and asked why they were here, because they had gone to expose the demons. But they said that the old woman would not remind them, and everything would work out for them. But it did not work out. The eldest of the sons said that the boy claimed that he was an incarnation of God, and that they had supposedly defeated the demon king. The old woman could not believe what she heard. The son said that now they were accused of blasphemy. At the same second, the old woman started shouting at them that they were only creating problems and that they were of no use, and they were running away from her anger and begging them not to beat them. After stopping and exhaling, the old woman thought that they had no choice but to run away with the money and the recorded videos. The brothers were happy because their mother came up with a plan. As long as they have those records, they can live well by blackmailing the nobles in the city. But they were interrupted by a voice. The trio turned around, not understanding who said that it was too late to run away. Huang He, Alice, Dorothy, and Siphazoya were standing at the door, and the boy said that they would not be so easy now. And while the old woman asked what the boy needed, her sons were shaking with fear, hiding behind her back. Saint asked how they even dared to accuse Mr. God of being a demon. She asked if they knew what the retribution was for this. The trio returned to the exit, while Siphazoya beat all four from the heart, and the brothers begged for mercy, although the mother was still shouting for them to stop whining. Walking down the corridors, the girls now asked where he had taken the Demon King, because now they were alone and he could answer. Stopping, the boy told the king that she could climb out and it was safe. Idas climbed out from behind the boy's collar and now, standing in front of them on the floor, stretched. She took a very sweet nap. The girls immediately fell to their knees, bowing their heads in a welcoming and respectful gesture. But the king ordered them to get up. Idas said that she only played along with Huang He because he assured her that she would be able to move around the border town in peace, and if she didn't, the boy said with a smile that he understood what was waiting for him if his words turned out to be lies. Tearing off the cover from the cage which he had brought before, the boy said that this is how he was going to ensure the king's free movement. He began to explain that the girl in the cage looked a lot like Idas herself, and everyone in town knew he bought her. Therefore, if she pretends to be this girl, she will be able to move around the city freely. The Demon King smiled with satisfaction, saying that he was quite an intelligent zombie. Alice and Dorothy asked what he was going to do with the girl the king would pretend to be, looking puzzled at the boy. The Demon King had already enchanted the flame and said with a smile that there was no need to think, just finish the girl, and that's it. But Huang He began to shout that this cannot be done because the girl saved them. Scratching the back of his head, he said that they would release the girl when the Demon King came to play in this city. But she said that this is an acceptable decision. Idas looked up at the girl's face when she entered the cage, to better remember her appearance. The Demon King used her transfiguration ability to remove the captive's appearance. She, turning around, asked how they looked. Huang He happily said that it wasn't exactly one-on-one, but it would be enough. Huang He told the girls to hide the girl, and Alice began to scream, wondering if he had confused what he was telling her. However, Dorothy shut her up, saying that was enough. The succubus asked if it was really a good idea to stay at this hotel since the hosts had tipped them off, but the boy told her not to worry about it with a smile. He smugly said that the hotel would soon cease to belong to that family. Looking at how Siphazoya was running towards them, he said with satisfaction that almost everything was done. The saint poked him with a gift for the hotel, saying that she had forced the old woman to give Huang He a hotel. The boy thanked, taking away the piece of paper. Reaching into her pocket, she said she found a few more surprises. The succubus and the zombie looked at what was in the bag, not believing their eyes. It was all the recordings they had made without the permission of the guests. They watched the video. Huang He blushed and found it erotic. Dorothy thought that she should remember, and Alice covered her eyes and said that it was a shame. Saint asked Huang He why he was blushing, forcing him to turn his head to her and give her an embarrassed smile, explaining that it was paid content and everyone could only see pixels. The girl thought about what paid content is. She showed the bag, asking if she could look now, and Huang He asked her if she was serious about the holiday. Without coughing, he said that he would show what the saint wanted to see. He did show Siphazoya, making her open her mouth in indignation and blush. Turning to the side, she quietly said that now she knew how to serve the master, because he liked what he showed her. After hearing what the saint said, he muttered to himself that she did not quite understand, but he was not against such a development of events. Behind him, demoniacs seethed with anger. Folding her hands on her chest, the demon king asked if they were tired of talking and told them to go for a walk. The saint said that the aura emanating from the girl was similar to the aura of the demon king and asked if she had survived. Huang He began to say that he killed the demon king, and this was the girl he bought, but it was clear from the saint's face that she did not believe in it. She said she felt an aura that pulsed with the desire to kill and destroy just like a demon king. The boy said that she was confused because he, Dorothy, and Alice were good people, and they certainly could not let the demon king live. Sifazoya said that she felt the aura of God. It was as pure as a saint's. As for the girls, one of them has a blank mind, while the other has pictures spinning like on a tablet. Both demonesses turned away from each other when one said that she knew that Alice was stupid, and the other answered that these were not porn pictures. Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, Huang He assured her that they would not be in the company of the devil. And then the saint pointed her finger at the cage where the girl was still lying, and asked who was there then if he released the girl he had bought. Saying that it was just a purple rabbit, he quickly began to roll the cage far away so that the saint would not see it. Pushing the cage somewhere behind the door, he closed it behind him and leaned against it with his back under the watchful eyes of the 4 girls. The demon king said with one eye closed that she didn't care where they went, as long as she was interested. Saint began to shout, "How dare a girl talk to a god like that?" Idis asked what she said, getting angry at this, and Huang He told them both to stop arguing. Sifazoya asked him how he could tolerate such insolence. Having decided to change the subject, he asked if there were any interesting places here, because the saint knew the city because she had lived here all her life. The girl said that she grew up in the church, but heard that the coastal area closer to the eastern part of the city is very interesting. Idis happily announced that they would go to the beach, but the saint said that she could not go with them, which raised questions from Huang He. Bowing her head, the girl explained that she left without telling the priest about it and she needed to talk to him. While the 3 girls were talking among themselves, the boy told Sifazoya to be careful in the city, and she said that she would definitely return after talking to the priest. The king of demons said that she might not return, which caused anger on the part of the saint. She even clenched her fists. Saint went on telling Huang He not to worry about her as he reminded her once again to be careful. But the very next moment she hit her face against a pillar, which she did not notice. Mistaking the pillar for a person, the saint began to bow and ask for forgiveness. The boy asked the king if she really had never been to the beach, and she disappointedly said that the old men did not let her out of the demon city. And then he listened to Dorothy say that the demon city was very cool and even had a sea, which Idis confirmed, but said that her body felt sticky after the sea of blood. Huang He opened his mouth just imagining swimming in a sea of blood. The girls looked at the boy in surprise when he said that Alice was fine, but that the king and Dorothy had demonic features and should be more careful on the beach. Folding her hands on her chest, the king said that she would quickly fix everything now. At Huang He's cry, she calmly pulled out her horns, spraying blood and saying that everything was fine now. He asked if she was normal because he was very scared, and Idis said that it was only the effect of transfiguration, and it was not her horns. Turning to the frightened Dorothy, he said with a smile that it was now her turn to assimilate. Huang He used his own transfiguration ability, and the girl turned her head to the side in surprise, saying that the wings had indeed disappeared. Hugging the boy with whom they blushed together, she said that he was simply a miracle. Returning to the girls, he said that they were ready to go now that the king had already left ahead of everyone else. The priest greeted Sifazoya with a smile, noticing that she had returned. He asked if that boy was really a god, because he had heard about their stay at the auction house, and the girl confirmed it with a smile. Saint said with reverence that this man is the kindest, most sincere, and most caring of those she has met, and he is truly a god. Clearing his throat, the priest said that it was indeed a miracle. The priest also said that the last time God appeared in their world was 1,000 years ago, and now a miracle must happen, because God has come down to earth again. He asked to take him to the god, to which the saint replied that she would take him there, because they had to go east of the city. And they went to Huang He. The girl was smiling while the priest clutched his Bible and looked serious, he thought, turning to her to show who else had fallen under the influence of the god. Sitting under the umbrella, he thought about what exactly should happen. Returning with a big smile, Huang He thought that Alice and Dorothy were beautiful, but he liked ordinary people better. Idas, Alice, and Dorothy called him to bathe. Each was dressed in a swimsuit, but the succubus's was the most revealing. Blushing, he now had to admit to himself that demonesses are also incredibly beautiful. Approaching Huang He, Dorothy lifted his head by his chin and said that he now had a very excited look. The necromancer punched both of them in the head, telling them both to stop. She pointed with her hand at the people who were looking at them, and envied the boy because he had so many beautiful girls. Alice said that he himself said not to attract attention. To Huang He and Dorothy's surprise, the necromancer reminded them to stay in the shadows as they were still in human territory. Dorothy asked what had happened to Alice, and the boy put his hand to her forehead, asking if she was not at that temperature. She started fighting back, asking what they were doing. The succubus explained that she's usually dumb, but now she's saying smart things, while Huang He hinted that it wasn't her style. That necromancer told them to just obey her, and then they would safely deliver the Demon King to the dungeons. And then she joyfully announced that she would then receive the award and be able to pay off her debts. At the same time, the Demon King jumped into the sea. They looked at the fact that Idas was not floating. All three were stunned and frightened, calling for her. All Alice could think about was her promotion as she stared at the top of the king's head peeking out of the water. She rushed to save the king and was already swimming to the place where even the top of her head went under the water. Dorothy called the necromancer stupid because she couldn't swim, and Huang He told her to leave everything to him and not try to follow him. Having dived into the sea, the boy began to look for the king. He opened his mouth to scream when he saw Idas eating raw fish standing on the seabed. He swam over, saying he was glad she was okay. The girl, finishing her fish, said that it was always fine. Huang He began to look around, trying to find Alice. The boy looked where the king pointed and saw a necromancer slowly going to the bottom. Dorothy sat next to Alice, lying on the sand in a pool of seawater, saying it was too much. Idas stretched and said that next time they should just let Alice die, while Huang He followed her and dried herself off from the water. Taking out the needle, he looked at the necromancer and said that he would wake her up now. He began to quickly poke the needle all over the girl's body to make her come to her senses. And when he pressed on her stomach, the girl bent a little and spat out all the seawater right in the boy's face. While Alice was spitting out the water, the other two girls were happily watching her, and the boy, with a smile, thought that they really were monsters. Collapsing on the lounger, he thought about how tired he was. He understood that it was very difficult to remain in human form, and also to maintain Dorothy's magic of transfiguration. The king shouted that the gopher had come to his senses and asked if he wanted to play with them. But the boy replied that they should play without him, because he was tired. And Huang He realized that having turned into a human on the outside, he also added to himself the need for food. While standing in line for the food tray, he looked in surprise at the adventurers he had seen both in the auction house and in the dungeon. Looking out from the queue, he wondered how they could all be selling noodles and whether that Ainima was rich. Turning around, he closed his eyes and thought that it would be better not to contact them or contact them at all. The girl with pink hair shouted when she saw him and asked to wait. People began to approach him, asking if he was a god, which surprised Huang He. And while people were whispering, the girl came to apologize for the fact that they had a misunderstanding in the past, and he replied that everything was fine. Clasping his hands on his chest, Ainima asked the girl if she really still believed that she was a god, attracting everyone's attention. He started yelling that Huang He even looked like a fake, and his follower was chasing after him. The girl began to defend the boy, who only then began to pour himself, saying that the master really killed the Demon King. That couple sided with Huang He, telling Ainima that they saw with their own eyes how he killed the king. The girl trustingly asked if he was lying to them, and the boy waved it off, saying of course not. She lashed out at Ainima, saying that God cannot lie. But the adventurer said that Huang He must first prove that he is a god, which caused another surprised sound from the boy's mouth. Ainima spoke about the sword that his follower handed him. It was a sword of divine flame with a double blessing of fire and other attributes. If the boy is a demon, the sword will kill him. Holding the sword in his hands, he asked if the boy was ready to take the blow of this sword. After laughing, Huang He said that there was no need. Saying that he was a trickster demon, The adventurer lunged at Huang He with his sword. He began to scream when the sword didn't pierce his skin, and Huang He himself explained with a smile that no divine artifacts could harm him. The girl clapped her hands, saying that the artifacts do not harm only God, he really is the Lord. People started whispering that he was really a god, and that he had not come for more than 1,000 years. Handing the sword to the follower, Ainima shouted that it couldn't be, and that it was an accident. The girl asked him to calm down because such behavior in front of the master was unacceptable. Gritting his teeth, he said that this guy was definitely with the boss of the dungeon and he was a demon. The follower said he had figured out how to test the god, which caught the attention of the adventurer. He said that demons cannot heal, so if he heals someone, then he is not a demon. Poking at the god, he said that if he did not heal, then they would realize that the holy account was only a cover. Once again, Huang He was surprised when Ainima said that he should allow him to be cut if he was truly a god. The boy calmly replied that he saw no problem in allowing it. But he raised an eyebrow questioningly, asking if Ainima was sure that his strength would be enough for this. The adventurer was furious but admitted that the boy was right. He used the power of his sword against his follower. The girl asked why he attacked her friend, but Ainima calmly said that it was necessary. Holding the sword, he said that it was necessary to hit someone to test it. Pointing his sword in Huang He's direction, he told the boy to go treat the follower, and if he couldn't, he would prove his demonic essence. Huang He became an embodiment of fire, angry that the adventurer had injured a person for testing, and asked if he was being bullied. The boy thought about why this aura looked so ominous as he looked at the form of a god. He used Teia's mysterious needle near the boy's wound. He ordered the boy not to move, explaining that he had put a healing herb on him. After dressing the wound, he said that everything is fine and the boy will only need to lie down for a few days at home. Ainima's follower was surprised, thanking for the healing. Getting up, the boy announced that he really felt much better, and the girl said that this was to be expected because God did not deceive them. Ainima asked how this was possible when the people behind him believed that the Lord was really in front of them. He started yelling at his follower, accusing him of colluding with Huang He ahead of time. The boy came closer and gave Ainima a hand to let go of his follower. Holding onto his aching hand, he began to scream that Huang He wouldn't let him ask about the healing, and Huang He only called the adventurer stupid. He said displeasedly and spitefully that it seems that Ainima also needs to be taught. To everyone's surprise, the god replied that he has a special punishment for the impure. A second later, Ainima was looking at the sky covered with lightning. They were summoned by Huang He, and then he aimed a blow at the adventurer, who screamed in pain. Now he was lying on the sand, burnt and bruised. The boy and the girl were speechless in astonishment, saying that it was divine. All visitors to the beach knelt down to pay Huang He, acknowledging that he was a god. He looked at all this with satisfaction, because his strength played into his hands. A follower crouched next to Ainima fearfully, asking if he was okay. The people said they had left a boy who disrespected the gods and wondered why the follower was injured and still clung to his master. Huang He asked why the boy was still helping Ainima after he had injured him. The boy said that God does not understand anything. He said that Ainima took him as an assistant when the boy needed a job and that he owed his life to him. He grimaced, looking at all this, and said that he was too stubborn. The boy asked Christina, the girl with pink hair, why she was not helping because she was also a helper. Huang He looked at Christina, who said that she no longer wanted to be Ainima's assistant. She said that she had wanted to do this for a long time because he did not consider her opinion, and when they were in danger, he ran away first. Hugging Ainima, the boy shouted that she was an assistant and should be ready for such a thing, and the girl only looked away upset. When the girl wanted to approach, Huang He held out his hand, stopping her. He said that Christina is first of all a person and only then an assistant. He said that all people are equal, and those who do not think so are not worthy of support. Supporting Ainima, his assistant said that he is definitely a fake, because no one is equal. Under the boy's questioning gaze, the two adventurers ran away, saying that next time he would definitely pay for everything. He turned to the girl, asking why they were working on the beach because Ainima, as far as the boy knew, was rich. Christina said with a smile that Ainima spent money right and left. But after the auction he found that there was no money on the card, and the money was not returned for the lots, so everything went to the auction. She also said that before his parents noticed, they opened a shop to make money. Huang He said that it was definitely not easy for them. The guy said he would go first because he wanted to buy himself a drink. Without hesitation, the girl asked if she could go with them, She said that she had already terminated her contract with Inema and now had nowhere to go and no job to do. He said with a smile that she could go with him, at which the girl was very happy. But he warned with a smile that his friends have a bad character and should not contact them. He told the girl to take drinks and food from her tray because his friends were hungry. The Lord said that Huang He is definitely strong, but he should not be intimidated by that, watching the boy with a smile. His assistant, meanwhile, asked what they were going to do next. He said that they are acting according to the plan that they have come up with, because he wants to know what the boy is capable of. The assistant saluted, accepting the order. Huang He cursed as he watched several men approach Idas, offering to have a drink with them while the girl looked bored and disinterested. He fearfully thought about what would happen if those boys pissed off the Demon King now. He stood in front of the girl, who even sat down from surprise and told the men to leave his girlfriend alone. The Lord watched from around the corner, thinking everything was going according to plan, while people recognized him and whispered what the Lord of the city was doing. All 4 of the men clinging to Idas were adventurers and were now ready to fight. They crossed their arms, asking the boy if he really wanted to meddle in his business. The assistant lord who was among them swung his fist, saying Huang He would die now. Everyone was surprised when Idas caught the boy's fist. She stood calmly and looked at the adventurer. The girl began to transform into her demonic form, asking if they were ready to die after all, to disturb the king's rest. The 6 men looked at what appeared before them. The Lord, who was hiding around the corner, looked at the whole scene in fear. Idas, with her hands folded palms together, looked at the bunch of adventurers, asking Huang He if it would be just as spectacular if he fought them. But the boy said that the main thing was that they were safe, not wanting to compete. Hiding behind a corner and sweating from fear, the Lord thought how this was possible, because the owner of the auction house said that the demon girl had no abilities. And then he thought that Huang He was really a god, because he had definitely purified her with his own power and given her blessed power. But he began to shake his head, refusing to accept what he thought. But with a smile, the Lord said to himself that he would find a way to prove that he was not a god. The Demon King said she wanted to eat, and Huang He had already brought her food and drink. But he began to look in different directions, asking where Alice and Dorothy had gone. The king pointed to the sea, saying that they had decided to go swimming, and the boy asked if Alice suddenly learned to swim. Alice took the children's inflatable circle, but her head was in the water and only her ass was sticking out. He yelled if she was really such an idiot when he saw how she decided to take a bath. Dorothy sat next to Alice, asking if it was normal for her to be unconscious. But Huang He said that she was alive, and he definitely wouldn't let her throw away her hooves. Ida said that she ate everything, and the boy screamed because there was no more mana recovery drink. He was screaming inside because he didn't get a drink, but he smiled at the girl, saying that they could buy food somewhere else. Throwing the necromancer on his shoulder, he said that she should go to the shopping street to buy something else, and the girls agreed. The Lord turned to his mercenaries, asking if they were ready for the next part of the plan. He said with a smile that they shouldn't screw up this time. The Demon King was lost in the food, saying that everything looked very good, while the boy said that she could buy anything she wanted. After showing her the VIP card, he said that there was still a lot of money on it, and they could spend as much as they wanted. And he looked at his hit point bar, realizing that he was about to transform, and thought that he had to find a place to recover. In one of the shops, the seller said that the girl became the 999th buyer of Baozi. But while she was making steam buns, Huang He looked at the seller questioningly. The boy asked why the face was familiar to him, and the salesman, who had turned his back and was fixing his glued-on mustache, said that it was impossible. He was joined by another seller. He said that they should all receive a gift from the manger. He gave his friends tickets to the haunted house Huiva in the park by the sea. And while the boy was thinking, Idas and Dorothy were asking what a guivu was and whether it was something edible. The seller explained that in that house, everyone is disguised as demons, and it is very interesting there. The girls came back with a disappointed squeak, because there was nothing interesting about the demons, and the seller called out to them. He stopped them with the last of his strength, even stretching out his hand and shouting at the trail that this is an exciting place and no one has yet gone all the way. They began to record him by asking what the prizes were. Dorothy asked about cosmetics and Idas about goodies. However, the seller declined and said that they had to go through the house first. The girls began to say out loud that they wanted to go there, to which Huang He agreed with a smile. He thought that he would find a place to breathe and rest to recover his strength. They were joined by Christina, who went with them to the house with demons. The Lord and his assistant were satisfied. Everything was going according to plan. Huang. He looked at the house in front of him and came to the conclusion that it was really scary. He thought that it would be better for his heart if he didn't go there, and the girls were clearly interested. The Demon King gave the tickets to the guard, saying that they wanted to go as a whole company. The Lord was watching them through the tablet. Ida said that this place is dark and nothing can be seen around. The Demon King used his eyes, which now illuminated everything red, and Huang. He asked not to look in his direction because his eyes were cut by the light. He somehow realized that someone was standing behind him, which made the boy's eyes crawl to his forehead. Looking around, the boy shuddered in terror when he heard a growl. But the very next moment, the demon was on his back, raising clouds of dust as he fell. Ida stood over the demon, saying that it was nowhere near as scary as real demons. While the Demon King was scaring and slightly beating the people disguised as monsters, Huang He thought that the atmosphere of fear was completely absent. The assistant said that the maiden was very strong, and their people were no match for her, but the Lord said that he had foreseen this and that according to the plan. As he dragged Alice, who was still unconscious, Huang He thought that it was for the best. The sooner the quest was completed, the sooner he could rest. The girls watched as the floor disappeared and Huang He and Alice fell somewhere down. The boy hit his head painfully when he fell down that chasm. As he sat on the floor, he wondered if this cave was part of the demon's home. But remembering Alice, he began to look for her because she was on his shoulder until they began to fall. Alice started to scream for him to get off her when, in the darkness, Huang He stepped right on her face. He started massaging her shoulders, apologizing for not noticing. And after that, he used the method of realigning the bones on the necromancer so that nothing would hurt or break after the fall. Huang He asked if she felt better, and the girl replied that surprisingly she did. Alice wondered in horror if she had heard correctly about the haunted house when Huang He told them where they had ended up. When the girl began to shake and hide behind the back of the zombie, he asked if she was really afraid of ghosts. Under the indignant look of the girl, the boy began to laugh, saying that the great necromancer was afraid of ghosts. Wiping away her tears of laughter, Huang He asked if there were ghostly demons in the dungeon, and she replied that she never wanted to see them. Alice began to make excuses that she could summon zombies when Huang He asked what she could do since she was a necromancer. Bowing his head, the boy was upset. Things were bad because there was no use for this girl. They both turned back when Alice asked if it rained in the dungeons. They saw a huge snake staring right at them, drooling. Huang He shouted for them to run away while Alice just screamed in terror. She asked where the python came from, but the boy was scared and angry, asking if she really asked him that. Watching Huang He on the screen, he said with a smile under his breath for the boy to finally show his divine power. The snake hit the ground, trying to catch the necromancer and zombie with its teeth. Alice began to howl, saying that she did not like it here and that she should be taken away from here. But Huang He shouted at her, asking what kind of rag she was. But suddenly he came to his senses. For sure the monsters here are not real because this is a house of monsters. Extending his finger to the snake, the boy smiled, saying that he now knew its true nature. But the very next moment, he was in the mouth of a snake from head to waist. Resting his hands on the walls of the snake's mouth, he thought in confusion that it seemed to be a real snake. As they both struggled and shook, Han Haya told the girl not to worry about him and thought that if the snake ate him, he would be able to return home. Clenching his teeth, he ordered the girl to run away and said that he would take care of it himself. Alice cried because she thought that 132 was ready to sacrifice himself for her. And then she ran away, till the smoke rose, while he wrestled with the snake, shouting after her that she was running too fast. But he smiled, thinking that it was for the best, that now he could die in peace. Lord and his assistant were looking at the screen. The assistant said that the boy really pretended to be a god, because an ordinary python was able to eat him. The assistant asked where they got so many monsters here, but the Lord, returning, ordered not to ask so many questions. But then he asked another question. If that boy is not a god, then what will they do with his girls? With a smile, the Lord said that it was not a question and that of course they would finish them all off. Running away, Alice looked back and screamed. The snake really ate 132. Wiping away her tears, she told him that she would never forget him. The next step made her fall. Alice did not notice the stone or the root over which she tripped and was now falling. Sitting on the floor, the necromancer sobbed because she was in pain. She twisted her leg and tore off her knee. Alice looked in front of her, where the eyes and outlines of monsters could be seen in the shadows, all looking only at her. Huang He put his hand to his face, not realizing that it wasn't him. It turned out that he was now sitting on a gurney, and there was a doctor nearby who loudly announced that the patient had woken up. Before his eyes was the same girl whom he met in the bench and whom he was supposed to marry. She looked extremely worried. The boy couldn't contain his joy at his return, so he hugged Zhen Yuxian tightly, who looked at him in confusion and didn't know how to react to such behavior. She said, looking at Huang He, that it had only been a few hours since the incident and that his heart wasn't even beating, but now he was alive, as if nothing had happened. Leaning against the girl's chest, the doctor asked in confusion if only a few hours had really passed, while Yuxian looked at him even more puzzled. Pressing his face even harder against the girl's chest, he closed his eyes and thought that time flows differently in that world, because he had been there for many days. Turning away in no way and blushing, Huang He said that he was a little excited when Zhen asked him to get off her chest. She said that if he was in such a state that he could joke, she asked if he would marry a modest girl and inherit a fortune of 10 billion. Raising his thumb and gesturing that he agreed, he began to say it aloud, but did not finish. Looking around, he tried to find his Nintendo Switch console, which was not nearby. Fortunately, he quickly found her. She was lying a little further on the asphalt. He thought with a smile that no more movements in time and space were observed. Yukian asked if he was all right coming a little closer, and he sheepishly replied that he was just overexcited and that's why he passed out. Turning around, the girl went in another direction and said that since everything is fine, there is no need to postpone their marriage. Huang He agreed with this. Closing his eyes, he thought that now even Alice would not prevent him from marrying a rich beauty and inheriting huge wealth. Squinting at him, but without turning her face, the girl asked if he had a driver's license, to which he answered in the affirmative. Indeed he did. Zhen showed him the car that now belonged to him, and Huang He's mouth dropped open in surprise. He couldn't believe it. Sitting behind the wheel, the boy thought about the fact that he felt very comfortable and remembered how he had collected medicinal herbs 3 times before that, and how his back hurt then. The girl said with a smile that they should finally go, and the boy obeyed, starting the car. But after he stepped on the gas, the car remained stationary, which puzzled them both. But the very next moment, the car was flying very fast, and the girl was screaming for him to slow down because it was too much. Huang He was screaming because of the speed and the fact that he did not know how to practice. Yuxian opened her mouth at what she saw in front of her and shouted so that the doctor could hear her. There was a child crossing the road in front of her. They began to brake, their tires squealing frantically to avoid hitting anyone while the boy in the headphones played his console. Now the car turned sideways and the child stood in front of the car motionless and numb with terror. The boy looked at how Huang He, who was now standing in front of him, became angry and shouted, "Does he not know that he should be more careful on the road and not be distracted when crossing?" But immediately the doctor changed his anger to mercy, because he saw that the boy was playing the same game. But he, hiding the set-top box, said that Huang He would not let him play. Raising his eyes to the sky, he thought about how his girls were, and realized that he would not have thought that his and the game's paths would ever cross again. At the same time, Alice was sitting on the floor surrounded by monsters with red eyes, whom she begged not to approach and was already screaming. She used her ability to summon zombies to help her fight the monsters of this house. The girl knelt down, and the room was filled with pink-purple light. And while her zombies stood as a shield and attacked the monsters, the girl ran as hard as she could to escape while the monsters were distracted. But then she hit something with her head, feeling pain from the collision. In front of her was the same snake that had eaten Huang He, and now he was looking directly at her, showing his tongue. As the python opened its mouth to swallow her too, the girl started running in the other direction, thinking she had completely forgotten about the snake on the other side of the room. She looked back at the summoned zombies who were no longer standing and were nothing more than a pile of dead debris. The girl screamed in annoyance, and then she looked scared in the direction of the snake, which was catching up with her, surrounded by bats. She did not know what to do now and where to run. Falling to her knees, the necromancer began to scream loudly, breaking her voice. She begged to save her. She begged at least someone who would hear her. And Huang He was smiling sadly in his world, thinking that he missed the girls and asking himself if he had really grown attached to them during that time inside the game. He started to look around when he heard his name. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, because there was no one around to call him. At the same second, Zhen Yuxian screamed frantically, warning Huang He of the danger, telling him to be careful standing near the car. He turned his head, looking at the radiator of a truck that was traveling at high speed on the same road. The boy was confused, but above all, he thought that he would not like to die like this, just not in this way. And the next second, Huang He flew down the road because the truck knocked him off the road, painfully hitting him all over his body. The girl ran to him, screaming and asking if he was alive. But the doctor was almost unconscious, not even able to say a word, only to think that he had just returned. Before his eyes he saw a blurred picture, the outline of Zhen Yuxian, who was leaning over him, but it began to blur. Floating in an incomprehensible space, he thought that everything hurt and he felt terrible. All the while swimming, he thought that the body, as if, did not belong to him, and that he could not even move his fingers. He calmly and with a faint smile thought that perhaps this time death had definitely come for him, and he would not wake up even in some other world. But suddenly a light appeared from somewhere, forcing Huang He to raise his head and try to see what it was. He could not understand anything, opening his mouth and rolling his eyes from complete surprise. Closing his eyes and succumbing to the light and the flow that carried him somewhere, the boy thought about whether he would be resurrected from now on. Alice at this time screamed loudly and with all her might, summoning zombies and using all the strength she had. It seemed that the snake had eaten her just like Huang He had, raising the dustpan and bending towards the prey that was hiding in the dustpan. The lord of the city was smiling as he watched his snake eat another of the visitors to the house. His assistant opened his mouth in fear at what he saw on the screen. When the boy said that the girl wouldn't survive either, it seems the Lord turned to him with a big smile and said that that was the deal between them and the monsters. Getting up from the table, he ordered his assistant not to stand as a pillar, but to clean up everything behind them, so that there were no traces of the presence of those people or monsters. He bowed, agreeing to carry out the order. But the assistant was distracted by something. He looked towards the monitor, not believing his eyes. Following him, the lord of the city, who did not understand what was happening there, returned to the image on the screen. It seems that something did not go according to the approved plan. Alice sat on the floor in the middle of the dust and covered herself with her hands from the python, as if it could save her. She saw how the python had a gaping hole and broken bones, and next to the hole in the snake's body was a zombie, standing and looking at the place from where it had just appeared. She tearfully threw herself into the arms of the 132nd, saying that she thought he had already been killed and that she was glad he had appeared. He, looking at his face, did not share the joy. He started yelling angrily, waving his arms. What the hell was he in this world again? He began to shake with anger and annoyance, because he had just managed to get to his world, and everything was fine when he found himself here again. Under Alice's surprised, watchful eye, he looked at the game message. Huang He unlocked the Life After Death achievement, which puzzled him quite a bit. The girl did not understand why he was fighting, and he could not believe that the damage to his health would be even less and would also be converted into hit points. And how should he kill himself with such conditions? Alice was sobbing because he was alive. Although, why not, because he is a zombie? And he was sobbing because he was back almost at the starting point, and now it is even more difficult to die. Zombie thought about what exactly he was being punished for, and that maybe this was his personal circle of hell, knowing about money and beauty and not being able to get it all. All this was watched by the city lord and his assistant. The first even leaned on the table to keep his balance. The lord was angry and did not understand how the little girl was able to destroy all the monsters. His assistant was frightened and said that he had no other explanation than that a miracle had happened. The assistant remembered what he saw on the monitor. When the smoke subsided a little, it seems that a teddy bear zombie appeared there, which was just killing everyone. The Lord looked at the screen and could not believe that it was really so, because the bear did not even move and his assistant only scratched his forehead in confusion. The Lord said that if it was really all the fault of that bear, then they must be somehow related to zombies and demons, but not to God. They just needed to prove it. Turning again to the assistant, he ordered more monsters to be sent to that basement so that they could ascertain what he had in mind. Meanwhile, Alice got up from her knees and took the still confused Huang He into her arms, hugging him tightly. Holding him to her, she began to cry, saying that he really did bring good luck and that she was glad he was alive. But the boy asked her not to make a fuss. But then he closed his eyes and smiled blissfully, because it was still warm and cozy in her arms and next to his chest. He told Alice that his mana points were almost at 0 and he couldn't move, but she, still hugging him, told him not to worry, because she was near. He was happy and a little embarrassed when the girl, blushing, said that she felt calm and comfortable next to him. Closing his eyes again, Huang. He thought that even though there had been misunderstandings between them at first, staying in this world was not as bad as he had originally thought. But the idyll did not last long. Alice opened her eyes, looking in front of her at what appeared from the darkness, and the outlines of which became clearer with every second. Many rats and scorpions looked at them with red eyes, almost devouring them. They were everywhere. And while Alice was frightened, asking the zombie what they should do, he shouted that now was the time to run away and as soon as possible. Huang He pointed to which passageway, saying that they should run right there. The girls, holding him tighter, ran in the indicated direction, but they didn't run for long. Raising her head, the necromancer saw a huge spider descending the ceiling towards them, to which even bats were afraid to fly. As soon as he approached, looking at them with his red, hungry eyes, Alice screamed in terror. She shouted that she did not want to die, and put forward Huang He himself, who, with the same shout, asked her if that was not why she made him a human shield. He began to scream in pain as the spider horde was close by and his chalizers touched the zombie's body. Nothing happened, to the surprise of both Huang He and Alice, but the spider began to shake like an aspen leaf. They both screamed again, but for a different reason. The spider in front of them exploded, and the boy said that he did not understand why, because he certainly did not do anything to the monster. And while he sulked and became angry, trying to figure it out, Alice still held him in front of her, hiding her face behind the back of a small, plush zombie. To his utter surprise, Alice said she knew why. She said that she had noticed before that he had something like divine breath, but now his skill was transformed, and that is why he was able to kill the monster by simply breathing on it. They stared at the pool of black blood as he couldn't believe that he had dealt 10x damage to a shadow entity with just such an ability. He asked why she was fine then, considering she was only half necromancer. However, the girl smiled smugly and said that he would not harm the one who summoned him. With a sly expression on her face, Vani said that she had figured out how to escape, but the boy did not share her enthusiasm and fearfully asked what she was going to do. Huang He's fear only grew as he listened to Alice assure him that it would only hurt a little. With the zombie aloft above her, she screamed for the monsters around her to give way, while he screamed for her to put him down. The fool! The guy started to glow, but almost immediately the boy was hit in the face, which made him flinch from the force of the blow. Someone jabbed him with something in the back, causing pain, but not the damage he expected. Huang He was already screaming in pain, telling Alice that he was her favorite bear, and it was enough to use him as a shield. However, the girl closed her eyes and did not listen. Pushing him forward, right on the chalitz of another spider, she asked him to be patient, because they had almost reached that exit. But it was no less painful for the boy. As he endured those painful jabs and blows, all he could think about was that he could run himself if his mana points weren't at 0. The lord of the city and his assistant watched all this through the screen. They carefully watched how Alice covered herself with a zombie and did not die after the attacks. The lord screamed and got angry, banging on the table because it was only a small zombie, and his divine breath was mowing the monsters to dust. The assistant, drenched in sweat, timidly asked the boss, maybe Huang He really is a god, and he sent this bear as a punishment for the fact that they doubted and set up an ambush. The lord was shaking with anger and powerlessness as he dismissed this theory. It's impossible. Everything that happens, he said, is just for eye candy. Staring his eyes, he said that he never thought that the time of forced measures would come. He put on a mask that covered half of his face and turned to his assistant, looking determined that he was going to personally test their abilities. Meanwhile, Alice was swinging the boy in all directions while he sobbed in pain all over his body. However, the monsters dissolved from his skill. Alice held Huang He's ears as she fended off the monsters, and happily informed him that they would soon be out of there. But he cried out, begging to finally end his suffering. However, almost as soon as she said this, the girl stopped and hugged Huang He close, staring into the darkness in front of her. Clutching it even tighter in her hands, the necromancer said she had a bad feeling, causing the zombie to look in the same direction and say that the boss would be coming now. Surrounded by bats, a man in a long white cloak and mask appeared before them, silently staring at the zombies and the necromancer. Alice, frightened, opened her mouth, stating that the man had a very terrifying aura, but Huang He only thought that he had already seen that stranger somewhere. Taking his spear and already surrounded by a purple-pink light, he addressed them as demons and told them to prepare for their own death. He was a level 84 Holy Spear warrior. Clutching the zombies in her hands, a thoroughly frightened Alice said that they needed to run and began to run in a different direction from the passage. The warrior behind her shouted that they would not escape from him. She turned her head to the warrior, looking intently at him and finding determination in herself. She thought, since he wants to fight, and Huang He covered herself, exposing him to the tip of the spear, which had already almost reached his chest. He screamed, begging her to be human and not sacrifice him again. The zombie closed his eyes, accepting his own fate, and as the spear was about to strike him, he collided with the golden-colored shield that Huang He had created. Holding a spear in his hands and leaning on it, he couldn't understand how those two defended themselves, and he took the damage. He had minus 1,200 health and blood gushed out of his mouth. The girl desperately asked how Huang He was, and he only replied that he couldn't move. The city lord shouted, feeling tears in his eyes. He didn't believe that these two were connected to a god. It was out of the question. Alice and the zombies watched as the warrior sped toward them. He was supported by the thought that there has been no god in this world for 1,000 years, so that guy is not a god either. She lifted the boy up again, defending herself against the coming attack and asking his forgiveness for it. But he shouted that she was his again. The warrior attacked again. He put more force, trying to pierce the zombie with a spear, but still the same barrier did not allow him to do it. The Lord struck again, this time using a double javelin strike, and Alice spoke about the zombie bear's double defense. After another failed attack, the Lord screamed in frustration and anger, asking why the zombie couldn't die. Alice was smiling contentedly, saying that her defense was flawless, and Huang He, who turned to her, angrily asked this idiot why she was so satisfied. Leaning on his spear and barely able to stand on his feet, the warrior said that he would never have thought that his end would be near because of such opponents, and he could not accept it. He caught one of the rats running around the dungeons and waiting in the dark for victims. Bringing the rat closer to his face, he smirked, saying that he never planned to stoop to such a level, but they're making him. The very next moment, the lord of the city bit off the rat's head, chewing it along with the fur and other innards. Alice, with a zombie in her arms, looked at the warrior's back, trying to understand what he was doing and what they should do next. Suddenly, everything around lit up with the same violet-pink light that enveloped the warrior in front of them. They looked at the entity that appeared in front of them instead of the warrior, raising their heads. Alice instinctively took a step back, pressing the zombie to her. Now it was a huge humanoid monster with gaping bat wings and red eyes that let out a battle cry right in Alice and Huang He's face. Covering her mouth with the palm of her free hand, the girl said with disgust that the entity had bad breath, and the boy asked in horror if that was really all she was concerned about right now. The monster said that he would finish off Alice first, appearing behind her because attacks on bears do not give results. The girl and the boy were scared. The warrior hit her in the back with his own palm, pushing her forward and causing her to lose her balance. And the very next moment, Alice was lying on the ground, and next to her was a motionless zombie lying face down. And while the monster was saying that death had come for them, the necromancer made great efforts to get up, and her whole body was shaking from exhaustion. Huang He struggled to his feet, but his whole body was still shaking from the effort he was making to stand upright. He turned to face the monster. Coming forward and preparing to win, he asked the one who called himself Death what he would say to someone who was already dead. Huang He thought that he should go back. He did not know the state of his body in the real world, but dying here meant returning there, and that was the main thing. Alice, with tears in her eyes, turned to the boy, saying that he was still ready to protect her, even though she treated him very badly. And then Alice ran in the other direction, suggesting that he should die again, and she would summon him. Huang He turned to her, asking who she was so crazy about. The zombie bowed to the ground because it was hard for him. He had neither strength nor mana left to fight the monster. He grabbed his face the next moment, forcing him to wince and close his eyes as his fingers dug into the zombie's face. Picking up Huang He, the city lord said that he couldn't kill him, but the zombie couldn't do anything to him once he was immobilized. The boy was pierced through by what the warrior called a shadow thorn, purple light and spikes of the same color peeking out from the orb. And the very next second the boy was pinned to the ground by those spikes, unable to move or use any of his strength. Running away, Alice turned around, frowning and looking at what the monster was doing. The girl didn't even have time to turn her head back, still trying to figure out where the zombie was and what happened to him, when that terrible winged monster was running next to her. Stopping in front of the girl, he smiled slyly and maliciously, saying that now it was her turn. It was obvious that the necromancer was starting to get angry, displacing her fear. But almost immediately the fear returned. She fell to the ground, sitting on her knees, and put her hands on her head as if she wanted to hide from reality. The monster didn't understand what was happening, looking at it, until Alice turned away and repeated like a mantra in her head the words that she was invisible. But a crack was heard above his head, making him clench his teeth and raise his head, trying to understand what was happening and who dared to oppose him. And immediately he saw 3 girls in swimsuits who had broken a hole in the ceiling of the dungeon and were already descending to free these 2. He watched as the foot of one of the girls gracefully touched the floor, not believing his eyes and asking himself how this was even possible. The warrior looked at the girls who appeared, but thought only that it was impossible to get into this dungeon without special magical protection, and asked himself how this girl got here. Meanwhile, the Demon King said that Huang He and Alice had gone deep. Screaming that Miss Itis had finally come to save her, the necromancer rushed to her to thank her. Falling to her feet, she sobbed and gave thanks. When the Demon King tried to push the girl away from him and said that Alice had already soiled her with snot. Dorothy, who was standing nearby, began to look around, asking where Huang He had gone. Alice, still sobbing, held out her hand and pointed in the direction where she had last seen the zombie and where he had met the monster. The boy was lying in a small gash formed by his impact on the ground, crippled by those magical spikes, and did not move. Itis stared at him without saying a word until the succubus timidly called out to her. She turned to the monster, looking very angry. Her eyes glowed with red flames, and she herself asked how he dared to hurt the little zombie. The 3 girls now watched as the Demon King, arms outstretched and summoning his strength, marched straight towards the winged warrior. He clenched his teeth as he felt a magical aura that was very terrifying, and a strength hundreds of times greater than his own. He understood that he had to run away because it was a Demon King-level power. A portal emerged from the potion behind him in a second, from where a huge demonic hand appeared that wanted to grab the lord of the city. Using her power, Itis ordered the monster to die. She raised the smoky around, and the hand, meanwhile, approached the monster. She clenched her fist, catching the warrior and pressing hard. As he coughed for lack of air, the Demon King tightened her grip on his hand, staring fixedly at the monster in her fingers. He begged to kill him. Then she sent a demonic hand from a swing to the floor, which she hit with the fist of the captive. Dorothy watched the action with her arms crossed, muttering to herself that the Demon King knew no pity. Huang He, who was walking by and yawned, agreed. She fearfully turned to the zombie, asking him if he was dying, because she was very frightened by the fact that something was sticking out of him. He thought that if it was as simple as she said, he would have enjoyed a rich life and a beautiful wife long ago. The Demon King turned around at the sound of Huang He's voice, noticing that he was walking and almost fine. And while her demonic hand threw away that monster, Itis ran up to the zombie and, a little confused, admitted that she was glad to see him alive. But they were interrupted by that girl who was a follower of Ainima. Christina timidly asked him if it was really Mr. God in this image. He thought about the fact that now it was necessary to get out somehow quickly, because the girl saw him in the form of a zombie, and this threatened exposure. She put a finger thoughtfully to her face as he began to explain that the god had no permanent form, and that this was one of the guises he had in his arsenal. Standing with a hole in the middle of his stomach, he raised his hand and illuminated everything with a bright light, saying that this was proof of his divinity for her to see for herself. Christina fell to her knees, saying that she did not deserve to live because she allowed herself to doubt him, but the boy said with a smile that he generously forgave her. None of them noticed how at that very time a lone rat was running away somewhere, just to stay as far as possible from these five. Hiding behind the corner of a wall, he stopped to take a breath and think about everything. Having turned into a man again, the lord of the city put a napkin to his nose, which was bleeding, and thought about the fact that that boy was not a god, but just another monster. Frowning, he realized that he would never be able to defeat that zombie, because he was damn strong. He knew that only one would be able to cope here. Lucia. In the dungeon where she was left, she finally took off her handcuffs. The Crusader knight rubbed her wrists. Squinting, she thought that she needed to return to the border town as soon as possible, because those monsters would do a lot there. The girl looked in surprise at the clue that was waiting right in front of her. The zombie wrote that if she goes to the right, she will immediately find her armor. As she quickly walked in the direction of her belongings, the girl thought to herself that this monster had good manners, and maybe not all of them were evil. Not meeting any resistance on her way, the Crusader opened the door to the room where her belongings awaited her. She opened her mouth in surprise and could not believe what she saw. What the hell did her armor turn into? A little later, the Demon King with all his hunger bit into the snake's meat, which was baked with a golden crust. Chewing the third piece of meat, the girl said that she would never have thought that monsters were so tasteless, and Huang He asked if that was why she was finishing the third piece. Dorothy, bending down, quietly asked the boy if he had any strange sensation, which surprised him. Raising a finger as if knowing the question, she said that they were supposedly in a border town, and there were far more monsters here than in the dungeon of despair they came from. Picking up one of the dead rats in her hand, the succubus went on to say that the monsters seemed to be controlled by someone because they didn't belong on their own, and that Werewolf definitely had something to do with it. The lord of the city appeared again in the office, quickly opening the door and attracting the attention of the assistant. He immediately began to ask how he was, because he saw everything that happened through the screen. Leaning on the assistant, he looked much worse, slumped and wasted. He said they didn't have time to think about his well-being. The lord ordered to find Lucia in the city and tell her that the city was attacked by an army of demons, because he understood that they could not cope with the zombies alone. The assistant ran to carry out the order, but after taking a few steps, he painfully hit someone who stood in his way. He screamed from the pain in his forehead. Rubbing his head, which hurt from the blow, and sitting on the floor, the assistant asked with closed eyes who was so wide. A priest was standing on the threshold, behind whom the holiday was embarrassingly waiting. The assistant even questioned that he did not believe that the Holy Father was in front of him, and also apologized for being on the way. Sitting on his throne, the Lord asked how His Eminence ended up here, and he answered that he had heard about the ascension of the god and had come to personally testify to this fact. Slamming his fist on the table and getting angry, the lord of the city said that there are no gods here, only monsters pretending to be gods. The next moment, a saint appeared in front of him, smashing something next to the throne, and burst into a fit of anger. She grabbed the Lord by the throat, lifting her off the ground and looking at him with her bright red eyes. She said that he had defiled the name of God and sinned mortally. And while the Lord was breathing, the priest told the girl that rudeness is a sin, while she again humbly stood by as if the whole scene had not happened. The priest said that he must see for himself whether it is a god or not, stopping the quarrels between Siphazoya and the Lord. Clinging to the shoulders of His Eminence with both hands, the Lord said that he himself understood that there could no longer be a god in this world. He looked crazy, rolling his eyes and saying that the only way to get rid of that bunch of monsters was to call Lucia to finish them off. But the priest just calmly dropped the Lord's hand from his shoulder. To the Lord's surprise and fear, that Holy Father said that even if the rumor was only half true, it was already considered a miracle. He calmly took hold of the collar of his cassock, saying that if these were the things of demons, and then with a sharp movement, he took off his cassock and became much bigger. showing a perfect athletic body and saying with a smile that then he would destroy them himself. He and the saint turned and went out the door under the watchful eyes of the Lord and his faithful assistant. The boy asked the boss if they were really going to let them go so easily, but the Lord replied by asking if he had better ideas. Looking at the priest's back, the Lord thought why this old man wanted to see God so much, if he understood for sure that the matter reeked of monsters. And then, turning to the assistant, the Lord ordered him not to bash anyone's head in, and rather run after Lucia. The Lord thought that it would be better for the old man not to meddle in his own business, squinting while he looked at him and the saint. Saifazoya, while they were moving through the dungeons, informed the priest that she clearly felt the presence of the god ahead. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, the Holy Father said that it was indeed divine breath without a doubt. He looked ahead, noting also that the smell of demons wafted from there as well, which worried him. Frowning, Huang He told Itis to slow down, causing her to look up from her food and ask what he meant. In the distance, he saw the saint who was calling him, although he had not seen her yet. The guy couldn't believe his eyes that it was really her. Saifazoya hugged him tightly, holding him close and saying that she missed him very much, even though they had not seen each other for several hours. Meanwhile, his debauchee skills were reactivated on their own. Christina asked, puzzled, how the saint recognized the god in such a form, but she asked in surprise if anything had changed since their last meeting. Clinging to Huang He with a smile, the girl said that although she could not see him well, his divine breath could not be confused with anything else. Christina was upset because she did not succeed in recognizing God the first time. She thought it was because her faith was not very strong. Taking the zombie in her arms and pressing it to her, the saint joyfully announced that she had completely forgotten to introduce the priest to them, pointing in the direction of His Eminence. Her hand pointed directly at the priest of St. Vel's Cathedral, her mentor Vilas. He stood and smiled. Huang. He cheerfully thought that his parents must not have liked him very much to give him such a name, but he did not say it out loud. Sitting on Saifazoya's arms, the boy thought that the name was not the main problem, shaking his head and trying to concentrate. Looking at the figure of the archbishop, he thought that he would not be able to circle him around his finger as easily as Safiza, and he had to come up with something, and quickly. And then the zombie was surprised when he heard the question of the priest. He asked if he could expect the grace to talk with the god alone. He feverishly wondered why he wanted to talk alone and whether he had pierced himself somewhere. Itis stood in front of Huang He with outstretched arms, who said that he should not wait for this good old man because she had a gut feeling and asked him not to agree. The archbishop calmly said that the girl was far from white and fluffy, to which she, without even turning to him, said that it was none of his business. But then something caught her attention, forcing her to turn her head back to see the priest. In the next second, Vilas used the power of a divine curse, causing Itis to close herself off from the light and magic. Dorothy and Elisa found themselves in such circles. The first screamed, trying to reach out to the demon king, while the second just tried to shut herself off. Huang He asked the priest what he was allowing himself, but he only answered that his charms would not harm. They would only put the girls to sleep. The boy defiantly asked why he left him in his consciousness then, and the priest calmly said that it was for the sake of a social conversation. When the zombie heard about the conversation with the Lord God that the archbishop told, he looked at the old man skeptically, not believing what he heard. But the priest, squinting a little and frowning, asked if it was better to call him a monster. Zombie said that he did not understand what he was talking about, but he thought to himself that the old man was not a fool and understood everything immediately. The priest said that there was no need to worry and that they would just sit down and talk at length, and a chair appeared behind Huang He to his surprise. He asked, looking at the wonder, where this chair came from. Holding the cross, the priest replied that with the right artifacts, a faithful servant of God can do anything, and that he created this space and can change it at will. Huang He, while climbing on the chair, asked if he was the creator, although he stated the fact more. The priest said that calling himself that would be the height of vanity for him. Without letting go of the cross, he pointed to it with his free hand and said that he had only borrowed this great power. Finally sitting down, the boy asked if he really wanted to say that the cross belonged to the true Creator, to which the archbishop answered in the affirmative. Holding the relic in his fist, he added with a smile that it really belonged to the Lord God himself. Huang, He repeated all this in order to understand whether he had heard everything correctly, to which the priest replied that he was finally beginning to understand everything. With a smile, the Holy Father said that he calls the cross a relic for a reason. The guy bent down and said that God died 1,000 years ago. The priest began to tell that people have long believed in God's blessings, and for some time they had seen him on earth. He mentioned the war between humans and demons 1,000 years ago, because it was after that the connection between humans and God disappeared. He said that after 100 years, even the most faithful gave up. God died. Bowing his head, the old man said that few people in the empire knew about it, not even Sifizoi. Huang He was confused, and couldn't think of anything to answer other than a simple, sure. But then he said that it turns out the priest immediately bit him, to which he nodded again and said yes. The boy said, closing his eyes, that it was time to end this masquerade. Jumping off the chair, Huang He spread his arms to the sides and said that he was a demon zombie bear and asked to pierce him with his cross. However, the priest just said with a smile that he has a lot of dexterity. Vilas assured that there was nothing to worry about because he would not harm the boy. Hugging the priest by the leg, the zombie asked him to put an end to evil once and for all, surprising and making the archbishop think he was mentally retarded. He cleared his throat and said that the Holy Cross has no purpose and cannot kill, but he has a proposal for zombies. In his surprise and confusion, the boy even let go of the Holy Father's leg, which he was hugging, to look at him with a question in his eyes. With a smile, Huang He said that if he offered something to the zombies, then Father should think about changing his profession, which caused dissatisfaction and a sharp phrase not to mince words. The archbishop said that now everyone in the border town believes that the boy is a god in the flesh and they cannot ignore this possibility. He went on to say that he only needed the recognition of the archbishop so that no one would doubt his divine origin. The boy looked at the priest, asking why he should be recognized as a god, especially since he knows that Huang He is just a simple little zombie and all. With a condescending smile, the priest explained that it didn't matter who he really was, and only what people thought he was. Zombie listened intently as Vilas explained that the demons that had lost their ability to heal were no longer a threat, and the threats within the empire had not gone anywhere. He said that due to the fact that faith in God has disappeared from these lands, people do what they want, and people who have power have already begun to look at church lands. And he explained that it was at this time that Huang He appeared on the stage, poking a finger at him. Padre began gesticulating, saying that people would then believe in the existence of God, and he would spread this news throughout the empire, and no one would dare to encroach on church property. After thinking about it, the boy asked a reasonable question. What is the benefit to him from all this? The priest said that the boy could enjoy the love of 10,000 people, but the zombie replied with a smile that it would be too much for him alone. But the archbishop did not give up. He asked Huang He to name his price, and the church would do everything in its power to fulfill it. When he returned, the boy said that he had only one wish. The archbishop couldn't believe what he was hearing when the zombie said confidently that he would like to die. The priest asked if the zombie could ask for anything else because it definitely went against his own plan, but he heard the rejection. That's all he needed. Looking at the boy, the priest wondered how this creature's brain was arranged and whether he was crazy. The archbishop said that he would help Huang He die, but before that, he would need to fool God for a while for the plan to work. After considering all the pros and cons, he said that he agreed to such conditions. Huang He said he would play the role of a god, but then the priest would summon the strongest people in the empire to kill him. He will also wait for the dungeon of despair. Vilas agreed. They shook hands, saying it was a pleasure doing business with each other. Having come across a force barrier, the zombie asked if the priest would let him out of here already, to which he said that he would. Also the old caveat. He and the lord of the border town represent different ruling groups, and the priest won't be able to protect him if the lord targets him. Huang He said that a few hours ago the lord had already attacked him, so he concluded that he was a threat to the lord. The archbishop asked why the zombie was still on his feet if the lord had attacked him, and the lord, frowning, said that his plush paws should not be underestimated. Vilas thought that Hawkwhite was above level 80, and he really couldn't handle this bear, and if he really had such outstanding abilities. But Huang He told the old man to stop flying in the clouds and start using his magic to release him from this space. Taking out the cross, the priest began to use its power, which sparkled around. Alice and Dorothy could not believe what was happening. Just a second ago, they were in some kind of bubble, and now it was gone. Idas was also confused, who could not understand what was happening. The Demon King began to look around, asking where everyone had gone. She saw Huang He next to the priest, although before that the priest was behind her and the zombie was in front of her. The Archbishop said that they would continue to act as agreed, and the zombie said that he understood everything. And the very next moment, Idas began to drink him, shouting for the priest to die. Huang He was terrified as he watched all of this. She said that for the fact that he wounded the zombie, the Holy Father would pay with his life while he was lying in the ravine that he had caused by his fall. Huang He calmly said that he did not touch him. The girl watched as the boy addressed the priest by name, asking what he was up to. The Lord began to shout into the microphone like a madman for the Archbishop to use the cross on them, because that was the only way to get rid of them. Looking at the girl and the zombie, the Holy Father replied that there was no need to rush to conclusions as he shook himself, trying to get up. Covered in his own blood, the priest raised Huang He above him, saying that this gentleman was indeed a god in the flesh. Vilas bowed his head and began to say that until today he doubted that God still remained in this world. He began to describe the physical and spiritual union he had just experienced while talking with Huang He. And then he poked his finger at him, saying that this bear is the Lord. The priest had no doubts. The lord of the city began to shout that the old man had either lost his mind or was planning something to do with the zombies, because the god had been dead for a long time. The old man smiled condescendingly, saying that the death of a god is just speculation among the nobility. Angry and clenching his teeth, the lord pressed the red button that was on his desk while he said that the nobility clearly did not disdain the help of monsters. Holes began to appear in the ceiling containing explosives. Vilas could only watch and listen as the lord was going to arrange a mass grave for all of them. Alice stared in fear at what appeared in the ceiling until Dorothy turned to her and the priest, saying that it was time to run because it was explosives. Huang He pointed to the cross in the priest's hands and told him to use his artifact and move them all to safety. Wiping the sweat that began to run down his face, the Archbishop said that he was sorry because the cross can only be used once a day, and it is not a combat tool, only a deterrent. The zombie frowned, thinking he couldn't let everyone die because of him. Summoning his power, Huang He understood that his mana was only enough for one spell, and he had no right to make a mistake. He created a divine protective sphere around the girls and the priest, but he himself stood outside it, looking at his creation. Leaning on the sphere and visibly exhaling with relief, he thought that the explosion would not affect them that way. Alice asked the 132nd if he was okay, and Huang He said that his mana was almost at zero and that he couldn't move due to lack of strength. The boy smugly told the girl not to worry because this sphere is so strong that it can withstand an explosion. That necromancer, opening her mouth in surprise that he hadn't noticed yet, said that Huang He himself was outside the realm. As soon as the girl's words reached him, he asked in confusion and fear what exactly she said. But he still understood everything. As he yelled that there was a mistake, explosions began, throwing him away from the sphere. Huang He screamed in surprise and fear. He was thrown further and further away from the sphere, and with each impact on the ground he screamed. The boy was in great pain. Hawkwhite stared at the screen in amazement, asking himself if this gang hadn't exploded yet. He watched as the sphere with the zombie in front of it moved through the dungeon, looking in which direction they were rolling. The next second, the door to his office flew open, letting in a sphere headed straight for him. The Lord yelped in surprise, angry and scared at the same time. Everyone in the city was agitated, running and not knowing if it was an earthquake, and someone called to look at the haunted house. People ran in front of each other, escaping from the explosion, which destroyed the haunted house and sent a shockwave through the city. A little girl was under the rubble. She got stuck under a beam and tearfully called her mother, saying she was stuck. Her mother, who was also crying from helplessness, told the child not to move and that she would save her now. However, all attempts to get the child out were in vain. The woman, sitting on the ground among the debris, looked at her daughter in confusion. The woman noticed a man in a white cape on the ruins of the house, who put his head in his hands. It was definitely the lord of the city. She rushed to him, saying that he was just in time and that she needed help to get the child out from under the rubble. But Hawkwhite only waved his hand, making the woman flinch. He ordered her to leave and did not even listen to what she said about her daughter. It turned out that the Lord had used his power, and now the child was watching her mother bleed out as she lay on the ground right in front of the girl who was crying out for her mother. He shook the dust off himself, getting up from the ruins, and said that it was disgusting, because a commoner dared to touch his clothes. Glancing angrily at the sphere that was intact, he thought that this gang definitely hadn't shed their hooves yet, and he needed to hide. The company did stand intact inside the sphere, which still hadn't disappeared, but in the midst of total ruins. But when the sphere did disappear, Idis began to look like a zombie when Dorothy said she was dizzy, and Alice asked if everyone was alive and well. The Demon King spotted a zombie lying face down in the rubble. She ran to him and shouted that he was not dead. He was conscious while receiving the alive, not dead achievement, because he had less than 1% health left. But he could not move at all. Under the questioning gaze of the Demon King, he did jump to his feet, shouting that this was some kind of taunting, meaning that his regeneration increased to 1,000% if his health dropped below 30%. Putting his hand to his face, the zombie began to sway, saying that he really wanted to sleep. Kneeling directly on the ground, Idis caught Huang He as he fell and placed him on her feet, holding him gently. He said that he would have died a little longer, but the girl hugged him tightly and said with a smile and sincerely that she was glad that he was alive. Vila said that he would never have thought that the lord of the city would stoop to such a thing, and Sifazoya said that it was a very low act, looking at the ruins around him. Beaten but angry, the boy got off the girl's lap and walked in another direction, while she asked what he was going to do now. Huang He walked over to the first boy in the wreckage, examining him and saying that there were no serious injuries. He asked if it was really God, not believing his eyes. Bandaging the boy's forearm, he told him not to strain his arm and to take restorative medicine, and in 2 weeks he would be as good as new. The boy awkwardly thanked. Returning to his company, the zombie asked why they were standing, as if they were dug in, because all those people needed help. The girls agreed in confusion. Alice was angry why she had to follow Huang He's orders while she was bandaging some guy. And Dorothy, who was leaning on another wounded man, shut her up and asked if she saw the zombie's face at the time of the order. The girl said that it was the first time he was so serious, while Huang He bandaged another wounded person not far away, fully concentrating on the process. He noticed a girl who had been crushed by a beam and was sobbing loudly. Coming closer, the boy asked the child to be patient while he pulled her out. He promised that it would be quick, and the little girl sobbed, remembering her mother. Huang He tried hard to lift the beam under which the child was, but he understood that his efforts were not enough, and that he had no mana left to help himself. But the next moment he raised his head in surprise, because the beam was light and seemed to move by itself. He could not understand what was happening. Huang He saw Idis, who easily held the beam with one hand and said that she would help him. The Demon King flung the beam far away while the zombie calmed the child down and said she only had a small wound. However, she cried when talking about her mother. Idis and Huang. He frowned and turned at the sound of a voice mockingly asking if they had decided to play rescue. The lord of the city stood on a pile of stones, his arms crossed over his chest, asking if they really didn't understand anything yet. And then he said that he would have to save them himself, when his black shadow spiders got out and were already running in the direction of the company and ordinary people. The priest wondered where there were so many monsters in the border town, and the saint covered her face with her hand, saying that their aura called out immediately. Vilas asked why the Lord had so many monsters, and whether he had decided to go against the Empire. But the Lord only laughed, saying that the old man was very short-sighted and shallow-minded. Hawkwhite, spreading his arms, said that he, by controlling the monsters, would direct them to the good of the Empire and urge the old man to think about what prospects this offered. Looking at Huang He, the Lord said that there was no one to argue with because the priest dug up the zombie and called him a god while Idis listened unhappily. The Lord smiled a crazed smile, saying that it was nothing personal, it was just that the archbishop stood in his way and that he would face the consequences. He smugly jabbed his hand in the direction of the humans and demons, ordering the monsters to attack anyone nearby and bite into their desperation. People rushed everywhere, begging for help and shouting that the Lord had gone mad. Huang He shouted, asking what kind of hawkwhite the Lord of the city was after this if he attacked his own people. But he only said that he did not care about the lives of commoners, and if several of them died during this commotion, then so be it, and the city would still remain his. The priest said that the zombie should not waste time on the Lord because he had completely lost his mind in his lust for power. But Huang He, determined, said that then it was time to finish him off. He returned to his people, saying that they must protect the people at any cost. They will have to split up because there are too many monsters to hold together. And then he turned to the demonesses, telling them to help as well. All three were shocked, but Alice was especially displeased because she thought she was giving him orders. Everyone said that it was fun here even without them. They did not understand why they should save people and that they were generally lazy. He put his hand to his face in a gesture of despair. These girls have no empathy for people. Huang He snapped out of his thoughts in surprise when Christina screamed, warning him of the danger. A huge dog appeared near him, which was under the power of the Lord. Zombie said he didn't have time for that dog, so he punched him in the face with all his might. The girl sitting next to him asked if everything was in order with God, but he only said that he would live. He ran in another direction, saying on the run so that they would not worry about him and help people. Sifazoya and Vila strained to use their powers to hold back the monsters. Christina confidently swung her sword in all directions, chopping spiders and scorpions. The people watched as Huang He fought the monsters, scattering them in all directions. They said that Mr. God had come for them, and some asked if it was really him. The boy concentrated on fighting, thinking that there were too many monsters and there would be more casualties if the battle dragged on. He glared angrily in the direction of the pile where the Lord was shouting orders to bring death to everyone. Ordering to cover his back, the zombie ran in the direction of the Lord, thinking that the fish was rotting from the head. He already had a plan. The saint, the priest, and the adventurer all fought back the monster's attacks while Huang He ran as fast as he could towards that Lord. Huang He, reaching the top of the garbage, said that the god had come to punish Hawkwhite and that he was dedicating this blow to all the people in the city that the Lord didn't care about. With screams, the left-crowned zombie punched the Lord in the face with all his might. But nothing of the sort happened. The Lord still stood still and Huang He as if just sitting on his shoulder. No expected impact force. The Lord gripped the zombie painfully, causing it to scream. With a smile, the Lord asked if he really thought his soft paws would be enough to protect the people of the city. And the zombie resisted, telling him to let him go. With a crazy expression on his face, the Lord said that he learned about Huang He's strength. If he didn't attack, he wouldn't take damage from his own attack. As Hawkwhite gripped the teddy bear's face tighter and tighter, he thought about the fact that there wasn't enough mana for even the smallest spell. But at that very moment something happened. Some force easily cut the hand near the Lord's wrist, in which he was holding the zombie. It was Idas who snapped her fingers without even looking in that direction, and the Lord screamed from the pain in his butt. And while Huang He lay on the ground, his face still held by the Lord's hand, the Lord held his hand and shouted, turning to the girl and asking if she was going to stay out of the way. She said with boredom that the Lord could cut down the entire city. She wouldn't care. However, they promised to tear out his heart and feed it to the dogs for hurting Huang He. He, drenched in sweat, asked what the hell the girl thought that little zombie was all about. But looking around with bulging eyes at his monsters, he said that they were all finished anyway. Holding the spheres that glowed with a purple-pink light, he spoke so that everyone around him could see the power of true despair and fear. The priest yelled that Hawkwhite was completely out of his mind to use the sacrifice of despair, and Sifazoya asked what the hell was the matter with fear. Vilas explained that it was black magic that had been banned for 1,000 years. Due to the negative emotions of others, the caster gets more power. He represented what he was saying as he continued to say that this process could turn the caster into a monster because he would not be able to withstand such dark power, and his healing would not be limited. The Lord of the city began the ritual, feeling vile, power coursing through his veins, and his own anger transformed into something new. Power began to flow through his veins, showing each one on his face, possessing Hawkwhite's mind and body. Watching what was happening, The saint said it was very exciting as she watched the dark magic. Alice hid behind Dorothy while she said that she felt as if the second Demon King had appeared, and Idas calmly ate the snake and said that ketchup wouldn't hurt. Monsters have reached humans. Wolves began to tear the commoners to pieces while others tried to escape this fate in panic. Standing on his knees and shaking, Huang He thought about how to stop this judo miracle, because he had no strength to do so. He looked at the Lord who had grown a demonic blade instead of his severed arm, and was now looking directly at the zombies. But then his assistant appeared, who said with satisfaction that he fulfilled the request and brought the strongest knight, while he was confused about the whole situation. The aide began to cover himself with his hand, calling out to his lord as he flew in pieces to the ground, arm, leg, and torso separated from each other. Putting his sword and shoulder down, the boy smiled widely as he asked if they had summoned the strongest knight. Huang He looked directly at the knight, thinking that he was indeed the one everyone was talking about, and that the degree of the atmosphere had risen. Leaning on his sword, Lucius got down on one knee next to the zombie as the zombie stared at the boy in fear, thinking he was stuck. Touching the bear's ears, he said that he is not a simple bear, but something seems wrong to him in the whole image of the zombie. After a few seconds, Huang He and Lucia were separated by a huge demonic hand that appeared from the portal. The zombie ran away, while the knight covered himself with his hand. The boy looked in surprise towards the girl in the swimsuit, who held out her hand and said that she would tear his hands off for touching Huang He. He also looked at the girl's side with a smile and understood that this smell could not be confused with anything else. With shouts that it was the smell of a woman, he began to jump like crazy. The demonesses looked puzzled at this whole picture, not understanding what it was. Tiredly putting his hand to his face, the priest explained that even though Lucius is the strongest knight, he has one sin behind him: lust. He stood in front of the girls, saying that it was very dangerous here and would they not want to hide at his house. But Idas turned away and answered without interest to throw him away, calling him a pig. Huang He yelled at the knight to stop causing debauchery here as he turned back to the zombie in surprise. He began to explain that the monsters had broken out of Hawkwhite's control, and the knight asked if he didn't care, since he was a monster himself. The priest made the boy wonder. He said that the knight misunderstood everything, keeping an embarrassed smile on his face. Pointing his finger at the bear, the priest said that this teddy bear is the embodiment of the Lord for the earth, and not a monster. Lucius looked down at the dismembered Hawkwhite with a smile, saying that the archbishop and the Lord clearly disagreed on the divinity of zombies. Lucius said that the number of monsters in the border town was really high, and he wasn't going to put up with it. Vilas blessed him, telling him to cut down all the monsters. Taking out his sword, the boy said that he did not need the priest's permission. The boy ran in the direction of the monsters, swinging his sword. The knight didn't stop, dodging attacks and slashing wolves, scorpions, and spiders. The poker-faced zombie watched the knight fight, thinking to himself that this guy's power was truly terrifying. But he cunningly and contentedly thought later that this is exactly the level of strength he needs in order to die. Huang He walked up to Lucius, drawing his attention to him and making him look questioningly down to where the zombie was standing. Spreading his hands, the zombie told the knight to kill him faster. But the boy was completely confused, not understanding what was happening. Huang He began to say that the knight was right and he was actually an evil and terrible monster, and he had to kill him to protect the empire. The priest caught the zombie, who was resisting, and began to make excuses that their god is the same Joker, and that there is no need to listen to his pranks. The old man quietly reminded with a smile that the contract is a contract, and that there is no need to arouse unnecessary suspicions, and the zombie only replied that the old man was boring. The Holy Father thanked in his own name and in the name of the god he held in his arms, but the knight said, waving his hand, that he was just chopping monsters and had no business with Hawkwhite. He said that he had a business with the names of the beautiful ladies, while Idas repeated that he should roll with the three devils, while Alice hid behind the succubus, watching the whole thing. And then Lucius asked what about the other two. Alice looked at him thoughtfully, while Dorothy folded her arms over her chest and turned away, showing no interest. The succubus pushed the necromancer forward, saying that she was a victim for his flirtation because her heart already belonged to one bear. Dorothy was whistling a tune with satisfaction, while Alice looked embarrassed at the boy in front of her. The boy turned around, saying that Alice was dumb and it was not interesting to even flirt with her, and the succubus held her, telling her not to overestimate her abilities because she threatened to kill the knight. Approaching the priest, Lucius solemnly folded his hands and raised his head, saying that he had not been attacked for free. The archbishop asked what he wanted. Pointing at the holiday, he said that he only wanted a date with Sifizoya this weekend, and she, with a humble expression on her face, began to tell where his date would lead. After interrupting the girl, Vilas with a smile raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture and said that she would be busy on the weekend, helping the wounded. Patting the boy on the shoulder, the priest said that everyone in the city knew about Hawkwhite's pact with the monsters and they would need a new lord. The knight was perplexed. The old man said that soon the whole town would count on him and asked if these girls were really worth his attention compared to such prospects. Lucius asked the Holy Father if he really did not want to deal with that girl, looking directly at Idas. At the same time, she was just eating some monster, saying that the meat was a little raw, but even that didn't stop her. The archbishop said that she was a friend of God, and that the demons were no longer a threat. The knight waved his hand, saying that he had no right to destroy such beauty as that girl. Picking up the bear, the priest said that he was asking the knight to live in harmony with the god Huang He, but the knight said only that the old man should not involve him in his machinations with this zombie. At the top of one of the buildings, the priest raised his hand, calling the townspeople to pay attention and listen carefully to what he had to say. Vilas told them to tell everyone that Lord Hawkwhite had fallen in with demons and died at the hands of Knight Lucius. And then the old man poked the zombie next to him and said that it was he, who was a god, who kept the faith from fading in the darkest hour of the battle and guided the knight's hand. People began to argue, saying that this is the same God who saved everyone at the fair, and that he is here to save everyone. Everyone, as one, began to raise their hands up and shout, glorifying God. Standing away from the crowd, Lucius said with a smile to himself that he couldn't help but admit that the old charlatan had a talent for persuading people. With a smile, the archbishop announced that he was renaming St. Vel's Cathedral to St. Michael's Cathedral to celebrate the appearance of God and honor him. Having said that all believers can make a donation to the temple, he passed the word to the god. Huang He stepped forward, looking at the people below. He began awkwardly to say that he was not a bear at all, confused in his own thoughts. But he was interrupted by a voice. He angrily asked how this shameless zombie was still supported by the earth. Everyone turned to the sound to see who it was, and who interrupted the god's monologue. The girl, who was now standing in a skirt and blouse, blushed. She angrily said that she was Edward Fenn Clarkson in her own person. She began to assure everyone around her that she was indeed Edward, although she blushed at the fact that she had to reveal her gender. Vilas and Lucius looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The Holy Father said that they didn't want to joke now, and everyone knew that Edward was a man, and the knight was bent over laughing, poking her with a finger. Leaning down, Lucius said with a smile that she was fine, and asked if she wanted to go somewhere with the future lord of this city, and she simply called him a jerk. The girl squeezed the boy's head, now with a smile asking where he was thinking of going, and he shouted that she would ruin his mind so soon. He turned, looking at her in surprise and thinking to himself that she really had a very good grip, really like Edward's. Lucius groped the girl, asking how he was able to turn into a woman because he had never heard of such magic. But Edward screamed for him not to touch her. Still embarrassing everyone, she said that a knight's gender was unimportant as long as he was ready to do his duty. Pointing a finger at the zombie next to which the priest was also standing, the girl said that it was her duty to bring the pro-dispute to a clean water. Spreading her arms out to her sides, Edward began to scream for the people to wake up and look at the fact that the true cause of the destruction was right in front of them. Returning to the crowd, she told them not to stand back and run if they valued their own lives in any way, and that she would distract the monster. That girl opened her mouth in surprise, hearing how people began to laugh at her words, and the chorus of laughter only intensified. She frowned and asked why they were laughing and if this zombie had done something to them. People asked what kind of nonsense the girl was talking about, especially since God had saved them all and he was definitely not the monster she thought he was. The priest said, clearing his throat, that he didn't have time to inform her about something, which caused a questioning look from the still frowning girl. Huang. He hesitated until the Holy Father said that this zombie was not a monster, but a god in the flesh, and honest people would not let him lie, and that the destruction was the work of Lord Hotchwhite. Edward began to shout that she had seen this monster with her own eyes in the dungeon of despair, and asked if the priest really did not believe them, and he only asked her to be quiet. He said with his eyes closed that no one would question the knight's words. But in this situation he thinks the monsters have brainwashed her. The knight could not believe what she heard. Her eyes widened in surprise. The archbishop said that Edward was out of his mind and that she was insulting God by calling him a zombie, and that her consciousness was under the control of demons. The girl grabbed her head, hearing from everywhere that the god was a zombie because he pulled people out of the rubble, and others thought that Edward would not be a knight for long. The girl shouted for the people around to shut up while they watched in amazement. Taking out her sword, she said that she would finish off the zombies and clear their minds as she ran towards Huang He. And he encouraged her, telling her to do it anyway. The zombie was surprised to see the priest cover him with himself, saying that the girl would have to deal with him if she wanted to harm the god. Huang He ran straight at the knight, saying that he would become a martyr for a better life, while she swung her sword at him. The girl hit him with her sword, and the zombie flew higher, taking damage. But the very next moment the girl was leaning on the sword, standing on one knee, and feeling that she herself had received the same damage as the one she wanted to inflict on the monster. She thought that his ability to repel attacks was incredible, but her own strength should be enough for the attack she intended. Frowning, the girl looked at how the zombie quarreled. He said that this regeneration would one day prove him. She was grinning madly, deciding that if a normal punch wasn't enough, she was going to tear him to pieces with her streak. She looked in surprise at the fact that there were people standing behind Huang He with their hands out to the sides, telling her to repent. Edward screamed that they were being bullied and that this bear was a monster and the people needed to find shelter and quickly. They pointed at her, saying that she is a monster because she wants to kill a god. The crowd began to shout that they had seen a miracle and that the god was ready to sacrifice himself for them, and she was the only imposter here, and she was only pretending to be a knight. Stepping forward a little, the little girl told the bitch, as she called Edward, to get and throw a pebble in her face. Holding her aching cheek, the girl confusedly asked why she was stoned because she only wanted to save people. Everyone's attention was drawn to the zombie, who asked for a moment's attention, spreading his arms to the sides. He began to say that he was just testing the knight's prowess, and that there was no need to blame the girl, because she had already suffered a lot. People began to say that God is really generous, because he even forgave the one who had encroached on his life, and women cried out that they wanted children from him. Falling to her knees, weak and tortured, Edward asked why people didn't believe her. She heard footsteps behind her, and then, to her surprise, felt a touch on her shoulder. Lucius smiled, telling her not to even try to convince those present because it was impossible. Pointing to the crowd, he told her to look more closely at the people. They are so sure that the bear is a god that they are able to brand anyone who goes against it as a blasphemer. Clenching her teeth, the girl said that she had caught the essence of his message. And then she said that she would break the boy's arm if he did not remove it from the knight's breast. Pushing his hand away, the girl asked if they really had nothing left but to simply watch the world turn upside down under the thunder of applause. She looked confusedly at the boy who was just telling her to kill it, because everyone was happy in the end, and asked what was wrong with the world being turned upside down. At the same time, Huang He shouted for the people to put him down while they tossed him up in the air. Pushing through the crowd, the priest told them to lower the god and he would now speak. Putting his hand to his chest, Huang He said that at the moment he had 3 commandments for people. Raising his paw, he said seriously, "Don't kill the wounded, heal them," and added that everyone who was injured today should survive. Everyone began to shout that God is very merciful and focused on helping people, that he should be glorified. The zombie voiced the 2nd commandment, "Feed yourself, feed another." He said that beauty from the inside leads to beauty from the outside, and said that everyone should eat good food, and mentioned cosmetics. The girls were happy. Huang. He had not forgotten about the cosmetics they wanted so much. Dorothy and Idas were beaming with happiness while Alice asked how she was doing. And then he voiced the last commandment. They must all develop their strength, so that later, as a group, They go to the Dungeon of Despair and kill one zombie, who is there on the 3rd level. A girl was sitting in the palace of the head of the city, saying that it was necessary to start because she was still full of her own affairs. The stone giant said that they would not have been gathered together if the matter was not important and urgent. A knight without a head and with a helmet in his hand asked what could happen, because everyone makes maximum efforts for the development of their species. Laurent, the true progenitor of dragons, stood up from his seat and said he could begin if everyone was done talking. The guy said he called everyone for 2 reasons, and the first, the location of the king is still unknown and more monsters must be sent to search. Long, the gargoyle master, said that it was known even without him, folding his arms businesslike across his chest. Putting his hand to the bridge of his nose, he said that the more important reason was the annual report on everyone's progress in their posts. All 3 immediately became serious. Everyone began to think that somewhere there are mistakes for which the post of master can be left. Somia, the master of spiders, said with an awkward smile that she would be back soon, because it seems she forgot to close the dungeon. But Laurent put his hand on her shoulder, telling her to stand still in a tone that did not tolerate contradictions. Folding his hands over his chest, he demanded an answer as to why, of the 4 heavenly lords, it was in her dungeons that adventurers were the worst. The girl was confused and said that it was a mistake. She excused herself that the adventurers are fattened up now, and a monster without regeneration is quite difficult. And in general, she has weak monsters in the dungeon. Long and Sassen began to tell her to admit that she was not coping and not to blame someone else, and the girl angrily shouted at them. Laurent busily adjusted his glasses and told the other 2 not to rejoice prematurely. He threw the book on the table, telling them all to look at it, and he showed that they were all far behind Somia in terms of indicators. The girl, returning, said that they still had enough insolence to laugh at her, but Long said that at least he would not be punished. The demon progenitor calmly replied that he wouldn't be so sure, causing the gargoyle master to startle and ask why. Laurent opened a huge tome telling Long to look over there. He returned to the giant and said that this time 2 would be punished. Somia would search for the demon king, and Long would have another task. Gorgulia asked how this was possible, while the girl told him to take a bite, and Sassen pondered that the weight of power is not for everyone. But Laurent continued, as if he did not hear what was happening behind his back. He reiterated that Somia would search for the king, while Long cleaned out the weakest dungeon. All 3 heavenly lords opened their mouths in surprise and shock. They began to shout like that. Sassen said that the purge meant that all demons, even those at the top of the power, would be sacrificed, as if this was not known before. Laurent said that such was the punishment for poor performance and weakness, and his power began to rage around him. Bowing his head, the gargoyle master said that he understood the order, although he was not enthusiastic about carrying it out. He and the girl turned around, saying that it was time to go, but the true progenitor dragon stopped them, telling them to take their time. He said that their results, as a lord, are not so far from the results of their lands, so he should be confident in his performance. That is why Laurent demanded a blood oath. Somia and Long began to shout, protesting this because it was too much, and did he really not trust them that much? Sassen was shaking as he visualized what he was saying. If they didn't do the job, their blood would boil inside and they could tear them apart. Laurent said that it would if they didn't prove their worth, then flicked his tail, leaving holes in the 2 underlings' necks and chests. The girl put her hand to her chest, and the man held her neck with both hands. They were both in a lot of pain. The forefather said that the oath has already begun to take effect, and subordinates have 3 days to complete the tasks assigned to them. He didn't even look at them as he spoke. He stood with his hands folded on his chest, and thought about what he had done while looking at the pile of papers on the floor. Laurent began to quickly collect everything, cursing that everything was scattered, and there were important reports. But Sassen asked that perhaps it was not necessary to show off so as not to scatter everything. He shouted, clutching the papers to him, that now Somia and Long would take him seriously, and the headless horseman shrugged his shoulders, not arguing and saying that he was more visible. He kept a close eye on the demon progenitor, asking if he had really decided to purge the dungeon, as their population was only dwindling every year. Laurent, who was still collecting the papers, said that they couldn't be scattered by the forces, but clearing one weak dungeon certainly wouldn't hurt anyone. He thought that the main thing here was to keep the monsters from the dungeon from becoming a problem, because if they were sacrificed... But his thoughts were interrupted by the Master of Spiders, who said that she had forgotten to ask something. Laurent impatiently asked what else was there. She asked what was the name of the dungeon she had to visit, because she didn't know where to look for the king. Laurent picked up a piece of paper that had just this information on it and read that it was a sea-level dungeon, a dungeon of despair. Torin, meanwhile, sat on his throne wondering why Dorothy and the others hadn't returned from their mission yet. Aye Jin Legong, the Bone Knight, said that it was only a few days and they would definitely bring the Demon King back. Coolhorn said that the Demon King was not the biggest problem at the moment, which visibly surprised the knight. The Tauren said that the Demon King could fend for herself if the need arose and she would return when she got tired of the human world. But the main problem is the report on the work that has already been handed over to the Heavenly Lords. I said that they had defeated 7 adventurers this year and thought that if such numbers reached the Lords, Tauren said that he was right and that they would send a sweep squad after their souls, pointing specifically at the Bone Knight. Aye said that he suddenly remembered that he had left the large pelvic femur with him in the lair and that he would retrieve it and return. But the Lord of the Dungeon said, placing a hand on his shoulder so that he would not even think of running away. The knight began to say that there is nothing to ask of him, because he is just a level 5 boss, and the head told him not to talk nonsense, because there is no one else to ask from in the dungeon, except for the 2 of them. Both monsters turned at the sound, doing so slightly startled, when they were interrupted by someone's voice calling their head. Rimuru, the level 1 boss, was rolling down the red carpet yelling that they were in trouble. Tauren asked what happened, and why Rimuru was panicking, while Aye asked if the sweep squad had arrived yet, visibly nervous. Stopping in front of the dungeon boss, he said that they were adventurers and there were too many of them. Coolhorn and the Bone Knight looked at each other, not understanding what the adventurers were doing there and why they had appeared just now. Tauren said it was time to make some corrections to the report, and Aye blurted out that he could tell the mopping squad later that it was a mistake, while Rimuru stared at them in surprise. Closing his eyes, the level 1 boss shouted that there was an army of adventurers there. The chairman asked if he could be called chairman if he could not protect his subjects from threats. Tauren was looking at the door, which began to be persistently knocked, trying to open it. But at the same second he flew further as the door flew open, knocking down the poisonous slime that was the level 1 boss. At the threshold stood many adventurers ready for battle. They asked, looking around, where was the level 3 zombie their god had spoken of? Coolhorn stood up, scattering the adventurers, and said that he would beat their pride, which they have in abundance. As his power rippled around, Tauren said that although this dungeon was not the most difficult, he was a level 65 head, and he would make them regret their audacity. The adventurers began to laugh, asking in their heads if anyone here takes him seriously, because he can only improve by his own level. Human levels were much higher. The boss looked at the fact that each of the adventurers could easily kill him and pondered over the plan. And then he placed Aye in front of him, calling him his deputy and saying that the adventurers were not worthy of the power of Tauren himself. And then the dungeon boss turned around and kicked his heels, leaving the knight alone with the problem. Rimuru said that the lower floors had already been cleared and asked where they should run to, but Tauren replied that it didn't matter, as long as they got away from here. But almost immediately they found themselves in a magic circle with signs, which caused drowsiness and put both monsters to sleep. A dark sorceress of demonic magic stood before them, telling them to rest here for now. Her name was Emily, and she said that the dungeon was completely under their control. Somia and Long Long arrived at the dungeon, looking at what a party of adventurers was in full swing. They walked through the lower level, encountering only dead or badly wounded monsters lying almost everywhere. The girl gloomily said that it looked like a whole army had attacked, because there were so many casualties, and the gargoyle said that he had less work to do, spreading his arms to the sides. They both stopped when they noticed something and heard the quality of the sounds. It was a dungeon boss taking blow after blow, gritting his teeth in pain. The adventurer, putting his foot on the monster and leaning on his sword, asked how long the head would cover the zombie they came for. The boy asked with a malicious smile if he had swallowed his tongue, when Tauren said that he did not understand what he was talking about. Everyone began to bang their heads, trying to force themselves to speak. Someone even said that he would sing a nightingale when they finished. The level 1 boss was calling for his head, worried for him and his life, and then ran to the exit, announcing that he was helping, while Tauren shouted that Rimuru just wanted to escape. And while he was being beaten, Coolhorn thought about the fact that he would never even have guessed that he would die at the hands of some adventurers. But a zombie appeared on his shoulder, attracting the attention of everyone present and saying that now everything is in order because he is already here. As Huang He jumped down to the floor, the chairman said that he had sent them to find the Demon King and the zombies were here. However, he said that they had already completed the task. The chief stood up and happily told the adventurers to prepare for serious injuries, because now they would have no transfusions. Zombie told the head not to scream like that and announced that there was something. Tauren now turned his head to him in surprise. He said that even though they found the Demon King, she went shopping with the girls in the border town. One of the adventurers held up the poster, asking their leader if this wasn't the zombie they were all looking for. They said that with God's help they would finish him off, and Huang He put up a strong defense and slyly told them to try. He smiled contentedly, thinking that there were so many people here and all of them wanted to kill him. The leader of the adventurers told everyone to put their hands down and the attack never took place. He said that it would be very short-sighted to simply kill this zombie, because God had been watching over him for so long. Everyone started asking what he meant. Taking out a net, he said that they would catch the zombies and deliver them alive to the gods. Looking up, Huang He began to stutter, asking what the boy was thinking of doing when he was already hovering over the zombies with a net. Having caught the victim in a net, he shouted that the mission was accomplished and ran from the dungeon. Huang He shouted, angry that things had not gone according to plan, and thought that those adventurers had only one sawdust in their heads. Huang He screamed, asking what they were doing, because God was telling him to kill him. However, the adventurer barked that he did not know anything. The adventurer said that since the god was watching over the zombie, it means that there is definitely something special about him, and being alive will please the god even more. Sitting in that cage, the zombie wondered if his plan to die had failed again. A huge gargoyle appeared before the adventurers, saying that he wanted to wait until they killed everyone in the dungeon, but he realized that they would leave after catching the zombies, and he could not allow that. Raising his hand, Long Long asked if all the current adventurers were really without any goals and aspirations. The leader looked at the monster, asking if there really was such a thing in this dungeon, because that's why the pearl was so powerful. Huang He poured himself into the net. He gloomily thought that it didn't matter who the monster was. He had definitely come to save Huang He. He began to shout, attracting the attention of the Heavenly Lord, and calling him a healthy man, told him to save him as soon as possible. But the gargoyle ordered the hapless zombie to shut his mouth and wait for him to deal with the adventurers and then tackle him. Huang He cried out in outrage, asking him if he really wanted to finish him off since it was only their first time seeing each other. But then he began to roll in the net, saying that it was even better, and he asked to kill him as soon as possible. Long Long told them to stop wasting his time and die sooner, and speeding up he began to run to the attack. The adventurers watched all this in fear, and the leader told his assistant not to panic until Huang He could wait for death. Returning to his men, the leader ordered everyone to divide into 4 groups and wait for his order, and they gladly obeyed. He ordered a group of mages to give reinforcements to the others, which they promptly did, each giving the other warriors strength, speed, steel body, and fury. Sent the defense group forward to hold back the onslaught of this monster. The group of sorceresses kept the target under control as the leader had ordered. Attacks rained down on the gargoyle one after another, not letting it rest. And then the leader ordered the archer of the attack group to deliver the final blow. They drew the bowstring, preparing to release the arrows. Long Long looked up, where there was a hail of arrows that glowed as they flew closer to him. As the arrows of the adventurers began to hit the target, an explosion rang out at the exact spot where the Heavenly Lord was standing. The army was content to wait for the dust to clear. They were sure that after such an attack, that monster would not be able to walk. Huang He said that they were wrong, causing the leader and his assistant to turn their heads towards the gargoyle. Zombie was saying that the monster wasn't dead yet, looking right at him. Watching the explosion, everyone began to run away while the leader with a net over his shoulder watched it all. He had increased in size several times, and now came at them with a mountain of stones, saying that a bunch of bad people decided that they could kill him and hurt him. Somiya, watching the gargoyle, said to herself that Long Long would make an elephant out of a fly, because when he meets such adventurers, he immediately turns into a piece of rock. Humming, the girl said that it was even easier that way, and while he would deal with those bastards, she would find the Demon King. Torin watched the scene unfold in his hall. I yelled that they were finally out of danger, but Coolhorn calmly said that the Bone Knight was too naive. He said that if his guesses were correct, then this giant had been sent from the main palace to finish them off. To put it simply, he said that they were on the verge of death this time, while Aye Jinlegong placed his hands on his bony face in fear. The adventurers began to fall to their knees, and the leader said that this monster was a Demon King level and they would not defeat him, while Huang He in the net was clearly displeased. With a smile, he asked the monster if it really hoped to take away all of his resolve like that. And then the leader began to run away, saying that if it was not possible to win the battle, let him try to catch up, drinking the disgruntled cries of others. Huang He, while shaking in the net while running, asked if it was really normal to abandon his fellows like that. Emily shouted after the leader, telling him not to think that he could escape on his own. Raising her staff, the girl prayed to the god, asking to give her a temporary ability. She activated a teleportation portal so they could all escape from the monster. The leader stopped and turned, watching what the sorceress was doing. He ran back, saying that he was only distracting the monster and ordering him to take it with them, and Emily just snorted as she looked back at the cowardly leader. Long Long asked if he was trying to escape by insulting him. As the witch said, they were teleporting, and the leader jumped, trying to get in range of the spell. But he and Huang He fell to the ground in the net. The leader painfully hit his face on the floor. He screamed in annoyance when everyone disappeared, leaving him alone because he had not yet climbed into the circle. Above him stood a huge gargoyle made of stone and said that now he was the only one left. He said that as soon as he killed the adventurer and the little zombie, he would immediately go kill the rest of the gang. The leader was still on his knees and looked at his opponent with fear. But the boy shouted, holding out his hand in a gesture of protection as if it would help, and asked to wait. Long Long did wait, but also asked what the adventurer wanted to say. He said that the monster could kill him, but he should show mercy to this little zombie, putting Huang He in front. But he began to attack, saying that he could not agree to this proposal. Vladika said that the adventurer clearly has problems in his head if he thinks that the monster will help save the zombies and fulfill the commission of the god. Huang He stood over the boy, asking if he was okay. The monster said as he got closer and closer that he shouldn't worry about others but himself, demonstrating his power. Long Long said that the adventurers and monsters in this dungeon would be felled by him and then become a sacrifice to the Demon King. Huang He said that if he had anything to do with it, then let him attack only him and not touch anyone else in this dungeon. The monster condescendingly and with a smile asked if the zombie really didn't understand what he just said. He repeated that no one would survive in the dungeon and then charged while Huang He just watched. But as soon as he closed his eyes, ready to strike, someone grabbed him by the collar. The zombie stared in surprise at the adventurer, who now held him in his hands. Instead of answering his call, the boy began to cough up blood. Huang He said that they don't even know each other's names and asked why he was protecting him at such a price. But the boy replied that he was not protecting zombies. And while the zombie held him up so he wouldn't fall, the adventurer said he just wanted to complete the promise he made to the god. The boy was visibly ill, and Long Long scoffed at his promise to what he thought was a non-existent god. Huang He said that rejecting other people's faith will not make him smarter, and in general who said that there is no god. And then he turned into himself in human form. The adventurer looked at the boy's back in surprise, saying that he had already met such an aura in the border town. And while Huang He was looking at his opponent, the adventurer said that it was indeed the Lord himself. Long Long began to laugh, saying that humans were indeed inferior beings because the transformation was perfect. But he thought about where a simple guy had a divine aura on his body, because he was a simple zombie. Using Taya's mysterious needles, Huang He threw 3 needles towards the adventurer to heal him. Returning to the guy who was covered in needles, he said that he had stopped the bleeding, and that now he did not need to move, and he would treat him later. The boy burst into tears in gratitude. Huang. He said that although he wanted to be finally destroyed, he would not stand by when the innocent were suffering. Long Long asked if he was really going to face a big man like him. But Huang He spread his hands to the sides with a smile, saying that the gargoyle had misunderstood him and he would not resist. Jumping in to start a fight, he said that a better word for it would be punishment. The boy began to release sharp water arrows, aiming directly at the stone monster. Holding his face, the monster asked if he was going to win with such a small blow, but Huang He landed next to him and said that this was just the beginning. Then in 1 second he was on Long Long's back. To the bishop's surprise, the boy began to use stinging vines. Punching Long Long's shoulder, he released huge vines, ordering them to entangle the monster, which was now trying to disentangle itself. Returning to the boy, the giant asked him how he knew he was afraid of the water system and its magic. The guy happily said that he has played this game for more than 1,000 hours, and that it is very easy to remember the weaknesses of the boss. Both the Lord and the adventurer looked at Huang He with complete incomprehension, not even understanding what he meant about the game. Long Long wondered if the 4 heavenly monster kings had tricked him. The guy was smiling and looked confident, but inside he was a little nervous and thought that he should take the opportunity and give a scratch from here. After this thought, he enchanted the grass sword using his abilities, and then Huang He ran to attack, displaying the herb weapon in front of him. But the boy watched in surprise as the sword bounced off the monster and flew away as it hit the gargoyle. The Lord began to laugh, saying that even in his bound state, his sword would not be able to do anything and pierce his skin. The boy remembered Dorothy and Alice, because if this giant is not defeated, not only the monsters in the dungeon will die, but also those in the border town, his girls. The monster told Huang He to surrender because his skin was hardening and it had to attack his internal organs to cause damage, but the boy figured out what to do. He couldn't think of anything better than to shove the sword straight into the monster's ass, and the monster started screaming, saying that his ass hurt. The adventurer watched all this. He stood and thought in shock that the Lord's method of battle was really very different from the general tactics of fighting. The monster was in pain, but he also turned red from the situation, howling. He held the sword with 2 fingers, saying that even though he had done some damage, the feeling was still not pleasant. And Long Long meanwhile stood cross-legged and rested his forehead on the floor. Huang He was surprised to hear what the monster said. He, holding his butt, said that he had done such a thing that the character could not be lenient, and then using all his strength he ran at the boy to attack. A series of blows began, but Huang He dodged easily, each time guessing where the next one would go. The monster shouted, asking how he could constantly dodge the attacks. Huang He swung his sword, now standing with his back to the boss and hiding his weapon. Long Long took significant damage, although he was still alive. Returning, the boy said with a smile that for a player like him, memorizing the repeated moves of the boss is not a problem. Holding onto his ass, which was dripping with blood, the giant shouted that the boy had now definitely angered him. Saying that he asked himself, he jumped into the attack. He began to use his ability, choosing to drop a huge rock. Huang, he simply put his hands on his sides and watched the attack, while the adventurer frantically yelled for the god to start evading. Zombie said that this attack starts when hit points are below 50%. The boy shouted, not believing his eyes. The stones fell directly on the god. Among the dust after the fall of the stones, only the red eyes of the monster were visible. And the very next moment he was holding his ass again, bending his legs in pain and screaming, asking why that devilish creature pierced his ass again. Huang He said that it was his own fault because he landed on his ass, and the adventurer shouted with joy that the god survived. The boy said that he was glad that the god was alive, but Huang He said seriously, holding his hands behind his back, that nothing was over yet. Long Long clenched his teeth in anger, saying that he would kill the boy. And then he placed a huge round stone, which rolled with force right at the 2 boys. The adventurer said that he would delay the attack and ask to flee, but Huang He calmly said that there was no need for that. Grabbing the boy by the collar, the zombie pulled the adventurer out of the path of the bullet. The boy was amazed, saying that he even dodged attacks like a god. But Huang He said that he had just been wired into this game for a long time. The boy was looking at the trail of the demon, which was the wheel, and said that it was not going to attack and seemed to be running away. Knowingly, Huang He said that he always uses this move to escape, causing the mercenary to be completely confused. Looking at the demon that was receding, the boy asked if they would really let it escape. With a sly smile, Huang He said that even if he didn't kill him, the heavens would. About himself, the zombie thought that he was lucky to catch the monster, because he would definitely not have enough strength to kill him. But he remembered how Long Long had said that he would kill all the monsters in this dungeon, and now he wondered if he would attack Alice and Dorothy. But with surprise and a little fear, Huang He looked at the adventurer who was holding his heart and coughing. Stepping closer, Huang He said that he would heal the boy, but he had to be patient because it might hurt. He sat the boy down on the floor, forcing him to remove his shirt, and began using the God cure on his back. The adventurer clenched his teeth in pain, but endured. The guy began to press on the right points, saying that the blood had already collected in the right place. And then he used one of his needles, concentrating on healing. He combined Taiyusan's needle with the power of a god, illuminating the room with a golden warm light. He smiled slyly, kneading his fists as he said that he also left something for the end. He began to work on the bone alignment method, still working with the warrior's back. The boy was shaking all over, saying that he was in pain, and it seemed that his skeleton would crumble, but he felt better. The boy blushed when he said that the treatment of the god was simply incredible. And while the adventurer had a period of certain infatuation, Huang He said that it was only a treatment, and there was no need to react like that. The zombie pointed at the Tauren, calling him a minotaur and beckoning him to come. After poking his back, Huang He walked to the head of the dungeon and said that he was now in charge of that boy. And then he turned and ran, saying that he urgently needed to go to the border town. Tauren called out, telling him to wait. The boy did stop, not believing his ears, when he heard the address to him, Lord God. The adventurer, still clutching his sternum, asked why he had told them to kill themselves, since it was an impossible mission. Huang He laughed, saying that you should never underestimate yourself. He said cheerfully, presenting what he was describing, that there are no barriers for man, and he can go further in his strength if he defeats the god. The boy could not understand what he was saying, having also heard that it was very trivial to attack only demons. Huang He walked away with a laugh, saying that he was busy and the boy needed to think about what he said. He shouted to the god that he now understood how he cared for them. And while he was almost sobbing from some realization, the two demons behind him were asking each other what the poor man had understood, but they had no concept of green. I said that this adventurer was just what they needed to raise the dungeon's stats and asked if they should do what he was showing around his neck. The Tauren screamed, his brain completely flooded. The chief said that the four kings would not forgive them. Why if they killed this human misery? Tauren said that besides, the little zombie had entrusted the boy to them, and if they took good care of him, it would help them. The adventurer turned his head to them, asking what they were going to do, and the two, in turn, asked what he himself thought. They laid the boy down on the couch, saying that they were going to do what the little zombie asked them to do and make the adventurer feel at home. The boy was in high spirits because he thought that God wanted to resolve all conflicts between humans and demons. Long Long finally stopped somewhere outside the border town. Leaning on a rock, he thought he was lucky to escape, because that guy would have killed him right there. He thought that he knew all the gargoyles' attacks in advance and also had a holy aura. He could not understand what that would mean. Long Long decided that his life was more valuable, and he could not clear the dungeon of despair right now. He fell to his knees, clutching his throat. He completely forgot about the blood oath that reminded him of himself. The clearing was illuminated by a bright flash. It was Long Long turning into a human. He screamed like crazy when he didn't understand why he turned into a girl. In the tavern, Idas ate up to her stomach, holding her full stomach but smiling. The owner of the restaurant handed the bill to the priest, who was holding a very large piece of paper in his hands. And then he showed his thumb, hugging the butcher and saying that the church would not forget his material contribution, which puzzled the man. And then Vilas and Sifizoya dragged the Demon King, almost flying out of the restaurant, while the barman shouted after them that they hadn't paid for their dinner yet, and said that next time they would bring the god with them. And while Idas was choosing something she wanted to buy, the saints asked the priest if they could allow that girl to walk around the city, because she had a very evil aura. Vilas said they had no choice. He remembered how Huang He had told them to take care of the girls while he was about to die, saying that the god had asked to watch over her. He also reminded of the current strength of the border town, because with it, they still wouldn't be able to do anything against that girl. Saint began to say that the city lord might be strong enough and they could unite against Itis, but heard the archbishop say that the lord was not someone to be trusted. The priest said, presenting the picture, that he was still celebrating his appointment to the post with girls and booze somewhere in a pub. The girl sadly bowed her head and asked if they really could only watch the demons expand their influence in the city. Vilas began to comfort the saint, saying that the demons were nothing to worry about now, and that although there were strong demons, most did not pose a threat. Placing a hand on her shoulder in a reassuring gesture, he asked if she really thought that killing all the demons would make their lives better. Not understanding what the priest meant, Sifazoya turned her head to him and asked why not. They both turned back as if they could see through space as the archbishop said that their true enemies were always with them, in the kingdom, in the capital. The girl said that today it was difficult for her to understand the mentor, but he only laughed kindly, saying that she was just too young to understand what he was talking about. A little dreamily, she said that the only thing she really knew was to follow God's will. Vilas said that following God's will was the right thing to do, at least for now. Saint turned to him, asking why now. But they were interrupted. Now both were looking in the direction from where they were rather rudely called, ordering them to come closer. It was Itis, shouting from half the street, saying that she had been told to make the priest and the saints pay for what she had taken. And while the archbishop said displeasedly that all the church's donations would not be enough to feed that girl, the saint thought to herself that perhaps it would be better to strangle her. But they stood as if buried, not understanding what was happening. Vilas asked this aloud, for Sifazoya had a certain gift of feeling. Returning, the girl said in fear that she felt a very dark and evil aura approaching. The demoness that appeared said that she had a wonderful feeling, and that with such a gift the saint had better disappear. Somia quickly mastered the girl's body, subduing it. The old man asked who she was, but thought that it was almost impossible. That girl took control of the saint in just a few seconds. He was visibly frightened. Bending down, she said with a smile in the saint's ear that she was not going to kill her, but just wanted to find someone. Sifazoya asked, gritting her teeth, who exactly she was looking for. Turning her head towards Itis, Somia said that she had had enough fun and that it was time for her to go home, naming the Demon King for the first time. The three of them looked at Itis, who picked up a pile of pastries and, holding a bag of goodies in her hands, munched on one of them. The priest and the saints could not believe what they heard, even after questioning and stammering in disbelief. Looking at the girl, the archbishop thought about the fact that he assumed that she had the power of a demon king level, but he could not imagine that she would be the king himself. Sifazoya, putting her hand to her chest, said that she could not believe that the one she trusted was really the Demon King. And then she turned to Vilas, who was pointing his finger in the direction of Itis, saying that she is the king and he is useless there. Somia came closer, saying that everyone was worried about her, and therefore asked if the king had already had fun to go home with her. Itis chewed her pastry in silence, and then she shook her head, saying the only word, "No." The demoness stared at the girl in surprise, not believing her ears. She began to persuade her to return, because it was dangerous here, and even promised that the king would no longer be fed green pepper. But Itis repeated her verdict, no. While finishing the pastry, she said that she likes it here. There are many goodies here, but she is bored in the city of the Demon King, and she does not want to go back there. Somia changed her pity to anger, and frowning, said that then she would raise this place to the ground, so that the king would go home with her. But a bright circle appeared around Itis, which was bursting with dark power. She surrounded herself, leaving Somia behind. Squinting, she asked how that girl even dared to order her, and asked if she didn't want to die. However, using her strength, she shouted that it would be better to die at the hands of the Demon King than the effect of the blood oath. People began to run in all directions, some shouted, urging to flee because demons have invaded the city, while the two girls figure out their relationship. The priest, watching this, realized that the entire city would be destroyed if these two fought here, so he couldn't allow it. Clutching the cross in his hand, he realized that he still could not use it, so he thought that the only way out was to call Lucius for help. However, he saw the saint take a few steps forward, right into the very center of the quarrel. He shouted, warning Safiza that she would get hurt if she came any closer, and asked what she was up to. She firmly replied that she couldn't let the demons do whatever they wanted in their city. Approaching even closer, the girl said that she was obliged to stop them, even if the price was her own life. But Huang He appeared in front of her with his hands out to his sides and clenched teeth. The girl screamed in surprise, recognizing the god. He gave Sifazoa a wry smile, saying that he had arrived just in time. Somia asked if he also wanted to die because he dared to stop her. But he said, standing next to the saint, that she should take care of herself. She began to feel her own hit points dwindling and the pain in her body becoming more noticeable. He said with satisfaction that it was a passive skill when the girl asked how it was that she attacked him, and she took the damage. Sviata, clinging to him, asked if he was okay, and the boy only answered that he was fine and he was already used to everything. People began to shout that it was God, and that he had come to save the saint, as was expected of him. Everyone was delighted with Huang He. Somya shouted that the people were too loud and assured her that it was not enough to stop her. It was obvious that the damage to her own hit points made her angry. Enraged, Ida said that she had caught the little zombie and started attacking Somya from behind, screaming for it to die. The demoness flew into the air and asked if the Demon King was really attacking her like that because of some people there. Returning for another attack, the king shouted that the little zombie was very important to her and that he was her friend. Huang He was shocked to hear this and only called out to the girl, but not loud enough for her to hear, rather under his breath repeating her name. After landing, Somya said that she wanted to bring the king differently, but she does not leave her a choice. The girl did not understand what was being said. Taking out the orb, the demoness said with a smile that it was a gem for taming demons, and the king should know what it was and how it worked. But Idis looked exactly as she said. She asked what it was. Somya explained that they were adding some spices to the king's food, and if she broke this pearl, she would no longer be able to use her power. Pointing her finger, the enraged Idis shouted that she knew there was something wrong with the green pepper. She waved it off and said that it was not about the pepper, and that she hoped the king would not interfere again, for at her least desire, Idis would not be able to fight anymore. However, while the girl was breeding Teravani, another hand snatched this pearl from her hands. Huang He wondered if that bullet was really that strong, and Somya screamed for him to give it back, adding insult to injury. Hiding the sphere, he turned to the demoness and asked with a smile if she really thought that people would stand quietly while she stretched herself. How it works. Across the table from her was an angry demon king who said that the demoness was no longer a threat to her. Fear was reflected in Somya's eyes, and after that, Idis immediately swung with a battle cry. That girl got mad, forcing the boy to scream loudly because he didn't understand what was happening until the demoness turned to him. He caught hold of the king, who seemed to be unconscious, frightened and asking what had happened, and she replied almost inaudibly that there was no strength left in her body. He, holding the king in one hand and the pearl in the other, asked what had happened, because the artifact was intact. But he turned his head in surprise when he heard that there was more than one pearl. In front of him stood a girl who held out her hand with a broken pearl and said that she had another one. Huang He looked closely, recognizing who was in front of him as the aura was the same as in the dungeon. And the demoness asked who the hell she was, looking at the new hero of their play. Then puzzles began to form in her head. If the girl has a pearl, it means that it is... She cried out, asking if she was really Long Long. The stone girl stood, scattering the pearl and snickering. Holding Idis unconscious, Huang He watched as Somya laughed at the gargoyle, saying that she would never have thought that it would like such a thing, while he became angry. Long Long shook his chest, saying that it was the devil's blood oath that changed his body, and he definitely didn't like it. Huang He thought that this beautiful girl was one of the heavenly lords because he heard the monster's full name for the first time. The boy looked at his chest and said that even demons have them, and Long Long screamed, "Why is he staring? Because it all happened because of him." Haruglia explained that she failed to destroy Huang He, and that's why the blood oath turned him into this. With a smile, the boy asked if it wasn't cool, but Long Long, with tears in his eyes and holding his own chest, said that it wasn't cool at all. Clenching her teeth angrily, she said that she and Somya would fight against him so that he would not think that he could get away with everything. Idis shook her whole body from the strain, but told the demons not to even think of harming him while everyone was amazed at what the king was saying. The guy, holding the girl tighter, told her not to strain, but she, playing sports, had a different opinion. He smiled widely, telling the girl to leave these two to him. After impaling the Demon King on the floor, he said that the blood oath in the game takes a lot of hit points, and this world is not much different from the game. Returning to Long Long, he said with a smile that this world was getting more and more interesting when he asked what he was mumbling under his breath. Somia agreed to join forces against Huang He, while he just stood there with a smile and waited for their attack, already thinking of what he was going to do. Gargoyle used a stone attack skill, placing his hands on the ground. Huang He dodged, following the stones and thinking that the attack wouldn't hurt him if he stood in the center. Long Long happily told Somia to come in because now she was not alone. Flying up to the boy, she released a heavenly web, which visibly surprised and frightened Huang He. He fell to the ground, bound by a web, and rolled a little further. He got angry because he was careless and did not have time to dodge the attack from the air. The demonesses were satisfied. Somia said she would see how he dodged now while Long Long flexed her fists for a good fight. And then she said that she would make the boy pay for everything she had been through, even mentioning the battle in the dungeon. Huang He shouted happily, telling them to kill him sooner if they could. And when the gargoyle was about to attack, the Spider-Woman stopped her, looking thoughtfully at the boy. She surprised the girl when she said that the boy had a strange ability to repel the damage that was done to him. Long Long said they couldn't just let him go. That wasn't an option. But Somia smiled slyly, saying that killing him was too boring and she had a better idea. He could be tortured, and there were plenty of ways. Huang He listened with fear as the girl said that he was obviously bound to the border town and asked what they were going to do. And Somia said with a smile that he would watch them destroy the entire border town. Huang He shouted, not believing his own and asking how dare they. The demoness smiled as she leaned closer and asked if he wasn't in awe just a few minutes ago. She asked if he could protect everyone in the city, not just one or two people. The boy was determined to defeat them, realizing that he was dealing with demons that did not have an iota of compassion. But they are heavenly lords, almost as powerful as the king. Somia returned to Long Long, telling her to hold the boy while she destroyed the city. And while the gargoyle swung his fist, Somia flew away and told the little zombie to remember, this city will burn because of him. Gritting her teeth, Long Long said that it was all his fault, and he was only his opponent. With cries that he would not be a woman now if not for Huang He, the gargoyle struck the boy. Standing over him to see his face, Long Long watched in horror as the city began to crumble. She said that it was all because of him, while Somia watched from above. Long Long was sitting over the boy with her legs on either side of him and resting on her own hands. Huang He was horrified, wide-eyed with understanding. She was just destroying the city and destroying innocent people. Sifizoya screamed for him to fight, and she would help him while he heard her, still lying in the web and under Long Long. He knew that the saint was on his way to his own death, because his level was too low. He shouted, not paying attention to the demoness above him, begging the saint to run away because she would not be able to win, but she was looking directly at Somia. She smiled, saying that she couldn't stand by while these monsters destroyed her home. The demoness, turning her gaze to the saint, said that she did not expect such bravery from someone as insignificant as the saint. Putting her hand to her chin in a thoughtful gesture, the demoness smiled, thought of something. She asked why Sifizoy should not become her subordinate. But she answered, asking who in their right mind would want to work with monsters like her. The girl said that God will defeat them. At the same time, he hoarsely called out to the saint when Long Long's hands closed around his neck. Freeing himself from the web, he told the devil to get off his trance, kicking the gargoyle in the stomach and throwing it away. Clutching his stomach, he angrily began to make excuses that he was a man to the core and blamed Huang He for becoming a woman. Somia said that Sifizoya seems to be dear to that boy because he started fighting instead of just watching calmly. She was thinking about giving control over the saint. Itis, still shaking with powerlessness, looked at everything that was happening and admitted to herself that she didn't think that the demons would use the pearl just to capture her. At that time, Long Long was beating Huang He, who was already coughing up blood, putting all his anger into the boy. Itis looked at her hands, trying to use even a drop of magic, but she couldn't. It was all suppressed by the pearl. The girl stared at the gargoyle beating her zombie, only arguing because she couldn't help it. She screamed, "How dare they mock zombies!" Huang He and Long Long was breathing heavily, taking a break from the battle to catch his breath. The boy sighed because he understood that if he continued like this, he would soon use all his strength. Thinking of a source that could give him strength and replenish it endlessly, he remembered Idas and turned to her. He grabbed her hand, saying that even though her magic was suppressed by the gem, he had a skill that could absorb the mana of others. He said it would be faster when he touched her. They held hands as they watched the Demon King's power flow into Huang He's body. He was surprised because he wasn't entirely sure it would work, but he was glad they did. Somia asked Long Long what he was doing, attracting his attention while she used her power to control the saint by the neck. The gargoyle pointed a finger at the boy and the Demon King, asking what they were doing there. Idas stared wide-eyed at the boy while he held her wrist tightly and looked into her eyes in return. Somia yelled for Long Long to stop the boy as he was absorbing the Demon King's mana as she stood completely shocked by what she heard. They looked at how the gargoyle was rushing towards them, and the boy, meanwhile, said that it was very slow and the girl needed to be even closer to him. Idas started yelling at him, asking why he didn't say he had these skills before and if he really still wanted to die. Jumping up and wrapping her arms around the boy's neck, the Demon King kissed the confused boy. Turning her head to the side and blushing, she said that she was doing this to give him mana faster, and so that he would not look at her with such eyes. Hugging the girl, he agreed with her words, however. Closing his eyes, he thought only about how pleasant her skin was to the touch and how she was in his hands. Long Long began to use her power, this time choosing to use a colossal dragon attack. Saifazoya shouted for the god to be careful, warning him of the danger. When the gargoyle was nearby, Huang He stretched out his hand and summoned lightning, angrily glaring at his opponent and hugging the king tighter. The lightning struck Long Long directly, who began to shake from the discharge. And Huang He thought in surprise that he was now full of strength, while Idas hugged his neck tightly, giving off even more mana. He smiled slyly and contentedly as he activated the infinite mana mode, and wondered if that meant he could use any skill. He started raining attacks one after another, a large fireball, a scythe of death, and even an embrace of icy cold. Then a frost blade and a moon blade. Long Long turned to the demoness, telling her to help her, because if she continued like this, she would die. Somia screamed at Huang He, saying that she would kill the saint if he continued to attack. The girl behind her was holding her throat. Saifazoya said that the god should not pay attention to her and fight on. The boy asked with a smile if she really thought she could threaten him with a captive. In a second, he teleported behind the demoness, smiling contentedly and slyly. Touching her back with his fingers, he said that he would show her his best skill and use the one-handed Millennium Kill, while Somia let out a breath while lying on the ground. Everyone around was whispering. Huang He was smiling and Idas was extremely confused. The boy turned around in surprise as people began to shout that the city lord had finally arrived. Lucius stood before them with a smile, looking at the battlefield. Instead of helping, he thought with a smile that he smelled like a beauty, squinting at the crowd of girls and saying that he had never encountered this scent before. Long Long looked at the lord with fear, not understanding what he would do. Lucius leaned in, asking if he could have dinner with the girl tonight, while the gargoyle opened its mouth in surprise, losing the gift of speech for a few seconds. But then she found out, getting angry and starting to scream, that he was carrying her husband at all. Lucius said with a smile that Miss had very funny jokes. He said that he met many girls, but she is the first to say that she is actually a man, and that he is interested. Long Long asked if his head was crushed. Lucius looked at the battlefield, saying that you can always restore buildings, but you can't bring back people. He became noticeably serious, saying that, fortunately, he stopped her in time. Meanwhile, Huang He started apologizing when Idas asked if he was tired of carrying her and said that he could already put her on her feet. He asked in surprise how she had regained her powers so quickly, but she said that the pearl's restrictions would not disappear so quickly, and only the creator of the pearl could remove them. Confused, he asked if those two were the ones who made the pearl, and the girl replied that they were just sent here to do the job. The Demon King said that Laurent had most likely made these pearls. Extending his hand, he offered to go look for him. But Idas began to shout that she would not return there for anything. After all, even if the restriction is removed, it will remain there. He asked why the king didn't want to come back, and she started gesticulating, saying that everyone is always looking after her, and she has to solve problems all the time, and she doesn't like it. Exhaling, she hugged herself and asked who would want to return to such a life, and Huang He thought that even a demon king would find it unpleasant and difficult. After thinking for a while, he said that she could stay in the underground city if she didn't want to bring the demon king back to the city. Idis even turned to the boy, wondering what he had said. She said he just wanted to use her mana, though it sounded more like a question. However, with a respectful look, the girl said that she agreed, as long as she could have fun and eat delicious food. Huang. He thought that even though he could use all the skills in this game, his mana was negligible. Sifazoya ran to them, who asked as she ran whether the Lord was all right. He said that it was normal and asked why she did that, because she definitely understood that she would not be able to win. To his surprise, the girl said that she could not leave him to fight alone. Moreover, she must also protect this city, because it is her flock. He saw that the girl was injured when he squinted and asked her to let him heal her, though he warned her that it might hurt. Sifazoya humbly agreed, thanking her and saying that she would endure everything. They were in the church, the girl was sitting on the floor, and Huang He said that she would have to help him, because he could not see the wounds on her back. Blushing, she said she would do anything he asked, so she took off her cassock. Frightened, he began to shout that it was enough and no more was needed. The girl obeyed, holding her clothes while the boy said that it might hurt now. She said she was ready and added that it was her first time. The boy squinted as he thought about why that phrase sounded so strange. Still, he decided that it didn't matter, and raised his fingers, because his only task was to cure her. He started hitting the points with his fingers using the bone alignment method, while the girl suddenly screamed in pain. Saint blushed, thinking that she was in pain, but there was a strange feeling of numbness, and she could not move. And then the girl moaned, because she realized that now she was not in pain and she felt so good. Huang He asked if she was okay when he heard that moan. Saint lay on the floor all wet with sweat and drooling. She asked if this was the divine way of healing, thinking that now her places that hurt were numb and it felt good. Saint said she wanted more. Huang, he wondered if it was really that nice. When the girl was let in and she got dressed, Huang He stood by, clearing his throat awkwardly. Long Long begged the Demon King to help her, clinging to her leg as Lucius smiled behind. Idis tried to push the monster away from her. The Lord said with a smile that if he is not mistaken, the beauty is also a demon, and demons do appear in human territory. Long Long looked at the Lord in confusion, who then smiled widely and said that she might think that she was flattered because she met him. He is an expert in sheltering homeless girls. And while both girls even stopped fighting, he added that especially if they are beautiful demons. Huang He, who went outside, asked Idis what she was going to do with those two, referring to Somya, who was lying unconscious next to the girl, and also that blue wretch who was clinging to the king's leg. She turned to the boy, asking if he had any suggestions on the matter. Huang He smiled, saying that he did have one proposal. Why not give Long Long to Lucia? Frowning a little, the girl asked what he meant. Huang He explained to Idis with a smile that hero Lucius really likes Long Long, while the saint stood by and didn't make a sound. He said that they should let the girl stay here and ask Lucius for something in return. For example, to cooperate with them. He said that it was a good idea, because instead of killing people and demons, they would find a mutually beneficial plan. Turning and looking down at the gargoyle, the Demon King told Long Long that she was staying here, but she needed to ask Lucius for something. The demoness couldn't believe it, saying it was impossible, and how could the king leave her here? The Lord stood with his back, but heard the whole conversation perfectly, and asked her to say what exactly she wanted. Huang He was already standing in front of him, and was smiling, saying that the cooperation between the border city and the underground city was a good deal. Lucius asked if he was joking, because he is a demon, and his subordinates are humans, and how he wants them to work together, and this is unprecedented. Pointing his thumb at himself, Huang He said that he was doing all this precisely because it was unprecedented. But he said that it would be profitable, and he would not regret it. The Demon King smiled as she looked at Huang He and thought only of the little zombie with reverence. And the boy, meanwhile, silently waited for the city lord's decision, thinking that this cooperation would help reduce the degree of enmity between humans and demons. Lucius said that it was the first time he had met a demon like Huang He, but his words made sense, and their cities were close to each other. Turning and waving his hand, Lucius said they had a deal and waved goodbye. And then he pulled Long Long along as she struggled and waved her hands, not wanting to go with the human lord. Shaking her hands as if she had agreed, the girl said that since they had already decided everything, and then turned into a small version of herself, telling the boy that they could go back and that she was very tired. After patting the girl comfortably on his shoulders with his finger, Huang He asked if she really considered him as her free bed, and he himself thought that with the king, no one would be able to put pressure on their city. In the underground city, the Tauren screamed, asking if he was the Demon King. Pointing a finger at the shoulder where Idas was lying, the head said that it was impossible, and how could she be so small? After saying that she had shrunk herself because she wanted to, and that she would stay in the dungeon for the time being, he asked the girl, touching her with his finger, if she wanted to say something. And then she, jumping off the boy's shoulder, immediately changed her appearance and became her usual size, standing in front of the head of the city. The girl, putting her hands on her sides, said with a smile that this should be enough to prove that she is the Demon King. The bosses of the dungeon all, as one, saw the Demon King in front of them, shouting in surprise and opening their mouths. The Tauren dropped to his knees, saluting the king as a subordinate should, and he apologized for not recognizing her right away. Idas smiled and told him to get off his knees and said she didn't blame him. He confirmed that he was the head of the dungeon, but wondered if the king would ask about their results with the adventurers. Tauren could not believe what he heard. The girl said that from this moment he was no longer the head of the Dungeon of Despair, and he thought that she would also start asking questions. Joyfully jabbing a finger behind her back where a puzzled Huang He was standing, she said that now the head of the underground city would be a little zombie. Tauren asked if that was all she wanted to say, as he was still thinking about the report. That girl did not show interest in that report, but only put her hands on her sides and said with a smile that she had asked if he did not agree with her decision. He said he agreed, but asked if she was going to ask about the results and the dungeon's last place in the ranking. With a smile, Huang He said that the head should not worry, and the girl would not blame him for this, and from this day on he would not have to worry about the city's work. He couldn't believe it as he stood there in silence, but he wondered in his mind, how could he not be worried? But the Demon King was here, and probably the little one was telling the truth. Zombie explained that he is not trying to take away his position, but only wants the city to function even better and develop. He spoke about cooperation with the border town. Tauren said it was impossible because the border town didn't get along very well with the dungeon, but he asked how they managed to agree with the Lord. Huang He cleared his throat as he wondered how to properly answer this question. However, he said that they simply have someone to thank for this cooperation and that they will always remember him. Idas said that everyone in the dungeon should always obey the little zombie. Returning, she smiled and said that she helped him get started and everything else was up to him. Placing his hand on his heart, the boy said that the girl should not worry and that he would do everything as best as possible. Dorothy scoffed at Alice, saying that some were now subordinate zombies whom she had summoned. The necromancer said that the zombie still belonged to her because she summoned it, unlike those who sit idle in the dungeon doing nothing. The succubus asked who she was talking about, but Alice said with a smile that she would leave some dignity and not say her name out loud. Dorothy turned, her teeth clenched viciously and her eyes flashing lightning at the necromancer. Getting up from her seat, Alice said that she had enough, and businesslike announced that she would go talk to the little zombie. Peeking around the corner, Dorothy stuck her tongue out at her and asked if she didn't think it belonged to her just because she had summoned it. Meanwhile, Huang He had already sat on the throne of the head of the city, while the other bosses stood on one side near the throne. He smiled, thinking that he would never have thought that he would be sitting here, and that the sensations were incredible. Standing next to the others, the necromancer wondered what the little zombie was doing, watching him in confusion. Tauren informed the head that everyone was in the assembly, and that the assembly could begin. But when he did not answer, he shook him by the shoulder, asking if the chairman was all right. Because the meeting had to begin, he gathered everyone whom he asked. Without saying anything, he cleared his throat, saying that since everyone had already gathered, it was time to start. Huang. He realized that he didn't know what to say when he said first. He was screaming inside from the whole situation, because he had never done anything like this before and didn't know how to start or what to say. But then he thought, he can speak like a director. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, greeting the monsters as colleagues and wishing everyone a good morning. Everyone, especially Torin and Aya, looked at him with confusion. Clearing his throat again, he said that he would skip the pleasantries and that he had gathered everyone here because he had important news. The boy emphatically stated that they would completely reform the Dungeon of Despair. All the monsters began to discuss and whisper about it, because everyone had their own opinion about it. The Torin shouted, calling everyone to be quiet and ordering everyone to listen to the mayor. Huang He continued, saying that those present were aware of the situation in the Dungeon of Despair. They have both internal problems and invasions, and if this continues, the monsters began to agree. Everyone knew what this would mean for the dungeon. Therefore, said the boy, they should recreate the Dungeon of Despair, where humans and demons will coexist peacefully. Confusion and not understanding what the new head meant was written on every monster's face. Alice happily said with a smile that it was the little zombie she had summoned. And Dorothy got angry, calling out to everyone that she was a succubus, not a master necromancer. The goblin, raising his hand, asked how they could put up with humans, since they had been at war with them for so many centuries. Several others supported him. The serious-looking guy said it was good that they had a question, but he called to think that if they will live as before, the adventurers will simply destroy them. And he added that they are also being pressured, demanding high indicators. If they fail, the Dungeon of Despair will be destroyed. While the boy thought that everyone would agree with the decision and be horrified by the consequences, the meeting room was completely silent. The Torin spoke up, drawing attention to himself and saying that it was true, and they were standing on the edge of a chasm. If they do not go forward, death will be their end. He said that the demons agreed to cooperate, then turned and glared at the others, saying that if he found out that anyone did not agree, he would personally punish them. Everyone started shouting that they agreed to cooperate. Huang He smiled, thinking that he was glad that the former head was keeping order. Otherwise, the monsters wouldn't even listen to him. Looking at the monsters, the boy said that he was glad that everyone agreed, and that now it was necessary to think carefully about how to improve life in the dungeon. Torin looked around at his former subordinates, each of whom was silent. Huang He stood up from the throne and addressed the Minotaur, saying that he was the previous head and should know a lot about the current state of affairs and ways to improve. Bowing his head, he answered that, in his opinion, it is necessary to start small, with the personal problems of each monster. With a smile, the boy said that it was a fighting spirit and that Torin hit the bullseye. But closing his eyes, he thought that it was a good thing, because he had previously rehearsed this scene with the Minotaur, because otherwise no one would have answered the questions and shared their thoughts. Alice asked in surprise when the Minotaur started expressing such thoughts. Dorothy said it sure didn't sound like a Minotaur spirit. And Torin continued, saying that he had heard someone ask how they were going to rule the country if they couldn't clean their own house. And that's why he thought it was necessary to start small. He said that demons should not litter, urinate, and defecate in public places. And he also banned obscene swearing. All the demons were shocked to hear what Torin said, and Alice asked who would do that in public places. The Minotaur shouted that there would be squads of law enforcement officers because they would be patrolling the dungeons. He said that the monsters would be severely reprimanded if they were seen ignoring the new laws while everyone was confused. One of the monsters shouted, saying that they cannot swear and how can they live without swearing, cursing. He asked who the old man was and what was funny, but he immediately opened his eyes because there were two giants standing behind him and he felt their presence with his back. He turned around and smiled awkwardly, saying they were brothers, weren't they? Torin ordered the boy out and said that this was his first offense, so he would be cleaning toilets for one day. While he was being dragged out of the hall, the boy shouted to be let go for the first time. After all, he only said one obscene word. And while everyone was watching, Huang He said that it was a good idea and we should start with that. Alice thought about the fact that the Minotaur was really serious and asked herself where he got such ideas. And Dorothy quietly said that these, most likely, were not the ideas of the Minotaur but of the little zombie, and he simply passed them on through him. Dorothy mused aloud, saying that the dungeon wouldn't be in a deplorable state if the Minotaur really thought that, causing fear to flash in Alice's eyes as she now looked at the succubus. And then it began to dawn on her that the little zombie was doing all this to But Dorothy loudly hissed at the necromancer so that she would shut her mouth and not blurt out that she had exposed the plan. After saying that they should support Huang He, Dorothy happily said that she couldn't wait to see how the dungeon would change. With a smile, the boy said that he also came up with a reward system and a denunciation system. If the monsters catch someone doing what is forbidden, they can report it to the wardens. The monsters began to get angry because they did not accept what someone could do to one of the monsters. Coughing again, he said that there was no need to worry so much and that they did not want to punish everyone with these rules and only wanted the dungeon to be better. And then Huang He ended the meeting by saying that that was it for today, and he hoped that everyone would follow their plan. Torin asked the boy, like the head, if he really considered this a normal practice because he doubted it. He said that all demons are lazy, and if they are forced to follow the rules, they can resist it. But Huang He said that this is a normal reaction, and why do reforms all at once? It is necessary slowly. He said that this would only be the beginning, and that he wanted to see a completely different and new dungeon of despair. After that, no one will be able to scare them. Looking at the boy's trail, Torin thought that the dungeon could really change for the better, so he decided that his work would be worth it. Demons read the order, standing on the street, and asked that he wanted a new head of them and why the Minotaur gave this position to that boy. One of them said that he was surprised, but obscenely. The other two asked him in fear if he wanted to die, because he had forgotten what it was about cursing loudly at the meeting. They said they saw that guy, and he smelled of toilets. The guy said with a smile that it was all a pretense, and no one would actually punish them. He was smiling smugly, saying that the patrol squad wouldn't see or hear him here when he was cursing, and if so, then nothing will be done to him. Two giants appeared behind the demon, at which the other two monsters poked their fingers, asking what was behind him. But the boy laughed at his frightened friends, saying that he could repeat what he said once more for the squad. But he was immediately raked by the skin, which caused astonishment. The giant said that he knew the rules and still broke them when they were there, so he would use toilets and repeat the rules 1,000 times. The boy kicked in the hands of the giants, saying that he did not swear. Sitting in the office, Huang He thought about the fact that they had begun to re-educate individual personalities. He thought that if he wanted to remake the Dungeons of Despair, some kind of massive reform was needed. Laurent was sitting in his office when he was distracted, saying that the two had not yet returned. Placing his fingers on the bridge of his nose tiredly, he said that everything should be fine with Somia and Long Long. Moreover, the Demon King returned to the underground city. Sasen jumped out of his seat, asking why they hadn't seen her when she returned. But Laurent said she didn't want to go back to the palace, and as far as he knew, she should be in the Dungeon of Despair. And if she wanted to, let her stay there. Yawning, Alice asked why no one was there yet, because it was already morning and it was usually always loud here. The girl saw a goblin peering around the corner, looking at something to avoid being noticed. She patted the monster on the shoulder, asking him what he was doing. He jumped up and started yelling that he wouldn't be arrested because he was a good demon, and the girl just raised her hand in a reassuring gesture. The goblin looked surprised at the girl, who said that she was not in the warden's enclosure and he could calm down. The necromancer asked if he was too scared looking at the kneeling goblin. She said he just had to stop cursing, it was that simple. He said that everyone was arrested yesterday, except for him. Alice thought that the little zombie was very cool, because not much time had passed, and everyone in the dungeon was so afraid of the surveillance squad. Alice and Dorothy, who had just come up, were looking at the trail of the fleeing goblin, who said he had to hide somewhere. There were visible bruises under the succubus's eyes, and she herself did not look her best. The necromancer asked if she slept well. The girl said that she did not sleep all night, which puzzled Alice. She said that the arrested screamed all night, and she could not sleep. After asking about Alice's dream, she happily said that all the demons on her floor were obedient. Dorothy said she would come back and teach those losers herself, and if they broke the rules, she would punish them herself and not wait for the squad. Looking around, the necromancer noticed that it was not as loud as before, but it had become more comfortable. And then she turned and ran in the other direction, because she remembered that she had to visit the little zombie. In the palace of the chairman, Huang He was sleeping in the middle of a mountain of papers, having fallen asleep while doing business. Waking up from a knock on the door, he raised his head and asked himself if it was morning. He also had bruises under his eyes and looked tired. On the other side of the door stood Torin, waiting for the head to invite him. Torin began to shout, asking if he had been attacked during the night, and the boy only raised his hand with a smile, wished him good morning, and said that he had just been working all night. The Minotaur showed one of the pieces of paper to Huang He, asking what it was. He showed the drawings, saying that they were cars and that they were for children. He said that it was okay that the demons hadn't heard of them, but they would understand when it was ready. Torin tried to digest something about the children, not understanding where the children came from. Standing up and leaning on the table, Huang He asked why Torin was here and if something had happened. The Minotaur began to report that they had arrested a total of 65 demons last night. The majority went to correctional work, and 5 were punished for repeating the rules. But Huang He explained that one really needs to arrest many demons first until they understand the rules and obey them. Alice was just standing in front of the door of Huang He's office, listening to what kind of conversation was going on behind them. The necromancer walked quietly to the door, asking if the little zombie had woken up. He told her to come in, and when she opened the door, the girl saw that Torin was also looking at the door. Alice jumped to the boy to hug him and said that she missed him and asked if he missed her, because they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy gently kept the girl at a distance and said that only one night had passed, and she started to get mad that he had another if he said about one night. While Elisa hung on to the boy, and he tried to unhook her, the ex-head of the city asked how she could be so impolite with her head, and she said that there are no outsiders in this room anyway. Huang He asked her how many of her subordinates were arrested yesterday. The girl said she didn't have any, but she couldn't say the same about Dorothy because they kept her up all night. The boy thought about the fact that he did not expect that none of Alice's subordinates would be arrested. The girl said that she had trained her subordinates very well and asked if she should be rewarded for this. He was surprised but asked what reward she wanted. She, poking a finger at him, blushed a little and said that they had not slept together for a long time, and he said that they never slept together. Torin told Alice to keep her head down because he hadn't slept that night and needed some rest. She agreed. In the border town at this time, the Lord was in the company of the beautiful blonde and Long, hugging both of them. Leaning towards the demoness, he told her to smile because he treats her well, and the Demon King ordered her to stay here. They were interrupted, startling Lucius and causing him to look at the door, which was flung open. The Lord watched the door fly off its hinges with a smile as the girls ran off in different directions. Gargoyle thought that she should run while there was such an opportunity. Dodging rocks and debris, Lucius wearily said that it was scary and nearly died. He asked how she dared to break the door of the head of the city. Standing in the doorway was a girl who had recently been a Knight Edward, wearing a man's armor. She said wickedly that even if he had something to say, he should keep it to himself. The Lord asked, confused, if it was really Edward, not believing his eyes. When asked why she was making a fuss in the morning, the girl said that she wanted to talk to Lucius alone. The guy said she could have just talked about it instead of kicking down the door. Edward reminded that she wanted to talk alone, and the boy looked away, realizing that there were 2 girls in the room. He waved, telling them to leave while he spoke. While the girls were saying goodbye, he asked Edward what she had arranged, because they could calmly discuss everything without this spectacle. And then he joked that if the girl got angry so much, she would become ugly. The girl had nothing to say. Thinking that it was working, Lucius began to say that the girl's skin was not as it should be, but he had suggestions for her and began to push the cosmetic jars. The girl screamed when he didn't shut up, saying enough was enough. And while she pulled out the sword, putting it in front of her, the boy was no longer in his place. Edward was confused, not believing that Lucia was no longer in front of her. And he was already behind her and lifting her dress, thoughtfully asked how she managed to tuck such a large sword under her skirt, while the girl was confused. The Lord was kicked in the nose at the same second, closing his eyes and not paying attention to the blood that began to trickle from his nose. All he could think about was Edward's panties. Blushing, the girl got angry, calling him a pervert. He said how he would now seduce women with such a face, and after all, they are friends and should help each other. Meanwhile, the girl got even angrier and said that she could do the same with the lower part of her body. Lucius said that he had enough of the ramblings and that Edward wanted to discuss something with him. She asked why he was working with demons, and the boy said he thought it was something serious. She asked how humans could possibly cooperate with demons, and Lucius asked a counter-question. Why not, really not understanding why? Edward shouted that demons are their sworn enemies. Turning away, Lucius asked what they were supposed to do in this situation. Lead people to the death in the dungeons of despair? The girl shouted that yes, this is exactly what should have been done. Crossing his legs, he asked boredly if they would really defeat the Demon King standing next to the little zombie. But Edward asked why to cooperate, and Lucius said that no one favors the border city, so it would be wiser to join another powerful force and not fight against it. He said with a smile as he rested his head on his hands, wondering if she had also succumbed to the little zombie's charms. Blushing with shame, she remembered how she was handcuffed to the wall in only her underwear. She began to make excuses that it was a mean attack, and he said that times change and war does not bring anything good. Turning, the girl began to leave the office and said that she would never work with demons. He looked at the girl and thought about how they managed to remain the way they were after so many years. Lucius thought about it, wondering if Edward would do something stupid. He thought that when it comes to a little zombie, something always goes wrong. Edward walked through the city and thought that there must be some sinister plan behind this decision, and she must find out. Huang He sneezed, thinking to himself who was already thinking of him. At the house of the Enim family, the head of the family turned to his son, asking what had happened. The little boy was lying face down on the floor and hardly moved. The boy was lying on the bed with a bandaged arm and head, a plate on his nose, and his father asked who it was. The father tried to find out who it was in order to avenge his son. The boy said it was a zombie from the dungeon of despair, and his father felt a quiet anger. Collapsing on his bed, he asked if this was the dungeon of despair that was next to the border town. Taking his son's hand and squeezing it, he asked Nima what had happened. The boy lost consciousness from the pain he felt when his father squeezed his hand around the wound, and he began to call out to him, afraid of what had happened. The emperor in the palace looked at the subjects and asked why they were so silent today, because they usually talked so much. Karl Lyman, the emperor, demanded an answer from the counselors as to what they should do, and said they would all be in this room until someone offered a solution. One of them, Nima's father, spoke up and said emphatically that he had a solution. Sitting on the throne, the emperor said that only Eniba helps with his burden and offered to speak. The man calmly said that he thought it was necessary to send his troops because he had heard that the border town was cooperating with the demons. Karl Lehmann slapped his hand on the throne and frowned, wondering if he had correctly understood that the city was already cooperating. But then he looked away and said that it couldn't be. But Aniba continued. He, painting vivid pictures, said that the demonic forces had already invaded the lands of the empire. The counselors began to discuss it. Will there be another war, and how dare the demons? But everyone fell silent when they heard the cry of the emperor, with which he called for silence and turned their eyes to the monarch. Karl Lyman asked whom they, in the opinion of the advisors, should send to the border town. And again Aniba spoke, drawing the emperor's attention, and said that he had a suitable candidate. Squinting with hatred, he asked if the emperor remembered the one they had dragged to prison. All the advisors were shocked by this proposal. Their mouths opened in surprise and sometimes fear. Karl refused. He said something would definitely go wrong if they let him out. But the aristocrat did not give up. He asked the emperor to think, because that boy had already received the death sentence, and why not use what he can give for the last time? After thinking about it, Karl said that they arrested him with a huge effort and asked how they would be able to control him after his release. Looking as if through space, he said that he still remembers what a disaster the demon made then. Aniba said there was no need to worry because he had already figured out how to control him, and with him it will not be necessary to expel people as an army. The emperor stood up and, holding out his hand, said that Aniba would lead the march to the dungeon of despair. In the prison, the guard said that the madman was in the cell in front of which Aniba was standing, but it was not safe any further. Returning to them, the man disgustedly called them all cowards. When the man took the keys and left, the guards talked because they heard that they were going to let the madman go. One said that they had to run away because they were constantly playing jokes on him. The demon sat in his cell with his head bowed and was shackled with a dozen handcuffs so that he would not escape. He smiled widely, peeking out from behind his hair, and said that today was something new. Aniba was shocked and scared because Eric did not even raise his head, and the man wondered how he knew. But the prisoner, with the same smile, said that he guessed because of the stench coming from the visitor. Aniba got angry, asking who he was talking about. Eric asked why he had come, after all, not to listen to him complain. The man said they had an offer for him, and he was here to release him. The prisoner laughed, saying that nothing just happens, and asked what he wanted him to do. Coming closer, Annaba said that he should do what he does best, kill. The boy licked his lips, saying that he had not heard such words for a long time, and he clearly enjoyed them. In the dungeon of despair, Torin screamed and called for his head. He was looking at a pile of open books, wondering where his head had gone. But a hand peeked out from under the pile of books, showing exactly where Huang He buried. Huang He, with even bigger bruises under his eyes, looked sleepily at the Minotaur and asked why he was so energetic in the morning and why he was awake at such an early hour. And then he fell back on the books, telling them to let him sleep a little. Raising his head, Torin said that if he didn't wake up now, then when he woke up later, the dungeon would be gone. This made the boy open his eyes. The boy questioned what he had just said before the information began to reach him. Torin explained that Lucius had relayed a message that morning saying that the Empire was sending troops after them. Huang He asked if they were already outside the Dungeon of Despair, and the Minotaur needed a few seconds to process the question in his head. Bowing his head, he said that not yet, but this time Lucius would not help them because the border town would be the first target. While Torin said that they were thrown in the face of danger, Huang He calmly said that people couldn't be blamed for wanting to preserve their lives. They only work together and are far from the stage of such assistance. Getting ready to give battle, the boy told to gather everyone in the conference hall. After a while, everyone was sitting at a long table with Huang He sitting at the head. The Demon King in his mini version was sitting on his shoulder while the boy said that he gathered everyone to announce something important. The Empire is going to attack them. Alice and Dorothy gaped in surprise, questioning whether they had heard correctly that the Empire was attacking them. The boy bowed his head while Idis said that they must have been doing a lot lately, and the Empire found out about it. Folding his hands busily on his chest, he said that he had been waiting for the Empire to come, but not as quickly as it did. And the king said that it's okay because she will be here. Scared, Alice asked the little zombie what they should do, because they can't just sit around and wait to be destroyed. He said that they could not hit in the forehead, because there were not many of them. But they had an advantage, and it consisted precisely in their number and maneuverability. Torin asked if this would be luring the enemy into his territory, causing the zombie to think. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said that they would divide their forces and destroy them one by one. In the mansion of the head of the border town, Eric asked what it was and why he could not remove the shackles that remained on his wrists. While the boy tried them on for strength, Annaba ordered not to even think about taking them off. He said they would release him when he completed his task. Sitting down next to him and putting his hand on the back of the sofa, he asked where those he needed to kill were because they brought him to the border. Glancing at the demon, the aristocrat replied that it was nearby, in the Dungeon of Despair. Eric did not expect this, so he even asked again. Taking the man by the shoulders, the demon asked if he was mocking him, because it was the territory of demons. The old man said he hated it when someone grabbed his collar like that. And the next second, the demon screamed in pain because the discharges of his bracelets diverged. As he curled up on the floor, Annaba apologized for the situation as he stood in front of the demon. He said that times had changed and asked if the demon thought that he would not prepare for their meeting. Eric was shaking from the discharge of energy, asking what he had done to him, but the man just smiled and said that he didn't need to know about it. Lucius appeared at the door of the office and said that he urgently needed to talk to Mr. about something important. The lord of the city expressed his opinion that now is not the best time to attack, because these demons will not be so easy to kill. But he only said that he brought someone who can definitely fix the fact that it will not be easy to kill the demons. Eric coughed as he walked away from the show of strength and glared at Annaba with hatred. Lucius, looking at the boy, thought that it was a butcher who had to be executed. Remembering Eric's feats, Lucius thought to himself that the little zombie was in danger, because no one survives when a butcher attacks. There was a small army in the Dungeon of Despair, led by Annaba and Eric, who were looking at the entrance. The butcher said that the demons didn't have enough sense to even put someone on guard. Placing a hand on his shoulder in an encouraging gesture, Annaba said she hoped he wouldn't let them down because they were counting on him. Looking at the old man, the boy thought that he would be the first one he would kill after he was freed. But he said out loud that demons are nothing to him and that he should not interfere with the bracelets. Alice screamed when she saw that they were already here as Huang He turned his head towards the entrance. He stood up abruptly, telling everyone to act according to the plan, and most importantly, not to panic. The necromancer asked if they really needed to lure them all. He said that was the point. He wanted them to come in but never came out. Idas was smiling cheerfully because she liked the plan and Alice was frightened. The aristocrat asked if the demons thought they could hide in a dungeon and pretend nothing was happening. He watched as the soldier fired the first cannon, reloading it. He was pleased to say that these demons had harmed his son, and every one of them would pay for it today. Annaba told the soldiers to split up and go one to the left and the other to the right, while he and Eric walked in the middle. The boy said that the demons may have heard of their arrival and left here, but Annaba said that they are cunning and can hide somewhere. Eric looked up, saying he could see demons. The boy had already run there, ordering the old man to stand still. Annaba had already run into the dungeon, had already lost Eric, and was now calling him, asking where he had gone. And he meanwhile stood around the corner and quietly watched. He asked the cloaked demon why he stopped because he was running very fast. The demon asked if he was alone, and Eric replied that when it came to this, he alone was more than enough. Turning away, the demon said that it was about time. The boy did not understand what was happening, asking what he meant. And then he heard a voice calling him for help. He knew it. The demon said it was his leader's voice, and Eric began cursing, knowing it was true. He ran back, thinking he had completely forgotten about Annaba. And if he dies, then wear those handcuffs on him for the rest of his life. The demon rejoiced. The boss uses cunning tactics to lure everyone as deep as possible into the dungeon. Eric, panting, searched for his leader, running through the corridors and now stopping to catch his breath. He held the watch in his hands, realizing that he had been deceived. There was a soldier in the cell who asked the leader why he was also here, while he was sitting on a bed of hay. He started to scream to be let out, but was immediately silenced when he heard a voice saying that he was still so arrogant, even on his territory. A zombie stood in front of him with his hands folded on his chest and said that Annaba was extremely arrogant. He looked at the zombies, remembering his son and how he said it was all the zombies' fault. There was only the image of a zombie in his eyes, and he said that it was he who wounded his son. Huang He asked who he had injured there because he had done nothing of the kind. Hearing the name Enigma, he thought, because he had already heard it somewhere before. The zombie happily announced that he remembered, because the hit points never ran out. Annaba said that demons can do nothing but harm all living things. He said that there was no point in being caught, because Eric would destroy everyone. He asked if it was the guy who was with him, because he was supposed to be in the maze right now. Eric ran, asking himself why he was in this place again, since he had already passed it. Cursing the demons, he started kicking the wall to get out of the labyrinth. A zombie appeared in front of him, at which the butcher looked with a bored look. They just stood on either side of the hole in the wall for a few seconds and looked at each other. Zombie laughed, saying it was an illusion he created and said it was unexpected, wasn't it? Annaba ordered him killed. Eric said he would be happy to do so, and Huang He waved his paws, telling them both to calm down. But he cursed when the butcher's fist was almost next to him. Alice shouted to the 132nd that she was nearby, and while Huang He lay behind them, all the girls gathered here, Christina, Sifazoya, Alice, Dorothy, and Idas, who were acting according to the approved plan. The girls used their maximum strength to create the magic that created the shield and prevented them from reaching them. Eric shouted frantically, asking them if they really thought that would be enough to stop him. He began to destroy the defense, and the girls threw fireballs at him, which Eric fought back. The next moment, Huang He was already flying towards him with the Demon King, who was hugging him from the back and giving her strength. He brought his hand in to strike, and then the two of them used the Demon King's strike, putting double the power into it. Eric lay on the floor, drooling as the smoke cleared. The girls were happy that everything was over so quickly and said that it was a perfect job, and the boy asked with a smile if that was really all. They all turned back to Annaba, and Huang He asked if he had any more trumps up his sleeve. He calmly asked if the demon thought he would rely on that useless fool. He used the blood sacrifice skill, and marks appeared on the floor that blazed red. The Demon King and Huang He looked on in fear at what was happening, and he asked what it was. All the soldiers on the field began clutching their heads and stomachs, slowly dying as Annaba performed the ritual. He turned into a monster, saying that then he killed all the people just for this moment, and if he kills everyone, no one will know that it was him. Everyone stood looking at that creature, and Huang He asked the girls to give their hands. They all placed their hands with their palms on his back, obeying his order. He began to use his power absorption skill, draining each of them of all their mana and magic. Huang He shouted that Anaba forced him to use it, and now the boy ordered the monster to disappear, using all the power against him and creating a real hell. Everyone ran to Huang He, who was sprawled on the grass and breathing heavily. The girls bent over him, and each asked if he was all right and how he killed him, and Sifazoya said that God was incredible. Christina, trying to use her power, said that it had completely disappeared. Huang He jumped as if scalded and couldn't believe what he heard. Grabbing his head, he began to wail that now he would not be able to return to his world for anything. He said that he had used all his own magical power, and Alice asked what spell he had used, and he replied that it was teleportation. At that time, Anaba was sitting on the road in his heart-shaped underwear, who did not understand a damn thing. He asked where he was, while everyone around him looked at him and some even took pictures. And Huang He explained that he had used everyone's power to teleport and seal that man, so now he would not be able to return home. The girls began to smile and look at each other. It seems that they had a plan. And then everyone hugged the boy tightly, saying that it's not scary, because he has them all.